problem always happen in every school because the teacher just using conventional without any methods, without strategies, so that the learning process is useless because the teacher just using conventional strategy, and then the students will not understand easier when the learning process is beginning. The second problem is the students are lack of vocabulary and motivation in reading, and also seldom to practice. Here, the students need the motivation from the others, like from the teacher, from the parents, and from the other students. So that in learning process, the students need motivation from the teacher, right? And the last problem is they also cannot make the inference of the text and do not know what the text talk about. Problem, is it always happen because the students, because the teacher not give good learning, so that the students will not easier to understand what the reading comprehension is. And then we go to the aim of the research. The aim of the research is to examine the students' ability in reading comprehension of narrative text of MIA 1 at grade 10 Managasaribo. And then we go to the hypothesis. And here the hypothesis is a research guess about the situation of participant. It is a tentative supposition or professional guess which seems to explain the situation under observation. And the hypothesis of my research is the student's ability in reading comprehension of narrative text is enough ability. And we go to the research methodology. Research design. Based on analysis of the data, the researcher used the descriptive quantitative research. It is an analysis research. This research observes one variable, and type of the research is descriptive method. And we go to the population and sample of the research. The population is the whole the students of MIA 1 at grade 10 of Managasaribo. The research finished for MIA 1 at grade 10 science students of Managasaribo, and the population of the research consists of one class with 30 students. And the sample is, in this research, the researcher uses purposive sampling to take the sample. A purposive sampling is a non-probability sample that is selected based on characteristic of population and the objective study. The sample takes from one class that is MIA 1 consists of 30 students. And we go to the instrument of collecting the data and technique of data analysis. A research must have an instrument in the research. Without collecting the data, it is impossible for us to do the research. The data is one of very important rule. So in this research, the instrument that has used by the researcher is test, and the test is kind of multiple choice. And the technique of data analysis, after collecting the data, the researcher analyzes the result of the test with mean score and the average score. And we go to the result of the research. From the table of narrative text, it can be known from 30 students that the highest score is 90 and the lowest score is 35. From the data, the researcher calculated that the mean score is 63. The researcher got median score is 64.5 and modus is 82.92. By the calculation, it can be concluded that the student's ability in reading narrative text is good. And the last is conclusion. Based on the result of the research and calculation of the data, the researcher got the conclusion that students' ability in reading comprehension of narrative text at grade 10 Managasaribu was categorized into good category. It can be seen from the value of the percentage from mean score gotten by the students, that is 63 mean score. Then from the result of the hypothesis testing, the researcher found that the hypothesis is rejected. It can be proved from Z count 6.22, more or less Z table 0.326. So the hypothesis is students' ability in reading comprehension on narrative text of MIA 1 at grade 10 Managasaribu is good category. And I think enough from me. Thank you very much. And I give back to the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you, Ihwal Idayat, SPD, our alumnus, the fresh graduate. I'm sorry, I think you are still my student. Now you are our alumnus. Next section, welcome.
Yes.
Widyandra, SPD. Widyandra.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, please you present title Figurative Language of Harry Potter novel. Widyandra, time is yours.
Wait a moment. I would like to open the slide. Okay, Widyandra.
Can I start, ma'am?
Okay, let's continue. Please.
Okay, say thanks to all Blessing and health, so we can attend this conference. First, I will introduce myself. It's Jen Pane, and I'm an alumnus of English, Educational English in the State Institute for Islamic Studies. First, I say thank you to the moderator who had allowed me to present my paper. My title is Figurative Language on Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets by J.K. Rowling. First, I will present the background of them. First, semantic. Semantic is a part of linguistic that meaning divided into two parts. First is literal meaning and non-literal meaning. Literal meaning is a meaning that can define by dictionary. It means that when we say about a word, the meaning is, for example, I say book. The meaning is still a book. It's the can defined by the dictionary. And non-literal meaning is the meaning that has a different meaning from the literal meaning. And literal meaning, I mean, figurative language is a part of literal meaning, and non-literal meaning, I mean. And next is focus of the research. Focus of the research is on novel Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets from chapter 1 till chapter 9. Next is formulation of the problem. First is what's our figurative language in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, and the second is what's the dominant figurative language that found in the novel. Research method. The researcher used library research to explain the theories. The theories that researcher use is the theory that is that I mean that Privilege. I use his theory, and the sources of the data. There were two. The first is primary data, which is the novel itself, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, and secondary data is a book by Geoff Rillage, that a guide to English poetry, and the second book's semantic course book by James Harper. And the next is technique of data analysis. Technique of data collection. First, the researcher will prepare the novel and read through all the data. And next, find the sentence that contain figurative language on it. And the researcher will start coding the figurative language in the sentence. Next, technique of data analysis. The technique of data analysis that researcher use is by John Creswell. The first, organize and prepare the data. The researcher will prepare the data, which is the novel itself. Next, read through all the data. The researcher will read all the chapter from chapter 1 till chapter 9. The next, begin detailed analysis with a coding process. the researcher will coding the sentence that contain figurative language. For example, for personification, the researcher will code the personification with V, simile with sim, metaphor with M, and etc. Next is figurative language. The researcher used theory by Geoffrey Leach that he has classified figurative language into 8 types. The first is personification, simile, metaphor, hyperbole, irony, litotes, metonymy, and oxymoron. And for personification, personification is figurative language that put an object or something that has given, the object given human characteristic. For example, in the novel itself, like the tree they had hit was attacking them. Its personification in page 75, line 6. It's a personification in the novel. And the next is simile. Simile is a figurative language that compare to objects. For example, in the novel, when in page 33, line 18, her face glowing like a setting sun. The author compare Jeannie's face with glowing sun. Like with setting sun. Her face glowing like a setting sun. Next, metaphor. Metaphor is a figurative language that it's almost same with simile, but it's more shorter. Like A is B. Like this, for example. The difference with the simile use characteristic words like and as, but metaphor don't. It doesn't use words like and as. And the next, hyperbole. Hyperbole is a figurative language that that use exaggerate. Like is something like that. And next, irony. Irony is combines two negative words, but the meaning is positive. For example, not bad. Actually, is a positive response, but used to negative words. The next later this is a figurative language that sorry.
Ready?
Next, metonymy. Metonymy is a figurative language that define one group. For example, commonly for example, Shakespeare. Actually, it's not define Shakespeare. Shakespeare means his works, like the novel and something else. And the last is oxymoron. Oxymoron is a figurative language that use two opposite words. For example, sweet sorrow. Sweet and sorrow is two opposite words. It's actually sweet sorrow is from Romeo and Juliet. When Juliet and Romeo separate and Juliet feels sweet sorrow, it means that Juliet feel happy they would meet again, but feel sad they will separate. That's the meaning by sweet sorrow. I'm sorry before, but I explained the wrong. Irony is a figurative language that
I'm sorry, Widi, you have time 2 minutes more.
Oh, okay.
Please. Yep.
And the result of my findings is there were 131 figurative language, which is personification with 52 items, simile with 55 items, metaphors 2 items, hyperbole 20 items, irony 2 items. The conclusion of my paper is it can be indicated that figurative language is take a big part in a novel, because when the author uses figurative language is for the ornament of the novel to make it more interesting and vivid. I think that's enough for me. Thank you. That's it. I give back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Widyandra SPD, our alumnus. Next, our presenter, Walida Siregar. She present entitled Students Analysis Ability in Reading Comprehension. This is our the press alumnus. Walida, are you ready?
Yes, Walida, tunggu.
Okay, Walida.
Wait a moment.
Welcome to Walida, and time is yours now. You have time 10 minutes, yeah, Walida, 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Walida, Walida, can you share by your answer? Or you need my help?
I need your help, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I help you, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Before that, thank you very much to moderator that has given me a chance to present my paper. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Walida Sofian Siregar, and I have graduated from EIN Padang Sidimpuan. Okay, here I'm going to present my paper under the title The Students' Reading Comprehension of the second year MTS Muhammadiyah 22 Padang Sidimpuan. Okay, the first, for background of the problems. The first, the students were seldom to do the reading activity in the school, moreover in the house, and might feel confused to determine the main idea from the text. To make students comprehend in reading, the students should have many times to do reading activity. And then the second, they were seldom to repeat the material at home. It is not meaningful if the students not repeat it anymore. And next, identification of the problems. The first, students were seldom to do reading activity. The second, the students are lack of vocabulary and motivation in reading. The third, seldom to practice or repeat at home and lack of attention about the importance of reading. And the fourth, they were also still confused to determine the main idea from the text. And continue to the limitation of the problems. Based on the identification of the problems, there were many problems that were found in reading comprehension of descriptive text. In this research, the researcher was focused on students' ability in understanding reading comprehension to determine the main idea from the text. And then the formulation of the problems. The formulation of the problems of this research is how is the student's ability in reading comprehension of the second year MTS Muhammadiyah 22 Padang Sidimpuan. And then next, the theoretical description. Reading is an activity by giving the response to understand the text using the background knowledge of the readers. According to Stoller and Greb, reading is the ability to draw the meaning from the printed page and interpret this information appropriately. Reading comprehension is the process of getting meaning from the text, so also constructing meaning and the written language. And next, the hypothesis of the research. The hypothesis is accepted if Z score is higher than Z table, and the hypothesis is rejected if Z score is lower than Z table. And next, to the research and methodology. Research design of this research was used quantitative research, and the population ensample. In this research, population was the whole of students at grade 8 of MTS Muhammadiyah 22 Padang Sidimpuan. In this research, used total sampling to take the sample, and the sample was taken from grade 8 that consisted of 30 students. The instrument of this research for collecting the data was test, and the kind of test is multiple choice. And then the result of the research. From the table score of reading test, it can be known from the 30 students that the highest score is 95 and the lowest score is 20. From the data, the researcher calculated that the mean score is 56.76 and the researcher got median score is 19.5 and the modus is 38.18. By the calculation, it can be concluded that the student's ability in reading text is enough. And then the conclusion. Based on the result of the research and calculation of the data, students reading comprehension of the second year MTS Muhammadiyah 22 Padang Sidimpuan was categorized into enough ability. It can be seen from the value of mean score, that is 56.76. Yeah, from the result of the researcher found that the hypothesis was rejected and it can be proved from the Z count. From the Z count, mean 3.557 and the table 0.3264, and it means the Z count is lower than the Z table, so the hypothesis was rejected. And enough for me. Thank you very much. I give back to the moderator.
Thank you, Walida Sofian Siregar, SPD. Thank you very much. Next section, welcome to Anggia Putra. Yeah, he is my student on the process finishing his SPD. Anggia, you listen my sound?
Anggia.
Anggia.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, Anggia.
Anggia,
Okay,
would you
good.
like to share yours or me?
Yes. Yes. Just
You.
me, mas. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ya, lanjut.
Okay, Anggia.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
talk about the English students' difficulties in total pass. Yeah, nice. Anggia, times is yours. 10 minutes for you, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, start now.
Okay. Thank you to the moderator. Before I start this presentation, I will say thanks to everyone who have already come to see ours here in doing presentation. Okay, sorry, still opening this PPT. I'm sorry, maybe I need your help. Yes, I cannot open mine.
Oh, you cannot
Yes.
open yours? Okay.
Yes.
I would like to see where is yours. Anggia Putra. Okay. Yeah, please speak, Anggia, in the process.
Okay, thank you very, very much for the chance that is given to me. In this presentation, I would like to present mine entitled An Analysis on English Students' Difficulties in Double Test of Structure and Written Expression section at EIN Padang Sidimpuan. Okay, next. So, there are some problems that I found from English students' difficulties, especially in double class at EIN Padang Sidimpuan. And so we can see from the background the problems that I found from them. First is students found difficult to see and analyze properly the errors that exist in its sentence on the structure and written expression section in Tuval test. The second one is students didn't understand well how to analyze the errors and to find the answer to fulfill what is being asked on each sentence in the test. Next, uh, and also here I took the focus of the problem. As we know, types of Tuval tests divided becomes three in generally. First is paper-based test, uh, or we can know as PBT tool. And the second one is computer-based test or CBT. The third one is internet-based test or IBT. So institutional testing program or ITB TOEFL here is a transformation from paper-based test. So on this case, the researcher only focus in these types of TOEFL. It's ITP TOEFL. Okay, next slide, please. And also in ITP TOEFL, there are three sections of that. First is listening comprehension. The second one is structure and written expression. The third one is reading comprehension. Still, on these sections of ITP TOEFL, the researcher only focuses on structure and written expression. Next. So there are two the formulations of the questions from this research. First is what are the difficulties on aspects of structure faced by English students in TOEFL test? The second one is what are the difficulties on aspects of written expression? Okay, next. So based on the theoretical description that I have already made here, and actually there is no explanation you can see from this PPT, but I just make it with some points. First is aspects of structure in TOEFL test. There are five. First is WIAS, or what is a sentence. So the percentage of its appearance in this section is about 53%. Bias means that is presumed based on the one clause is only have one subject and one verb. And then what choice, the percentage of its appearance in the section it's about 20%. So what choice means that students should students should choose the word choice in the sentence. And the third one is word order, with the percentage of its appearance is about 12%. Next is verb form, it's about 9%. And the last one is parallelism. So parallelism means between one sentences or another sentences must agree each other. I mean, must be parallel each other. Okay, next slide, please. And also there are 10 aspects of written expression in TOEFL test. Still, according to Hickey and Warden in Muhajir here, is the first one is part of speech. The percentage of its apparent is about 27%. Part of speech here means can be consist of noun, verb, adjective, adverb, conjunction, and so on. The second one is plurals. So plural is more than items that we found from the sentences. The third is parallelism. The percentage of its appearance is about 10%. It's different from previous aspects of structure, which only 1% of its appearance. But on these aspects of written expressions, it's the percentage is about 10%. And the fourth one is pronoun errors. The percentage of its appearance is about 9%. Continue prepositional errors with 8%, verb form with 7%. Verb form here is dominant to the English tenses. Next, the letter word with 5%, word order with 4%, article with 4%, and the last one is conjunction with 3%. Next slide, please. On then the research methodology, from this research, I use qualitative research. And also, there are 35 participants in this research taken from tuple class at EA and Barang once. And then the source of the data is documents. So from this document, the document is taken from students' answer sheet and also students' question sheet from tuple class. Next, please. Okay, here there are some findings and also discussion with other researchers. Based on the research findings, the researcher found that in structure part from 5 grammatical aspects, YS was the highest percentage with 72.85% that students could not answer the question correctly. So that aspect was the hardest one for the students. It also showed that the form which 25.71% of participants could not answer correctly was the least difficult one for the students. In written expression part, from 10 aspects, pronoun error was the highest percentage with 82.86% that students could not answer the question correctly, so that aspect was the most difficult one for the students. It also showed that plural, with 28.57% of participants could not answer correctly, was the least difficult one for the students. Generally, the total of incorrect answers that students gained in doing two tests of structure and written expression section that consisted of 40 items or 40 questions in second section was 824. They were 302 or 36.65% in structure and 522 or 63.35% in written expression. So the percentage of students' difficulties found more in part B or written expression than in part A or structure. And also here, there is discussion with other researchers. Uh, the researcher case focus on Muhajir's on Sofyan research. In Muhajir and Sofyan's study, they took only 25%, but me myself took 35% in tuple class at EA in Parang. And also from the result, in Muhajir and Sofyan's study, they revealed that serious problem with redundancy with some percentage you can see from this PPT. But according to the research finding, the percentage based on students' incorrect answer, the result revealed that the students face a serious problem with pronoun errors with 82.86%, followed by bias and so on. Next slide, please. Okay, the last is conclusion. From 5 grammatical aspects in part A, WIAS, or what is a sentence, was the highest percentage with 72.85% that students could not answer the question correctly. So that aspect was the hardest one for the students. It also showed that form which 25.71% of participants could not answer correctly was the least difficult one for the students. From 10 aspects in part B or written expression, pronoun error was the highest percentage with 82.86% that students could not answer the question correctly. So that aspect was the most difficult one for the students. It also showed that plural with 28.57% of participants could not answer correctly was the least difficult one for the students. Okay, maybe that's all I have. Thank you. I give back to the moderator.
Thank you, Andrea. Next, our private section, Fitri Hasana. Are you ready, Fitri?
A moment, I would like to share what
Fitri Hasana. She wants to present about learning reading in pandemic area.
Fitri.
Okay.
Fitri, are you here?
Fitri Hasana.
Fitri, apa sudah di dalam?
Saya udah masuk dah, Mem. Dah masuk.
Tadi sudah masuk.
Sudah masuk. Hello.
Huh? Fitri is not here yet, I think.
Okay, Memeka.
Yeah.
We wait Fitri.
Who else? The next.
Fitri, the last presenter in the first section.
Fitri.
Fitri, the last presenter.
Fitri. But Fitri is... Okay, I would like to say...
Apa itu mungkin? Okay.
Fitri, halo. Nggak ada dia. Dia nggak ada. Okay. Lanjut aja.
Okay, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. The last our present is not included in our Zoom this morning. Maybe we going to the section question and answer. This section we have time 10 minutes for question and answer section. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all the presenter is all the 3 alumnus. Oh, Memeka, Fitri already entered?
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Let's ask her.
Okay, Fitri Hasana.
Fitri.
You listen my Fitri Hasana, you listen my sound. Fitri Hasana. Okay.
Fitri?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, Fitri. Oh, Fitri Hasana, you the next presenter. Are you ready? Oh, I'm.
Please, Fitri.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Fitri, you are the last presenter in the first section, the online conference in English seminar. May you start now, Fitri?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fitri Hasana Nasution, and I'm going to present my research this morning, which the title is The Student's Problem in Learning Reading Through Online in Pandemic COVID-19. The next slide, please, ma'am. Well, the introduction. As we know exactly that nowadays there is a pandemic virus that initially observed in the Wuhan province of China. Now it's spread very fast around the world, and it's called with coronavirus or COVID-19. And we know exactly that COVID-19 stands for coronavirus disease. The virus gives many effects to all the life side, such as in economic, social life, and education as well. There are many public places that have to stop their activity and close for temporary because of this COVID-19. This virus is very easy to spread each other. So that's why the government of every country in the world commands to close all the public places to decrease the victims. This pandemic also gives the effect to the education side. All the schools in the whole world have to close during this pandemic, include the primary school, junior high school, senior high school, and university as well. This situation forces the students and teachers to do the learning process through online. The next slide, ma'am, please. Well, the definition of key terms, the first one is COVID-19. The coronavirus disease or COVID-19 is an illness caused by a novel coronavirus, now called severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2 or SARS-CoV-2, formerly called 2019, which was first identified an outbreak of respiratory illness such as flu and pneumonia. The second one is online learning. Online learning is the learning process that involves using the internet. The next one is research question. The first one, what are the students' problem in learning reading through online? The second one, what are the lecturers' efforts to overcome the problems? The objective of the problems, the first one is to investigate the students' problem in learning reading through online. The second one, to know how the lecturers overcome the problems. The next is research method. The research is done by the interview with the reading lecturer at State Institute for Islamic Studies Padang Sidimpuan, and the kinds of research is qualitative phenomenological research. The next slide. Well, the next slide is students' problems in learning reading through online. Based on the interview with the reading lecturer of in TBI 1 4th semester of EIN Padang Sidimpuan, there are five categorizes of problems. The first one is learning system. The second one is application or networking. The next one is economic. The next one is motivation, and also the social. The first one is in learning system. In learning system, well, in learning system, the students have a problem like they do not want to respond to material. So the lecturer gets lack of response from the students. And then in application or networking, based on the interview with the reading lecturer, the application like they use application like WhatsApp, Zoom, and also the Google Classroom. The problems are the students feel like unfamiliar with the application. For example, like they do not know how to operate the Zoom or the Google Classroom, because we know exactly that the WhatsApp is common to the students, so they have a problem with the Zoom and also the Google Classroom. And the networking side is because this pandemic that the students have to go to their hometown, for example, like if moreover when their hometown is far away from the city, for example, so there is the bad connection of internet there, and also there is no networking there, so that will be the problem. And the next one is because the internet connection is bad, so they do not follow the class. And this is also shown by the research from the L.Y. Meilenberg and Z. Albrecht on the research, which the title is Student Barriers to Online Learning, is about, they say the problem is in infrastructure or support service, that the students perceive that there is a problem with infrastructure like the computer. Also the problem with support service, like the students need the high-speed network. So the problem is have supported by the research. The next one is economic. An economic side, that the students feel like difficult to buy the internet quota. Many of students do not have the internet quota, because in this pandemic COVID-19 or in this online learning, that we have to stand with the good, or we have to stand by with the internet quota. And if we want to have the good internet or networking, we have to have the good internet quota with the high prices as well. So this is has shown by the research as well, by the Giri Zonic, shown that some students' problem in online learning is economic side. In economic side, online she told that online learning will decrease prices of personal computers, laptops, smartphone, tablets, and other devices. So it has been proved by the other research. The next one is motivation. Based on the interview with the reading lecturer as well, the problems in motivation are the students do not make this online learning as their priority in learning, because as we know exactly that the learning process I used to do by face-to-face style, but because this pandemic style, it it is done by online, so it is like something that make the students like do not care at all, because they used to do the face to face, so they think that face to face is the best way for learning, and they think that online learning is something unfamiliar with them, and they do not make this be their priority in learning. And the last one is social side. In social side, that as we know exactly, during this time, the learning process is done by face to face. That the lecturer or the teacher explains the material in front of the students, and the students listening to the lecturer explanation, and the students and the teachers have the good relationship in teaching, and the students with the students can chit chat each other, so the students and the lecturer can love each other in the class, so that's has a good relationship or has a good social relationship in the class. But in online learning, that we have to do the learning by ourselves, that uh, so it has become a problem because the students do not feel comfortable with the online learning, because they have to do it by themselves. They have no communication with with their friends, like the situation in the class. So it is a problems in social side. uh, Next slide, please. There's all 5 categorizes of problems. The first one is learning system, application and networking, economic, motivation, and social. And the next slide is the lecturer's effort to solve the problem. Based on 5 categorizes that I have explained you before, that like in my formulation of problem, that we want to know what are the lecturer's effort to solve the problems. Based on the interview with with the reading lecturer, that she said uh, she always tries to tolerate every student's problem in online learning, such as like the students who do not have any internet quota, she accepts the students' assignment by SMS or short message service. And the next one is also sometimes she explains the material by using voice note to make it clearly and to make the students understand. Because some students do not have any internet quota, so they can share or they can send their material by SMS. And the next one is after explaining the material to make it clearly to the students, the lecturer used to use the voice note to explain it clear. And she does this as her effort to understand the students' problem in learning during this pandemic. So the reading lecturer has a good position to tolerate every student's problems. The next slide is, that's all the problems. So the conclusion from my research is the learning reading online brings many problems to students and even to the teacher itself. And the teachers should find other methods to solve this problem. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I give it back to the moderator.
Bu Pit,
Thank.
Rahmat Gunawan
Okay.
tinggal itu, Rahmat Gunawan.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Rahmat Gunawan. Yep. Okay, Fitri Hasana, you are the best speaker. Okay, Hasana. Next, Rahmat. I'm sorry, Rahmat. Rahmat. Yeah. You have time, 10 minutes more.
Rahmat.
Rahmat already joined, Memeka?
Ada Rahmat di dalam. So I would like to insert Rahmat
Okay.
slide. Okay.
I'm sorry, Rahmat.
Rahmat.
Rahmat Gunawan. Yeah, you talk about the TGT. This is your research, TGT on student speaking mastery.
Okay, Rahmat. Rahmat. Where is Rahmat, Anggi? Anggi.
Yes, ma'am.
Ya, silakan.
Rahmat, Anggia, do you see Rahmat? Where is your friend?
Iya, silakan. Dia sudah share screen itu, Bu Fit.
Okay.
Where is Rahmat? Rahmat. Ya, share screen siapa tuh?
Yes, ma'am.
Earphone-nya pakai Anggi aja, pakai Anggi aja.
Hello? Anyone can hear me?
Yeah, Rahmat.
Okay, I will help you to share this. Rahmat? Iya. Silakan, Rahmat Gunawan. Where is Rahmat?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, anyway, thanks to moderator that has given me this chance to present my research. So, I'm Rahmat Gunawan from the English Education Department of IAIN Perangsidimpuan. So, the undertitle of my research here is Themes Games Tournament on Student Speaking Mastery. Okay, for the first one is introduction. Speaking is an important skill to be mastered by learners in order to communicate with others to achieve certain goals or to express their opinion, intentions, hopes, and children. Daily speaking is an interactive process of constructing meaning that involves producing, receiving, and processing information. So, based on the researcher interview in, there are many problems in speaking that faced by students. So the first is students were not. The second, students have less vocabulary can be seen from when the teacher asks the student to speak up.
Suaranya di mute itu, Anggi. Unmute dulu, unmute. Please unmute the voice, Rahmat. Suaranya masih unmute, masih mute. Halo? Ya. Suara Rahmat masih mute. Halo, silakan.
Rahmat. Any problem, Memeka?
Halo, Rahmat. Rahmat.
Okay.
Rahmat. Ihwal, mohon dibantu dulu Rahmat Ihwal, bantu dulu Rahmat dari situ. You are in the same place. Please use yours. Oke. Lanjut. Unmute dulu, unmute.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can listen you clearly.
Okay. Where was I?
Ya,
Okay.
lanjut.
Okay. I'm going to continue my presentation. So glasses students do not know how to speak correctly because students lack of practice using mother tongue when students speaking with others and students environment do not suffer to speak English. In other ways, students' problem on speaking mastery at Semantic Satu Siabu are lack vocabulary, lack of motivation, and lack in action or practice. And Team games tournament technique is one technique that can change the atmosphere to be better based on relevant theory and adjust it with the development in the society, as well as gives contribution to the principle that education should be learner centered and institution because it has unique things inside it that is the tournament. Next slide, ma'am.
Oke.
Okay. Let's moving on to the next one. Background of the problems. So there are three of background of problem in semantic Shabu. The first is lack of motivation. The second one is lack of vocabulary. The third one is lack of practice. Next, ma'am, please. Okay, next, the objective of the research. There are the objectives of the research. So the first, to get the information about student skill speaking before using team games tournament technique or TGT at the 10th grade students of SMA Negeri 1 Siabu. The second one is to get the information about the student skill in speaking after using Teams Games Tournament technique at the 10th grade students of SMA Negeri 1 Siabu. And the last one is to examine the significant effects of using Teams Games Tournament technique on speaking mastery at the 10th grade students of SMA Negeri 1 Siabu. Okay, let's moving on to the Teams Games Tournament technique. So in TGT, the students play academic games with the members of the others teams to add points to their team scores. Again, the students must know the material if they are to contribute a high score. Omamoni states that Slavin has found TGT increase basic skills, student achievement, positive interaction between students, acceptance of mainstream classmates, motivation, and self-esteem. Last team's games tournament is technique which demand the students to learn on group with 4 till 5 students members who have heterogeneous ability and then ask them to work with their teams to make sure all the question being discussed. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, the purposes of the teams games tournament. The first is fostering willingness and cooperation skill among students. The second one is increase the students' socio-emotional and intellectual involvement in the teaching and learning process. The third one is increase attention to the process of outcomes of the learning process in a balanced way. And the last one is to create an effective classroom environment in which students are actively involved in teaching process and are consistently receiving encouragement for successful performance. Next, ma'am. Okay. Procedures of teams games tournament. There are 4 procedures of teams games tournament technique. The first is class presentation. The second one is teams. The third one is games tournament. The last one is bumping system. Okay, next, ma'am. So the advantages of teams games tournament. The teams games tournament technique initiates student verbal interaction.
I'm sorry, Rahmat. You just have time 10 minutes, yeah? Only 10 minutes. You can think about the times, please.
Okay.
Only 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. It gives the student in its team motivation to solve the problem of their task together. Ma'am, we can go to the third slide. Hypothesis. Okay, that's right. Hypothesis. Okay. So, okay.
Come to the result. Okay.
The result of the research. After all the data were collected, it was found that the students' scores were improved. Their scores were improved in the aspect of fluency, pronunciation, and especially in vocabulary. It can be seen in the diagram below. Next, ma'am. Next, ma'am. Okay. From the diagram above, it can be seen that there is some increase of each aspect in speaking. The pronunciation aspect increased 41 points after word taught by using TGT technique. The vocabulary aspect increased 63 points in the first test. The fluency aspect increased 44 points after word taught by using TGT technique. Next, ma'am. Conclusion. From this research, it was known that TGT technique give very significant effect to 10th grade student speaking skill of the semantic to Siabu. However, in applying this technique on student speaking skill, the English teacher must follow certain procedures which are a bit complex. If the teacher does not apply this procedure appropriately, the result may not be significatory. The students also can use this to improve their speaking skill in group work, so they can help each other to correct the vocabulary, how to pronounce, so they can get fluent in speaking, not only in group work, but also in outside classroom. Okay, that's all from me. I give back to moderator.
Okay. Okay, Rahmat.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was all the presentation from the Ihwal SPD, Widyandra SPD, Walida Siragar SPD. They are our alumnus, and there are 3 our student ongoing process in finishing their study here. Angia, Rahmat, and the last Pitri Hasana. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this section we're going to move in the question and answer. I have a reading from our chat. There are 2 questions. The first question from the Siswoyo Hadi for to Mr. Angga. I think that Mr. Anggia.
Oh yeah, yes ma'am.
Anggi, this is your the for you. His question: why did you choose 25 participants in your research? Okay, this is for Anggi. Okay, Anggi.
Okay, thank you.
Anggi, you listen to me?
Yes, yes.
Yep. Yeah, I give you time to answer this question, Anggi.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
The question, the answer? Yep.
Yes, yes. I have the question actually.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to answer the questions from Siswoyo Hadi. The question is, why did I take 35 students as my participants in this research? Okay, before that, looking back to the title, that I just only focus on English students. Okay, before that, once again, I want to tell everyone that tuple class in Yayan Parang Serempuan is divided becomes two classes, and the total of students in first class is 30 people, and the second class is also 30 people. So the total of all the participants all the total of the students in tuber class are 60 people. Because I only focus on English students, and because the total of English students in that class is only 35 students, and 25 more is from other majors like economy, like economy, yes, and so on. So that's why I took only 35 students as my participants of this research, because the total of English students in TOEFL class is only what I have already mentioned, and also what I have already shown in my PPT here. Yeah, that's all the question. That's all the answer from me. Thank you. I give back to the moderator.
Okay, Anggia, thank you. Answer question from Siswoyo Hadi. Answer from the Anggia. Why you only choose 35 participants in this research? The answer only 35 students
English
in the
students, yes.
TOEFL class English student. Okay, thank you. Next, this is a question from the, Ma'am Shakira Pinde for the Pitri Hasana. Ma'am Shakira, okay, 1 minute. Regarding the page student page many problems in reading, what do you suggest for lecturing? For lecturer to solution in this reading? Problem Eka, this one. Okay, Pitri. You get the question, Pitri? Yeah, from the Ma'am Shakira Pinde.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ma'am Shakira Pinde.
Aku pun bertanya Anda. Enggak. Enggak, main pertanyaan tuh.
Like,
Pitri Hasana.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Pitri Hasana, Ma'am Pinde, there is some question for you about your research.
Yes,
what do you suggest for lecturing to the next solution in the regarding the PEG student main problems in reading material in online learning?
Yes, ma'am. I do agree with the students. Yes, ma'am. I do agree with the lecturer's effort that try to tolerate every student's problem. Like, for example, like students who do not have any internet quota. So the lecturer tries to tolerate by receiving or is accepting the SMS to send their task, for example. And then, because we know that by online, if the lecturer explains the material, it is not really clear for us as the students. But yes, I do agree with the lecturer explains the material by voice note, so it is really help us as the students. So that's very good. That's a great effort. I think for the lecture from the lectures, and my suggestion is to the lectures just understand the students' problems, because we know this pandemic is not our goals, or is not our something that we want. This is the problems for us as students, and also for you. So there are many problems that try to tolerate every student's problems, because this is not that we want. This is something trouble for us.
Okay.
So I need to understand them. Yes.
Okay, Pitri, thank you for a suggestion.
Yes.
Next, one question for you from Siswoyo Hadi.
Yes, ma'am.
How to motivate them in reading? Have you read the chat?
Yes, I have, ma'am. Students get bored. Most of students get bored with the reading materials. How to motivate them in reading? Thank you. Okay, thank you for the question. I know exactly that students, most of students get bored with reading material. That because the first thing in our mind, if we listen about reading is read, 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 and read. That we have to read the text, for example, in 3 pages, for example, and we have to understand it all. We have to translate it all. That absolutely make us very bored. But the important thing that in reading is not only to read. It's not only to read the text that make us very bored. That reading is there are some material or strategies in reading. If we want to read, that there are strategies that can help us. For example, like the reading strategies or collaborative strategic reading that help us to understand the text or the reading passage easier, and to the the motivation in reading, in learning reading, is try to understand that reading is not only to read, but you need reading. So want or not, you have to learn about reading. That because you need it. If you even you do not like reading, but you have to learn it because you need it. That's it. And there are many strategies that can help you in reading. So change your statement that reading is very bored. No, reading is not only about read. That's all my answer, ma'am.
Okay. So, Bu Fitri? Ibu Fitri suaranya? The voice. Bu Fitri?
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, you listen?
Iya.
Yeah. The last question, it is for to Walida. Yeah. Why your hypothesis is rejected? Okay, Walida? Walida? Walida, are you here, Walida?
Yeah. Unmute.
The question to...
This is the last question. Yeah, we continue.
Yeah, the last question. We have a limited time for to Walida.
Unmute. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, Walida, the question, why your hypothesis is rejected? Okay, please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you to the moderator. The first, thank you to Siswadi Hadoyo that gave me a question. Why my hypothesis is rejected? I think my hypothesis is rejected because the Z score is lower than the Z table. It can be seen from the result of the research. The result of the research is my Z score is mean 3.57 and the Z table is 0.3264, and it means so my hypothesis is rejected. And maybe even though my result, the mean score is enough ability, but the hypothesis is rejected because maybe there is some problems or mistake in calculation or in collecting the data. I think enough. I give back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Walida, SPD. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because the limit times, we just only have 10 minutes for the session question and answer. I hope, thank you very much for the all presenter, for alumnus and for the students. We just, the next section, maybe I ask the moderator, I'm so sorry, the last session. And I also thank you to all audience for your participants. And hopefully the information that we have shared today are useful for all of us. Thank you.
Amin.
Memeka, may I close this section?
Yes. We will continue to Riandri.
Okay, thank you. The next, the best moderator, I give to the Riandri. Time is yours, Riandri.
Okay, Riandri, are you here? 10 minutes for one speaker, Riandri. Hello, Rian? Yeah, please unmute your voice. Unmute. You still mood? You still okay?
Okay. How many minutes for one presentation, ma'am? 10 minutes for one presentation?
There are 3 presenters or 4 presenters and 1 minute
Yeah.
each presenters. And after 4 presenters presenting the slide, there is 10 minutes question and answer.
Okay, so we'll have 50 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Morning, everyone from Indonesia, and it is 9:30 in Indonesia, Indonesian Western Time. I mean, okay. I think I don't need to talk much because would like to welcome for presenters for today, and I think with this session to. But before that, I'd like to remind us again that every presenter will get. Every presenters will have 10 minutes to present their paper. I'm sorry that voice is not really clear because I have, a terrible connection of internet here. I'm in my watch. Can you hear me, everyone? Hello?
I hear you, but it is not so clear. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have trouble and internet connection. What about this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So everyone, we welcome to Miss Lepriana Daulay SPD to present her papers about metafunctions in novel The Chronicles of Narnia. So, as yours, Mr. Miss.
Lefri, are you here? Lefri? Lefriana? Yeah, open your voice.
Ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Will you start?
Yes, ma'am.
You start by your answer or sharing my answer?
Are you hearing me, ma'am?
Huh?
Are you hearing me, ma'am?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks to moderator. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to present my title is novel The Chronicles of Narnia: The Voyage of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis, written by Lepriana Daulay. Ma'am, my slide, please.
Next slide. Yeah.
Yeah. Ma'am.
Iya. Iya. Atau kok bisa Kak mau menunya apa bilang gitu.
Next, ma'am. My title, ma'am.
Can everyone see the slide? Hello, can you see the slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oke, lanjut. Lefri. Lefri. Lefri, the voice. Lefri. Lefri. Lefriana.
Yes, ma'am.
Lanjut.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. Thanks to moderator. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. I would like to present my title is Metafunction in novel The Chronicles of Narnia The Voyage of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis, written by Levriana Daulay. Next slide, please, ma'am.
Lanjut aja, nanti diputar itu.
Next slide, ma'am.
Sudah. Sudah itu next slide. Berarti you
nampak.
you.
Oh, ma'am, may I use my mobile phone, ma'am, to read my title?
What's the problem, Levri? Lanjut aja. Itu
Thank you,
kan
ma'am. Okay, next, yes, ma'am. The background of the problem. Holidays, as if all provide that language is a social phenomenon, is functional. It is concerned with the mechanism of the text structure, function, and meaning of language. The second one, Holiday maintained that there are three metafunctions. They are additional functions, interpersonal functions, and logical functions. The third one, experiential function has many processes. They are material process, mental process, verbal process, relational process, and existential process. The last one, material process, has three elements. They are actual, material process, and goal. Yeah, nowadays, some people, especially for learners, just know about subject, predicate, and object. It is called traditional grammar, so that the researcher wants to clarify a verb by changing its name to process that there is another name of process. For example, material process has three elements: actor, material process, and goal. Actor as a subject, material process as a predicate, and goal as a object. So this research greatly facilitates students are not monotonous in knowing traditional grammar, but they will be also well mastered in systemic functional linguistic. Okay, next slide. Focus of the research. The research focused on discussing material processes in chapter 12 and chapter 13 in novel The Chronicles of Narnia, The Voyage of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis. Okay, next slide. The formulation of the problem. First, how are material processes used in novel The Chronicles Narnia? And the second one, what are the common of material processes used in the novel Narnia? Okay, next. Objectives of the problem. First, to describe the material processes used in novel, and the second one, to describe the common of material processes used in the novel. Okay, next, significances of the problem. This research is useful for English teachers as their search of learning. And the second one, this research can be as the reference who are interested in studying discourse analysis. And the last, the research can be made as a reference to other researchers in the field of the language and education of the language. Okay, next, definition of the key term. Holidays as all provided that language as a social phenomenon is functional. Material processes is process of doing and happening. Based on Stephanie Landbridge, novel is fiction long story. It means a narrative imagining situation and story of ambiguity facts and fictions such as a legend, fairy tale, and etc. Okay, next, research methodology. The research use library research. And the next, the data source. First, primary source is novel, and the secondary search from book, internet, article, and journal. Okay, next, findings and discussion. The research found in both of chapter 107 clauses of material process. In chapter 12 are 56 processes. Chapter 13 are 51 processes. There are some dominants of material processes, namely come, sail, turn, go, order, begin, trying, flying, steering, bring, left, go, seek, took, and ate. But the most dominant in a word come. It appears 8 times in both of chapter. Discussion. Research have provided holiday really exists in this novel, which means process of doing and happening. It is proven by analyzing the data. The researcher also had compared with another research. Based on comparing, the result have similarity, but the different object of research. The previous research got in newspaper, but in this research got in novel. Okay, the last conclusion. First material process used in novel, The Chronicles of Narnia, The Voice of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis. Above are 107 processes in total. It means in chapter 12 and chapter 13, 58 processes. In chapter 13 are 51 processes. Okay, the second one, the common of material processes is some both they are come, sail, turn, go, order, begin, trying, flying, steering, bring, left, go, sit, took, and eat. But the most dominant process is come. It appears 8 times in both of chapter. It shows that this process appears more than other process. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you, Mom. I give back to moderator.
Okay, thank you to Meliana who has presented her paper. Thank you very much. So we'll have another presenter. We'll go to Anida Hasibuan to present her paper about debate's ability in writing discussion. So we go on. Buat.
Ernida. Ernida nggak ada dia lagi. Ernida, are you here? Ernida, unmute your voice, please. Ernida.
Oh, di sini fileku. Oh, udah.
Oke.
Ya, halo. Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ernida Hasibuan. Now I'm going to present my presentation on this occasion entitled Debaters' Ability in Writing Discussion Text at English Education Debate Club, Yayan Padang Sidimpuan, period 2019 until 2020. All right. So next, why discussion text and debate, right? This might be the biggest question on your mind, like, why would I do this research? This will be explained in the next slide on the background of the problem. Okay. Problem number 1. Why would I do this research? Because first, it has received less attention, both debate and discussion text. According to my prior research, that only fewer students of in my university did a research on debate, and almost nothing did a research on discussion text. So that's why it is really interesting for me to do research about discussion text. The second one is because debate and discussion text are related. Why is it related in the first place, right? Because debate and discussion text, they serve the same purpose. What is the purpose? The purpose is for delivering arguments on an issue, both positives and negatives. So that's why they are related. And the thing that differs those two is only the media of delivering it. Because we know debate is done by speaking and the discussion text is done through writing. So that is the only difference. Somehow they serve the same purpose, which is delivering arguments on an issue. Okay, number 3 is because they still find difficulty in organizing the ideas. According to the interview I did with one of the debaters, she said that she still has difficulty in organizing the idea. As one of the debaters said, Fitri Hasana, said that they have difficulties in writing discussion text because they should be able to see two sides topic from the text, pro and con, and also give arguments for each side. Because the problem often arises because the students tend to respond to the problem emotively rather than objectively, and the debaters at English Education Club are still lack of reading and vocabulary. The last one is because EIN actively sending students to follow debate competition. Because as I already explained before, how debate and discussion text are related, and how my university actively sending students to follow the debate competition, I'm going to explain later on why is this related. Okay. The next slide we have. Okay. Identification of the problem, limitation of the problem, objective of the research, and formulation of the problem. I'll start off with the identification of the problem right here. The first one is because the lack of reading of the debaters, of course. Next is lack of vocabulary and not enough practice, low ability in organizing ideas, as I said before. Next, objective of the research. The objective of the research is I only want to know how the debater's ability in writing discussion text. The formulation of the problem is how is the debater's ability in writing discussion text. All right, let's jump to the next slide. Here we have, okay, definition of key terms. Okay, I have debaters' ability, writing discussion text, and English educational debate club. Right, debaters. Debaters is the people who communicate by arguing. Ability is a quality, skill, or competence. The next is writing discussion text. So I kind of mixed those two words, writing and discussion text. So the mixing of it will be the process of communicating thoughts and ideas in a readable form that provides to constructive arguments, constructive, pro and con. The next is the English Education Debate Club itself. It's a group from English department in EIN Barang Perimpuan for anyone who likes to think and do hard, because we do think and do hard learning there. So yeah. Okay, now we have in the next, okay, I'll just go straight away. Writing is the mental work of inventing ideas, thinking about how to express them, and organize them into statements and paragraphs that will be clear to a reader. Okay, the process of writing here, we have planning, drafting, responding, revising, editing, and evaluating. So there are some steps before you do writing, because a good writing is done through process. So you shouldn't skip any of these processes. Next is a genre. What is a genre anyway? So genre is the type of or kind of text that has social purpose, generic structure, and language features. You know, without genre, the reader will be confused, like what kind of story that you are reading, what kind of text that you are reading. That's why it is explained here to not confuse the readers about what the text is about. Okay, here we have kinds of genre, story, and factual, because the time is really limited, so I don't have time to explain this in a really long time. So we go straight away to discussion text. Okay, discussion text can be defined as a text that provides you constructive arguments on issue to inform readers about what is being discussed. Let's talk about the purpose. Why is there discussion text to begin with, right? Like why would you bother to write a discussion text? Well, the answer is here because you want to discuss an issue with two different sides of arguments. Okay, the generic structure will be issue, arguments, and conclusion or recommendation. Okay, the language feature. The language feature here is, okay, gender human and non-human, use mainly material, mental, and relational processes, use of temporal and causal conjunctive relation, and use of modality. Okay, the last, it is actually not really, it's not a big deal to talk about this because it's mainly about discussion text, but let's just leave it out a little bit, talking about the debate. Okay, so the purpose of debate is to improve your critical thinking skill, because in debate you do thinking a lot. You have to have a really wide general knowledge. I guess you have to know about everything, because if you do not have a knowledge about it, how can you debate, right? Okay, the speaking skill, of course, in debate you speak. So it trains you to be a better speaker. It trains you to uh, it trains you to, how to say that, to be a good speaker. Okay. Next is writing skill. According to one of an expert, writing skill is really improved in debate because, as stated by Smelko, he said that writing is vital both to construct arguments, cases, and briefs, and also to take notes or flow the debate round, and then arguments made in the round. This will develop students' writing proficiency and let students to build up their argument cogently and effectively. So they are related. Okay, next I have debate achievement, which I'm really proud of because I'm one of the debaters in EAE and Padang City 1. This is what English department has achieved so far. Okay, in 2013, we achieved champion as the third champion of Pioneer in 2013, and in 2017, we have ranked 12 out of 42 pioneers, top 10 best speaker. And 2018, we got 4 rank of PKM Palembang and the 7th best speaker as well. The 2019 is third champion of Sumatran debate and first champion in Festival of Madinah. Okay, next, this will be the result or the research methodology. The design of the research is a quantitative research, is a descriptive research, but collecting the data is using the quantitative style. And the instrument of the research here is test and rubric assessment. I'm going to show you the kind of rubric I'm providing here. Here is the rubric. So I'm scoring based on how good their paragraph is, style, spelling, vocabulary, introduction, how they present arguments, how they conclude their arguments, how the style of their paragraph and the writing style, the spelling and vocabulary. They're all scored here. Okay, the result is, okay, after I did a test, this is what I got from the test. This is overall their score and statistic. So the mean score is 67.08, I'm sorry. Median is 64. The mode is 62. Okay, so I will give a brief. So the conclusion is the ability of debaters in writing discussion text at English Education Debate Club is high because it's higher than 60. So it concludes my research to say that this is high. And let's take a look at this. Who got the high score? It's under the name AP 81. Why he got that high score? Let's see a little bit, just a few seconds. First, in the introduction, he really addresses the problem. Okay, he really addresses the problem over here. How Indonesia has implemented the new normal system, about the COVID as well, because the title is New Normal Triggers the Second Wave of Coronavirus. And the arguments here are really good, you know, and the positive, it's not only one-sided, it's not biased at all. He really provides two fair arguments, positive and the negative impacts. And for the last one is the conclusion. He really elaborates this in a very well-written text. So that's why I give this writing a score of 80. Yeah, 81 according to the rubric scoring. So I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Ms. Adia Hasibuan who has presented her paper, and it sounds interesting. So actually, we have some questions here, but we'll have this. We'll have this moment after the last presentation of this session. So we'll go to the next presenter. We go to Ms. Apriani with the title Synthesizing Strategy to Student Story Comprehension. So, do we have Apriani here? Apriani?
Yes, brother. I'm here.
Okay, take your times.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks to moderator. Eka, would you like to help me to?
Yes. Lanjut.
Okay. Thank you to moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My title is the presentation of my title is the effect of synthesizing strategy to student in comprehension at 11th grade SMA Negeri Penyambungan. The first is background of the problems. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, background of the problems. Reading is the one of the language skill that must be learned by the students of English as a foreign language. Students must make reading is their needed because reading is very important. Based on my pre-research, teaching learning process happen in every school in the world, especially at SMA Negeri Penyambungan. Teaching learning process happen every day in the school. When the teacher reading the classroom, one of the teacher enter in the classroom. The teacher just telling to open the book, write down the passage, and translate, and then collect. The teacher didn't look the true answer from the translation. And after they done the translate the text, the teacher asking to the students to do the exercise in a handbook without explain anything. After doing the exercise, the teacher asked students again to collect their book again, then giving the mark. And from the problems above, the researchers want to solve the problems with the strategy. The name of the strategy is synthesizing. The strategy is will conducted from the theory of the Gerard Gaddafi. From the theory of Gerard Gaddafi, the researcher want to evidence that synthesizing comprehension is effect or not in reading comprehension to students SMA Negeri 1 Penyambungan. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, the second is the identification of the problems. There are identification of the problems at SMA Negeri Penyambungan. The first is students have lack vocabulary. The second, students have lack motivation. The third, students have a good strategy in reading, or they didn't know how the strategy to read. The first is the students got difficulties in reading even though they have read in many years. And the last is students didn't know how to comprehend the text and how to convey the meaning, and they're lost to focus because to talk their friends and feel that reading an interesting activity. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, formulation of the problems. There are three formulation of the problems. The first is how the students reading comprehension before using synthesizing strategy at grade 11 SMA Negeri 1 Penyambungan. The second, how is the students in comprehension after using synthesizing strategy at 11th grade SMA Negeri 1 Penyambungan. The last is there any significant effect of synthesizing strategy to students reading comprehension at 11th grade SMA Negeri 1 Penyambungan. Next, ma'am. Okay, the theoretical of description. The first is of definition reading comprehension. Reading comprehension is a complex skill because it needs other skills such as vocabulary and decoding skills. However, for just read, it is a book without comprehend the meaning or identify the text. We need many vocabularies. So reading comprehension will build up our vocabularies. And definition of synthesizing strategy. Synthesizing is the process of ordering, recalling, retelling, and reacting information into a current whole. In a short way, synthesizing strategy is information plus interpretation that we call synthesizing strategy. Next, ma'am. The next is the procedures of reading comprehension. The procedures of, next slide, ma'am. Okay. There are the procedures of reading comprehension. The first is pre-teaching. The second is while teaching. The third is post-teaching. In pre-teaching, the teacher chooses the topic. The topic is narrative text. The second, the teacher introduces the strategy to students and explain how to use the strategy in narrative text. And while teaching, the teacher reads narrative text. The second, teacher and students look at the cover and prediction is made from explain of narrative text. The third, teacher divides into 6 groups. The fourth, the students discussed about what they know about the text. The last is the students' ideas will share to the others. And the post-test, the teacher and students look back the information from the exam of narrative text and review their ideas before they do thinking change and make sure that they are documenting their own changes in thought. Next slide, ma'am. The hypothesis. There are 2 hypotheses of this research. The alternative hypothesis is there is a significant effect of using synthesizing strategy to students' reading comprehension at 11th grade SMA Negeri 1 Panyabungan. The second hypothesis is null hypothesis. The hypothesis is there is no effect of synthesizing. There is no significant effect of using synthesizing strategy to students' reading comprehension at 11th grade SMA Negeri 1 Panyabungan. Next slide, ma'am. The next is next slide, ma'am. Okay, research methodology. The first is research design. This research is experimental research. The research used to class as an experimental class and as a control class. The sample for the sample in this research, the researcher use a cluster sampling where the experimental class is 11 science 3 consists of 36 students and control class is 11 science 2 consists of 36 students. Instrument. The research use a test as instrument in collecting data. The test is multiple choice test. Next slide, ma'am. Discussion. Okay, the next is discussion text. Discussion, I mean, based on the result of the research has proved what had been stated by Gerard de Duffy said that synthesizing is the most often used after reading, may combine ideas from within a single text. The researcher found that the mean score of the students' reading comprehension before using synthesizing strategy, it was 52.8, and after using synthesizing strategy was 86.04. It means there was significant effect of using synthesizing strategy to students' reading comprehension. The result above supported the previous research by some researchers. The first is Nina Khairanis. The second is Ria Andrianis. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, the last is the conclusion. Based on the result of the research, the conclusion of this research are the first, students' reading comprehension at 11th grade SMA Negeri 1 Panyabungan before using synthesizing strategy was low. where the result of the scores, we can look from the mean score of the pre-test was 52.8. And the second is the students' ability of grade 11 students at SMA Negeri 1 Panyabungan in reading comprehension after using synthesizing strategy had higher scores, when we can look from the mean score was 86.04. And the last, the result, the hypothesis of this research, there was the effect of using synthesizing strategy on students' reading comprehension ability at 11th grade SMA Negeri 1 Panyabungan. The research found that the result of the t-test were the t-count was higher than t-table, where the t-count was 3.056 was higher than t-table, where the t-table is 2.000. So the researcher concluded that synthesizing strategy has an effect has an effect on students' reading comprehension ability. I think enough. I give back to moderator.
Yeah, thank you very much to who has delivered this paper. And I think we'll go directly to the next presenter. We'll go to Ibu Seminda. Do you have Seminda here?
Yeah, sure, I'm here.
This is not clear, but Miss Minda is Miss
Hello.
Minda.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, okay.
And now.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, take your time.
Let me. Okay.
Yeah. Before you begin, yeah, your time is 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Sreminda. Thank you for the moderator for giving me a chance to present my paper today. My paper title is The Effect of Online Learning and Students' Motivations in EIN Padang Sedempuan. Okay, during the COVID-19 pandemic, people are not allowed together in the same place to avoid the coronavirus infections. As the result of this, schools are closed and students do not go to school anymore, and they have to stay at home all the time. In this situation, online learning is the top solution to keep the learning continuity. And of course, the use of technology and internet rises significantly. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this situation cannot be avoided by higher education, especially IAIN Padang Sedempuan. Let me tell you this, as a matter of fact, that online learning it's not really popular implemented in this campus. Many of the lecturers, including me, myself, do not often use online learning as an educational platform, especially for those lecturers who have been taught for more than 20 years. They administered the learning and teaching process in face-to-face classroom, in which the lecturer is explaining and the students are taking some important notes. Because online learning is new trend in this campus, and then also the lecturer and the students, I think, are not techno wizard, so that the online learning is less meaningful, which is reasonable for the students to leave the online classes earlier. From this reality, the researcher thinks that it is crucial to conduct research regarding to the use of online learning to know whether online learning can motivate or even demotivate the students to learn.
Okay. Yes. Okay. The experimental research was carried out in this research, and the students in the second semester of intensive language learning program were the population in this research. To take the samples, the researcher used a random statistical random sampling, and there were 100 students involved in this research. The questionnaire that the researcher used in this research, questionnaire was administered to get the data from the students. And a standard motivation questionnaire was distributed to the samples with 15 questions in it. Likert scale was applied to scale the questionnaire, which is the scale between 1 to 5. To analyze the data, the researcher used statistical Pearson correlation coefficients to get the conclusions. To help the researcher with the statistical computations, SPSS was applied. Okay, look at this. Let me show you this, ladies and gentlemen. This is oh yes, okay. Okay, here is the table of calculation gained by Pearson correlation coefficient with SPSS. Okay. Okay, just hold on. Wait. Okay. From this table, it can be seen that R gain from the computation is 0.156 with the level of significance used in this computation is 0.5, which means two-tailed computations. And the result of computations is 0.156. That means it is lower than our table 0.5. This finding also strengthened by the absence of the symbol star. It should be there is star here. Okay. But if there is no symbol star in the result, so it definitely presents that the correlation is weak. The finding reflects that the online learning doesn't weaken the students' motivation to learn with online learning. In this case, the finding of the investigation proves that the students were not motivated learning with online learning. The failure of this this platform, especially in this case, is not caused by simple problem. Many reasons take place in influencing the motivations regulation. Firstly, because of lack of technological literacy of the lecturer, online learning seems to be monotonous. For example, the lecturers use Google Classroom, Zoom, and also WhatsApp. It seems like there is no creativity in the learning. There is no meaningful content also. So it makes the student feel bored when they have the online classes. With only limited knowledge with the use of these platforms, the teaching was less interactive and not creative. And the second reason making students they're motivated in learning through online system is because and time. A critical disadvantage of using online learning is about cost and time, which fundamentally affect the development of online system. As a matter of fact, most of the students in EIN Padang Sidempuan come from middle low economical financial status, which have not, of course, not much time and also money to get on this learning activity. During the online learning, it could be found that many of the students didn't attend the class because they had no interest in learning. And also they had no enough internet access. Moreover, as they can learn out from the school or campus, many of the students go with their parents to go to the work so that they use their learning time to work. As the result of this, the students were absent during the online class time. And the last reason for this is inadequate internet access. The students in EIN Padang Sidempuan come from different areas in North Sumatra. Many of them living in rural areas, which is far from city. And of course, the internet connections is unstable and sometimes the connection is missing. So sometimes they went to the highest places such as mountains or hills only to get the internet access. And the students did it almost every time, especially for those students in semester 2 in intensive language learning. They have to climb the mountain every day only to get good internet connections. So with all these reasons, the students were not really motivated learning through online learning. Okay, let me conclude my presentations that the success of online learning in higher education relies on the effectiveness of delivery and students' motivation. And interesting online learning doesn't guarantee that the students will be motivated to learn well and vice versa. Many factors which influence the students' motivation in online learning. The motivation of the students is influenced by either intrinsic or extrinsic factors. So what I meant is that there are still some part that I have missed in this in my research. So maybe it's the motivation regulations of the students to learn. It's not only because of these 3 reasons. It can be more than these 3 reasons, but it is a case study in EIN Padang Sidempuan, and I have read many preliminary research that the online learning do motivate the students in learning, but I think it doesn't happen in our campus. I think that's all my presentation. I'll give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much to Ibu Sri Minda for presenting her paper to us. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say that since we have been actually out of the planned schedule, so we'll not have a questions and answers section at this session. So I will give this time directly to the committee to Ma'am Eka Sustri Harida. So everyone, thank you for your kind attention. Mr. Moderator for this session. Ya, baik ya, Pak. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay,
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam. I will continue a
warahmatullahi
little bit for Riandri because the sound of Riandri is not so clear. So, the question I will take one question, yeah, one question from the chat. It is the question for right. Okay. Okay. So, it is about synthesizing. Who is the synthesizing? What, sorry, yeah?
Afriani, ma'am.
Afriani, yeah, Afriani.
Ma'am.
Afriani. The question is from Shirley Aquino. Shirley Aquino. Do you give pre-test and post-test in doing the research, Afriani? So please explain. If you give it, please explain about that.
Okay, thank you to Ma'am Eka. And thanks also to the Miss Shirley. Before that, I use the test and post-test for reading. The first is from the strategy, from the procedure of the synthesizing strategy. From that, we can look that in while teaching, I have before in experimental research, there is a pre-test and treatment and also post. I do the treatment in experimental class, and before doing the treatment, I doing pre-test. The pre-test also I did with experimental class and also control class. And from the result, pre-test in experiment class was 52.8. That's the result of the pre-test in experimental class. After doing the pre-test, I doing in experimental class is treatment. After doing the treatment I do with the procedures of the synthesizing strategy in pre-teaching, while teaching, and post-teaching. After doing the treatment, I do the post-test, and the result of the post-test of the synthesizing strategy was 86.04. That means that synthesizing strategy has proved in reading comprehension. That's my answer, ma'am. I give back to the moderators.
Thank you for Afriani, and thanks for all. Maybe I cannot read all of your question here because the times. Yeah, so actually we should start from the next section with Ma'am Ryan Riani is at 10:10. Now it's 10:28. So the time is for 20 minutes more. So I'm really sorry because I cannot read all your question in textbook, in Zoom, or maybe also in YouTube chat. Okay, now we continue to Ibu Ryan. Ibu Ryan, are you here? Yeah, thank you for Lefriana, Arnida Hasibuan, Afriani Rangkuti, and Miss Reminda. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Next, we come to Ibu Ryan Riani Fahmi. Are you here, Ibu Ryan? Please unmute your voice, Ibu Ryan. Ibu Ryan will guide for 5 presenters. Bapak Irsa Amin, Ibu Sokira Linda Finde Rambe, Bapak Zainuddin, Ibu Fitri Rayani, dan Ibu Lia Rosdiani. Please, the time is yours, Ibu Ryan Riani Fahmi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin. Amma ba'du. First of all, let's say alhamdulillah.
It's so slow, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you make it loudly, please?
Yes. Okay, and then
okay.
Yeah, how about this?
Yeah, it's better.
Thanks God for giving us healthy and time to meet in virtual Zoom today. And then salawat and salam to Prophet Muhammad. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Okay, that brought us from the darkness and the brightness. and then Honorable Rector EIN Padang Sidimpuan, and then Honorable Vice Rector EIN Padang Sidimpuan, and Honorable all the speakers and participants. Hello India, hello Nepal, Egypt, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Philippines, Afghanistan, Australia, and also Indonesia. And the Honorable for our brother and our sister, Mr. Andi Aripan and Ibu Mutmainah. Okay, for this session, we will continue our seminar by focusing to the next great speakers. They are Mr. Isal Amin MPDI, Mrs. Sohira Dinda Finde Rambe MPD, Mr. Zainuddin M. Home, Mrs. Fitri Rayani Sirejar M. Home, Mrs. Liah Rosdiani Nasution MA. All of them are teachers of TBI except Mr. Irsal Amin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the first speaker, Mr. Irsal Amin MPDI. He is the only one Arabic lecturer that joined this seminar. Okay, and then for this time, he will present his paper, talk about online learning and language development center. Go ahead, Mr. Isal.
You
Time for
can
you
combine
10
maybe with
minutes. Okay.
Arabic and English.
Yes, Arabic teacher. Great speaker. Okay. Time is yours, Mr.
Your voice, please, Pak Irsal. You still unmute, please. Unmute by your answer. Pak Irsal, unmute the voice. Pak Irsal. Pak Irsal.
Okay.
Nah, lagi dicoba, Ibu. Lagi dicoba.
Yes.
Oke, Pak Irsal.
Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Man la nabiyya ba'dah. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. I want to try. I follow your conference, but I think the language is same. English language or Arabic language or French language, I think the language is same. So, alhamdulillah, I say thank you to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has given to me time and then healthy and knowledge. I hope our event no obstacle. And then salawat and salutation to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam who has educated and liked human life. I would like to thank the moderator who has given to me opportunity to presentation my paper. So maybe my language different from your language because I am not English language major. So I want to try. My name is Irsal Amin Siregar. I am lecturer Arabic language in Padang Sidimpuan. I want to presentation my paper in the title Online Language Learning. Online language learning at Language Development Center Yayan Padang Sidimpuan. So where's my slide? Where's my slide? Yes. Ini udah masuk belum? Udah. Okay. You know, the pandemic changed learning activity from school or from campus to house. The lecturer from house and student in house. So not directly learning. Adi Wijaya, he is rector University, Telkom University in Bandung, said 7 7.5 million students and nearly 45 million elementary and middle school students learn from home. I in English language or Arabic language so different from learning of general. In English or in Arabic or in a language learning, that there are speaking of our language potential. So how to teach, maybe we are a lecture how to teach the student in speaking on reading on writing. And then what is research problem? The research problem in my paper is what kind of online learning platform do the lecturer and student. So in learning online, we choose more platform to do class in online learning. And then what is problem in lecture and then in student during online learning? On my paper, maybe we find out what kind platform and then what is problem in online learning. Related literature, Saifuddin said in Al-Bazazi Al-Mahri Al-Matari, states that the role of learning is to increase learning creativity because it gives students the potential to communicate with lecturer, colleagues, and access to more sorts of subject matter. And then Sang, e-learning in the most idealist position is a complement to conventional classroom face-to-face or direct learning, meaning that is often to replace its position. And then Latif said, e-learning or traditional learning should perform three aspects, namely goals, our aim, and then process, and then evaluation. So online learning, our direct learning, we do three aspects. And then what is method of my research? This research is qualitative descriptive study with a total subject of 178 students and lecturer in IAIN Parangsidimpuan Language Development Center for last academic years. Technique in determining research subject by random sampling from among students and lecturer of Arabic and English. The research instrument were questionnaire, online learning screenshot document, and then final grade of language student. To analyze the research, the researchers used a narrative data presentation technique to produce research conclusion. And then to find out the reality of online foreign language learning at IAIN Parangsidimpuan Language Development Center, the researchers gave a questionnaire to 178 informants, our subject consisting of lecturer and student at four faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Faculty of Economics, and then Faculty Dakwah and Communication Science, and then Faculty of Sharia and Law. So all the faculty in our campus. The composition of subject from the lecture 40.2%, and then from the student 84.8%. So what the find of my research? Result one, the application from my research, from my research, we know the application used the lecture and student in online learning was up in Google Classroom. I think more application, Zoom and other, but in our campus WhatsApp and Google Classroom. So WhatsApp, 70.2%, and then Google Classroom, 29.2% using WhatsApp. So WhatsApp and Google Classroom, I think this traditional application, but this is reality in our campus. And then what's the result? The result, this is based on the finding in the research questionnaire, namely 82.2% carried out learning with a spaced order and time. The obstacle in online learning in the inadequate internet network from home, and then losing the internet quota, meaning that the stability of the network is most student is areas with full signal, namely 54.8%. From the result, what is the conclusion? The conclusion for my research, many education experts say that online learning is the reality for future learning. We know online learning is a reality of future learning. Many public and private campus in normal time have generally required 60% direct learning or face-to-face learning, and then 40% online. Learning in general is understandable but different from language, especially at Ian Parangsi 1. Online language learning is carried out using the Google Classroom application and WhatsApp. Online learning in Ian Parangsi 1 environment has not been effective because of the condition the student resides that has not been supported by an adequate internet network, so that face-to-face learning is something that is needed. And one of the biggest problem in the inadequate of the goals of language learning, especially in listening and speaking competence. This is maybe for I say thank you to all presenters in Conference International. I say thank you to moderator.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Irsal presentation. I think it's very great presentation. And then for the next presenter, come to Mrs. Sohira Linda Finderambi MPD. She has graduated from Padang State University, and next for the postgraduate, she continued his study for Indonesian Education University, and now she is a lecturer at TBI EIN Padang Sidimpuan, and now she will present the title Assessment Techniques for Fostering Online Learning. Okay, Mrs. Sohira, time is yours now, and then you have 10 minutes. Okay, time is yours, Mrs. Hello?
Yep, hello.
Okay, time is yours, please.
Is my voice clear for you all?
Yes, I think it's clear. But
Okay.
still agak serak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, participants and also speakers. Let me introduce my name. I'm Sokira Linda Vinderam BMPD, and I'm one of the lecturers at English Education Department, the Institute for Islamic Studies, Padang Sidimpuan. And I'll try to discuss my previous research paper, to be honest, that's related to the assessment techniques for fostering online learning autonomy. Well, the objectives of the study is actually to determine techniques or kinds of assessment used by the lecturers, in this case English Education Department lecturers, in fostering students' learning autonomy in online instructional classes. Well, before going on very far on the discussion, let me talk a little about the background of this study related to the ineffectiveness of the assessment. It means that sometimes assessment has lots of problems like the tendency of the students to do cheating and plagiarisms during the online learning, and also sometimes students also do wrong identity verification. It means that asking their friends or their colleagues or their family members to do the test for them, and also the impossibility of to do face-to-face interaction between teachers and the students, and also the students with the students. And last challenge is also related to the teachers feels difficult to assign students to do group assignment because the student study from their homes. So regarding those difficulties, so there is in this case a fact that the students will do the task or the assessment by themselves. It means that doing the task individually. So that's why MISIR 2018 urge you for the fact that students' learning autonomy is really required in this case. So that's why this study is conducted. Well, regarding the ways how to scaffold or how to improve the students' learning autonomy during the online learning, there are some experts' opinion. In this case, I will try to take from RIP 2013, and I conclude that from his opinion that developing learners' autonomy can be by asking them to do such kind of task that include them in their daily life or authentic learning environment. So it means that asking them to practice their knowledge is basically the principle to support their learning autonomy in this case. Well, there are many experts' opinions related to how to foster learning autonomy. One of them is the use of technology and media, which in this case, the use of online learning using Google Classroom or using WhatsApp or many other technologies. It's also already one of the ways. And the second is including the content of problem solving in the assessment or in the task is also one of the ways. And last one is the use of portfolio self-assessment is actually the main discussion of this study. It means that using more than one technique is very important to help the learners to become independent during the learning. Yeah. Regarding the assessment techniques, there are many experts at you for these techniques, which you can see in my slide. And some of them will be discussed as the findings actually at the end of this discussion. Well, this study was actually qualitative research that was conducted at English Education Department, who 10 lecturers were chosen and interviewed in this case. And of course, the data is a kind of qualitative data analysis in which I described and I elaborated those data in detailed ways. Yeah, now let's come to the findings. Regarding many kinds or many techniques assessment that I have mentioned before, and you have seen in my slide, there are only 6 techniques of assessment that the lecturers in English Education Department in IAIN Padang Sidimpuan applied. Almost, I mean that all respondents or all lecturers applied portfolio in this case, which means that, wait for a while. Yeah. The teachers used or applied more than one technique of assessment. For example, the lecturers who teach teaching media subject applied 4 kinds of assessment. Number 1 is online presentation as weekly assessment, and summary writing as weekly assessment also, and problem solving as weekly assignment. And the last, for midterms and final tests, the lecturer assigned the students with a performance task, in this case multimedia presentation. and go back to the findings again. Well, performance task or practice tasks or asking students to practice their knowledge is also very favorable in this case, in which 8 respondents or 8 lecturers used this one previously when they did online learning, and it was used for assessing students' mid and final tests. And number 3 is multimedia-based assessment. In this case, it covers instructional video like the online presentation, multimedia presentation, and also web-based presentation. Regarding the use of instructional video, in this case, the lecturer said that the students are asked to record their activity or to record their task. For example, in teaching media subject, the students are assigned to do online presentation in which it means that the students did the presentation at their homes and they record using video and then they send it to their teachers. While and also some of the students, I mean that the students who were asked to have multimedia presentation because it's related to the teaching media in this case. And of course, the teacher also used teaching practice, which is related to the use of media in this case. And the fourth technique of assessment is also related to discussion and problem solving. In this case, it's used as weekly assignment, which is in this case, discussion and problem solving is very, very important to be done in the classroom, because through discussion and problem solving, the teachers can pose some issues related to subject matters and ask students to give comment or critiques in order to see students' participation during the online learning, because in online learning, the teachers sometimes are not familiar with the students' capabilities. So that's why by using or applying discussion and problem solving every week or every meeting, the teacher can know which students are high capability and which students are low. Yeah, next, the fifth techniques that were used by the lecturers also. 3 lecturers used writing summary, essay writing, and diary writing. Essay writing or diary writing is regarded very important also because it's a kind of self-reflection for students. So by reading their diary, the teachers can know in which part, in which materials they are good and in which material they are not good. And also the students can see something, or they can reflect by seeing, reporting what they have and they haven't learned from the materials.
Mrs. Pinde?
Yep.
Okay, please faster because your
time
just 1
yeah,
minute.
this is the last discussion. Sorry. Well, regarding the findings that I had mentioned before, there are some researchers who have done research related to that discussion also, like this portfolio is very important because it can include students' achievement and so as a record of their learning process. And also this the use of problem solving is also very good, like you can read in my slide. And also the use of performance and practice tasks is really suggested because turning students into teachers is the best way to produce and assess learning. Well, so at last I can conclude that there are many effective and ineffective techniques of learning assessment. So for teachers, it's very important to choose which one is effective for their students because they are the one who knows their students best in this case. So in this case, it's really suggested for the teachers to choose the effective techniques that can lead students to become autonomous. It means independent in learning to solve the problems that I have mentioned in the background. Well, thank you very much for this session. I'm really sorry if you find some mistakes during my discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you so much for Mrs. Sohira Linda Finderambi MPD. Actually, there is someone, I think Mrs. M. Akalarina, is it right? From Philippines maybe. Say, give you time to Miss Pinde, okay? And then for the next presenter, should be continue to Mr. Zainuddin. Hello, Mr. Zainuddin. Hello, Mr. Zainuddin. Hello, Mr. Zainuddin. Where are you? I think Mr. Zainuddin has joined with us, but I don't know where is he now. Hello, Mr.
Yeah,
Zainuddin.
Ade is being here.
Yes, I see him here, but I didn't see. Oh yes, Mr. Zainuddin, this is your time. Okay.
Pinde, close your PowerPoint, please, Miss Pinde.
Okay, Miss Pinde, please close your PowerPoint. Okay, for this time, Mr. Januddin is one of the English teacher at English Department of Teacher Training Faculty, and then also he graduated S1 and S2 from State University of North Sumatra, and then for this time, he will present about literature. Time is yours, sir. You have time 10 minutes. Hello, Mr. Z. Hello, Mr. Z. Connecting to audio. Mr. Z, connecting to audio. Okay.
Halo member.
Yes, please. Time is yours now.
Assalamualaikum men.
Yeah, for all.
Assalamualaikum men.
Yes, Waalaikumsalam. You present you can present your paper now.
Me.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umurid dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala is the greatest owner of the praises in the world. The second, everybody in the world, okay? At the end of the day or in the judgment day, would ask and beg for helps from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That is why I do suggest us everybody to recite as many as possible, as much as possible. As-salawat wassalam, like Allahumma Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. And then the next, being a human being, I will be a good human being for Allah if I thank human being else. That is why for the first time I would like to thank and my great honor to Director of Padang Sidimpuan State Institute for Islamic Studies, Professor Dr. Ibrahim MC, a part of us in this seminar. And then, of course, vices of Director. I would like also to thank you all. And then the next, I would like to sincere my best gratitude to the chief of the committee, Ma'am Eka Susri Harida, MPD, okay, to make it possible happen the seminar today.
Yeah.
And of course, the okay, who make it possible today. And then the next, professors, doctors, masters, linguists, overseas and even local lecturers, okay, my big appreciations and greetings to all of you to be a part of this international seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, audiences of international seminar, okay, I'm really pleased to be with you together in these golden occasions. I would like to present you about Al-Mulk, 67th surah of 115 surah in Al-Quran. In linguistics perspective, the pronoun study. Everybody, for the first time, I would like to say you that Al-Mulk Surah contains of 30 verses. Okay. And then I would like to analyze this surah. Okay. Based on Alex and Murphy's notions. In their English grammar book, they divide pronouns into 7. The first is personal. Personal becomes subject of the sentence, and the second is personal pronoun becomes an object of the sentence. And then personal pronoun becomes a subject possessive of the sentence. And then the last is personal becomes object possessive. And then the second kind of pronoun is demonstrative. The third is relative. The fourth is interrogative. The fifth reflexive. The sixth indefinite. And the seventh is reciprocal pronoun. Those are nouns that I want to see from this verse, Al-Mulk. And then here, after doing this study, of course, I have to master Arabic study. That is why in this, pronouns equals with domir in Arabic. There are 14 domir in Arabic, or 14 pronouns in Arabic. And another 14, we call this domir muttasil. Okay, those are informations I got it from Qasim Sulaiman in his book Pramasastra Arab. Let's check directly to the data in Al-Mulk first. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Tabarakalladzi biyadihil mulku wa huwa ala kulli syai'in qadir. Tabaraka, we can see inside of this word, okay, there is no at all pronouns, and even in Arabic. But of course, looking at only surface, there is not. But in a deep surface of the word, we can find, okay, huwa becomes a pronouns. Okay, huwa becomes a pronouns in Arabic because of the word is written in verb past or in the past verb. We call this in Arabic fi'lul madi, tabaraka. Okay, virtually inside of this word, there should be a pronoun. Okay, and the pronoun is zero pronoun. Okay, zero pronoun, but there should be exist, and the pronoun is huwa, or the domir is huwa. Okay, and then in English we can find he, or subject personal pronoun. Alladhi in Indonesian expressions we mean it yang. Yang in English pronouns we have relative pronouns. Okay, yang. And again, it is not or it is not appeared on the word. Okay, that is why we call this the understanding of the deep structure of the word. And yes, it is. In the deep structure of the word, yes, it is. Okay, what is the pronoun? The pronoun is someone, could be someone. That is why it is relative pronoun, or who. Okay, and then biyadihi. Okay, biyadihi. In this word, okay, we can see in the end of the word, there is a letter who is a reflection of or a representative of pronoun or domir huwa. Domir huwa. Who in the end of the word biyadihi is a representative of domir huwa, or in English pronoun subject pronoun he. Okay. And then al mulku. Okay. Okay, we pass it. Wa huwa ala kulli syai'in qadir. Wa huwa in Arabic study we say that domir huwa. Okay. In English, of course, it is subject personal pronoun huwa, he. And then ala kulli. Kulli is indefinite pronoun. Indefinite pronoun. Indefinite pronoun means that the pronoun itself is not exists clearly, but of course there is. Kulli means atas segala. Okay, to make it really clearer, okay, with this word Arabic kulli, we can have a questions like ayu kulli, ayu kullin, ayu kullin. Okay. Atas segala apa. That is why because of it is still in questions, we can say that in Arabic pronoun, in English pronoun, it is indefinite pronoun. And shay'in as well as kulli, shay'in is a kind of indefinite pronoun too. Indefinite pronoun too. That is why in Arabic we call this zero domir. Zero domir. Okay. The domir is not really exist, but yes, it is. Okay. Qadirun. Okay. Qadirun. Okay, now we pass it. And then the next verse is Allazi khalaqal mauta wal hayata liyabluwakum ayyukum ahsanu amala wa huwal azizul ghafur. Allazi. Allazi in Indonesian expressions again and again means yang. Okay. In English grammar we say that relative pronoun. Relative pronoun. Okay. And in Arabic, okay, in Arabic we say that domir zero domir. Zero domir. But of course, there is a pronoun inside of this word in Arabic, but it does not exist. We call this deep structure word, okay? Unexist. But yes, it is. Khalaqa, khalaqa. Khalaqa means in Indonesian
Okay,
expression
Mr.
is...
J, can you make it faster because time?
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. And then I go to the conclusions.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Okay, there is a specific characteristics in Arabic study. In a word, we can find two pronouns. In a word, we can find two pronouns, in which we cannot find in English. Okay, at least after the study, okay, me myself can find that there are words in which we can find inside of the word in Arabic, okay, based on the al-muluk first, okay, two pronouns. The second verse, we can find two pronouns. The first is personal plus object, and then the second is relative plus personal. The second verse, okay. Allazi khalaqal mauta wal hayata liyabluwakum. The word liyabluwakum in this verse, the second verse of Al-Muluk Surah, liyabluwakum, it contains of two pronouns. The first is huwa domir, okay, which is representative by ya letter in the word yab of pronoun or domir huwa, and it is a representative of he subject pronoun. And then kum is a representative of domir hum in Arabic, and as well as a representative of them object personal pronoun in English. Okay, and then okay, the next, the fifth surah in Al-Mulk, we can find still one word contains of two personal pronoun. Okay, the fifth verse. Okay, Walaqad zayyana sama'ad dunya bimasabiha wa ja'alnaha rujuman lisyayatin wa a'tadna is the word, okay? Contains of two pronouns. Look at a'tadna. The letter A before ain, okay? It is a representative of personal pronoun I, okay? In Arabic, ana. In Arabic, we can say domir ana. And then in the end of this word, na, it is a representative of domir nahnu in Arabic, and as well as a representative of personal pronoun we, in English. Okay, this is a specific in Arabic, okay, which we can find, we cannot find in English. Okay, and then at the 8th verse, we can find three words. Three words indicate that inside of them two pronouns. Okay, let's check the first word in the 8th verse of Al-Muluk. The 8th verse of Al-Muluk. Takadu tamayyazu minal ghaizi kullama ulqiya fiha faujun sa'alahum khazanatuha alam ya'tikum nadhir. Okay. Takadu tamayyazu minal ghaizi kullama ulqiya fiha faujun sa'alahum. The word sa'alahum. Of course, we can, if we see from, okay, the classification of the word, in English, we name it fi'lun madin or past verb.
Mr. J, Mr. J,
Yes,
can you
ma'am.
read the conclusion,
Yes.
please? Just the conclusion, because time.
Okay. 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 In the end, I would like to say that there are a number of pronouns in Surah Al-Mulk. I could find 202 pronouns in Surah Al-Mulk. 202 pronouns in Surah Al-Mulk, in which we can say that personal pronoun as subject 122 number, and then personal pronoun as object 35 pronouns, and then personal pronoun as subject possessive 11 pronouns. And then I even do not find or did not find the personal pronoun as object possessive. No, object possessive is like mine, yours, okay, theirs. Okay, I cannot find in Arabic, specifically in Surah Al-Mulk. And then demonstrative pronoun, I could find this 4. And then relative 9, interrogative 11. And then at reflexive pronoun, I did not find at all the reflexive pronoun in Surah Al-Mulk. This is why it is 0. Indefinite, I found it 10. And then reciprocal pronoun, I did not find reciprocal pronoun. Reciprocal pronoun is like one another or each other. One another, the use of this pronoun, this kind of pronoun is for plural. I mean, for more than 2 people. Okay. And then each other, it is used for 2 only people in the discussions or in speaking. This is all, ma'am. Rayandriani, thank you for the time. I return the time back to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Zainuddin that give a great presentation for us. And then I think there are many chat that say that your presentation is very good. Okay, and now there is a chat from Miss Fitri Rayani said that her signal is bad. So how if we discontinue to Mrs. Leah? Mrs. Leah?
I'm here, Ma'am Ryan. I changed.
You can do it? Okay. No, Miss Leah. We continue to Miss Fitri Rayani. Okay, this is our next presenter. Is this Mrs. Fitri Rayani Siregar M. Home. She graduated from University of Muhammadiyah North Sumatra and then continued to the postgraduate program at State University Medan. And now, yeah, she is English teacher and also the chief of English Education Department Teachers Training Faculty. Okay, for this time, she will present about students' challenges in online learning. Okay, Mrs. Fitri Rayani, time is yours now, and then you have 10 minutes for presentation.
Okay. Thank you, my little sis. I'm sorry, I have a bad connection. I move the Zoom. For Memeka, please, you share my PPT. Okay, please help me. Okay. Yeah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks for the great chance for me. In this chance, I want to present the students of English department challenges in online learning. Next, Memeka. Yeah, as we know, in a COVID pandemic, all the university and Indonesia must follow the regulation from the government in online learning. A proposal solution in the strategy. And next, all the lecturer here encouraged to follow the ICTS, Information Communication Technology. In English Prodi, many students report their problems, especially in a bad connection in internet. And this situation and the phenomena, we as in Prodi, interest to search about the challenges for the students in online learning. Next, Eka. Yeah, okay, next. Yeah, this is all the regulation I take from so many Minister of Religion, circular letter, all the regulation for the governments bring up all the ethic, follow this regulation to online learning, start 8 meetings in the semester, 8 meeting until the 6th meeting, the processing learning process in the semester do in online learning. Okay, next, ma'am.
Bapak Ardi itu, Bu.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Ardi. Now, a focus of the study. Yeah, I want to refer the challenges page the 4th semester and 6th semester student of English department by learning doing. Then what are the most challenging upon by them? Okay, Ardi, next. Yeah, research question. I have a 2 research question in this research. What are the challenges faced by the students of English department in online learning? And the second, what challenges are the most found by the students of English department in online learnings? Okay, next. Okay, next, Ardi. Yeah, now we talk about the some theory of the student challenges. The situation of being faced by the students with something that needs great mental or skill effort in order to be done successfully and therefore test a person's ability and online learning. Definition of learning here, as we know, the use of ICT to deliver education and training to learners. It's more accessible and improve the quality of the education. Like and the TBI Frodi, the lecturer used the Google Classroom, WhatsApp, and Zoom. But yeah, we see all the problems here later. Next. Now, this is all the student challenges I take from the Ahmad Ufai and Mr. Ramurola. They are 12 technology, we can see in the our sheet, bandwidth, papyrus, faculty, quality, lecturer, qualified, anti-comfort literation, students, motivation, admit, I'm sorry. Yeah, this, okay. Now, language and technology. There are 12 the challenges, and it make for guide me to make an interview. Okay, Ardi, from the 12th, the theoretical, I make the interview, and the research methodology in qualitative research. I share the interview in the fourth semester and second semester. Participants 4 and 6 by doing WA groups. Yep. Look, next section. Yeah, look at this is the phenomena. The students is a very hard to find the access internet isolated area. This is the finding from the 10 question. The first finding, the student is a very hard to find the internet. Next, this is the finding, the lecturer qualifies. Students don't understand the content. Students read, yes. This is normally, I mean, this is the first time for the specially lecturer in TBI to this online learning. This is the second one, finding. Okay, next. Yeah, this is one. The next finding, students heard the cell phones, students are out of the box, not available to get internet access. As we know, the students from the TBI programs, it's come from the, how to say, in this hard to get the internet access. Yeah, Ardi? Now, yeah, this is one, the point on the challenges speech by the student of English department in online learning. This is, we share the about the technophobia, like for the lecturer qualified in technology integration and maintenance and technical problems. Next, this is the results answer from the interview from the students. This is the 4 parental equipment, computer jargon, internet of access. Next, I found this before the I found out from the theoretical. There are the other social media interruption, lecture score given is unfair. Next, and out of schedule. Yeah, now this is the answer. The most challenges are the most found by the student of English department in online learning based on the interview, from the most student to the lower. Yeah, the first, yeah, as we know, lack of the teacher, lecturer qualified in technology integration, lecturing to mistakes, content, sorry, no feedback and no conclusion. And the second one, and quality of access to the internet, bandwidth, and cognitive issues, low network, isolated area, yes. Like the situation now, we feeling in the Zoom now, like this, raining, and the number 3, course, data, or credit book. Next, insufficient time, no time management. This is maybe come from the lecturer. Sometimes the lecturer promise this time, but out from the time management. Next, student motivation. Yeah, sometimes in the learning situation in learning, the student can make social interaction, some discussion, but in online learning, they only just see the Google Classroom where there is no interaction there. Now this is lecturer, there are lecture score given is unfair. Yeah, this is the answer from the students. There is no lecturer disposition on what the student challenging space. There is no connection between material and text. And the last, cell phone brains are out of the box. Okay, next. Now, yes, this is a conclusion. It's clear that the lecturer have to be more and more improve their integration in teaching and learning and IC tools in order to enable students to perform much more powerful tasks and be much more productive, to reduce, even take out all the challenges pitched by the student and they get the material given well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion. The results of this research is very useful to report as the TBI. Now I as a chief English department, and all the research related to the online learning is very important for our faculty as they report the situation now. Okay, Ma'am Ryan Randriani, thank you very much for this section. I beg to the beautiful moderator. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for our chief. Okay, thank you for brief, short, and clearly presentation. All right, next we will continue to the last speaker for this session. This is Miss Leah Rosdiani, MA. Actually, she graduated from UIN, North Sumatra, and then continue to the postgraduate program abroad. That is University of New Mexico, USA. And then now she is a teacher at TBI program, teachers training faculty. All right, Miss Leah, time is yours now. You have
Thank you
10
so
minutes
much.
for presentation.
Thank you so much to the moderator. First of all, I would like to, I noticed there are some international audience here, and I would like to personally thank you for joining us today. And a special shout out to Mr. Celerina Aquino. I hope you're still here.
Yes.
You're one of our faithful
Celerina Aquino, always active.
participants.
Celerina is
Yeah.
always active with us.
We really appreciate you being here so faithfully. We hope to see you again in our next session. All right, so first of all, my name is Leah Rosdiani Nasution. I'm from Panjabungan, Mandeling Natal, North Sumatra, Indonesia. Today I'm going to be talking about how to leverage digital treasures to boost students' engagement. And this is a wisdom from the field based on my experiences teaching in online learning settings during the pandemic. And just so you know that I'm not actually a language lecturer, I'm an educational psychology lecturer, but I come across a lot of language stuffs during the start of my career at this institution. All right, so let's start with what is student engagement? Why do we need to talk about it? Oh, hold on, I forgot to ask, can everyone see my slide?
Not yet.
Not yet? Hold on. Sorry. Oh, okay. How about now?
Yeah.
Is my voice clear enough? All right. Thank you. So what is student engagement? So first of all, there's no agreed upon single definition of what student engagement is. So a lot of researchers have come up with their own versions of student engagement, but if we are to loosely define it, it's multidimensional, made up of behavioral, emotional, and cognitive dimensions. So for all these times, before 2020, it's always understood that student engagement is a single dimension concept, but now we found out that it's actually multidimensional, meaning that it is the result of several variables contracting with each other. So let's start with behavioral engagement. So a student is considered behaviorally engaged in an online classroom if she can participate, if she can show some kind of participation during the online learning. And positive conduct always can always be an indication of behavioral engagement as well. Concentration, attention, persistence, effort, asking questions, and contributing to class discussions also a good way to decide whether a student is behaviorally engaged or not. And next up, we have dimension of emotional engagement. Emotional engagement is composed of students' attitudes, interests, and values, particularly related to positive or negative interactions with faculty, staff, students, academics, or the institution. And this is according to Fredericks, who conducted the study in 2004. So a student is considered emotionally engaged if they can show some kind of interest in the learning process. And as teachers and educators, sometimes it's very easy to distinguish which students are interested in our learning materials and which students are not, based on their reactions alone. And the next one, we have cognitive engagement. So a student is considered cognitively engaged if they can show some kind of a self-regulation during the learning process. Are they willing to put up some efforts to comprehend the complex ideas that we offer for them to learn? And are they willing to put up some efforts to master some difficult skills? And in language learning, sometimes it can be seen in how students, putting some efforts and attempts to finish some kind of assignments that we give to them. So why do we need to talk about engagement and digital resources? What's the connection? So first of all, as we might all understand, we have been transitioning from traditional learning process and setting to online learning right now because the pandemic hits everyone globally. So we don't really have any other choice other than online learning right now, which basically means that we need to use technology at some point. Why do we need to use the technology? Because technology can help us in building communication and collaboration with students and peers, and also technology can help us provide practice and feedback to our students, and also assist us in providing better instructional designs in our classrooms. And all of this, the goal of the use of online learning and technology is to improve students' learning in general. But in reality, do we actually get to that point? Do we actually get the goals? Well, that's $1 million question that every teacher all around the world has to think about deeply. So, can we guarantee that technology provides success? The answer really depends on how we use the technology. The research has shown that a great improvements in learning based on technology alone is not provided. Also, research has shown that learning is influenced by good instructions method that take advantage of what technologies have to offer instead of the technology alone. So there's no chance for us educators to say that our learning is completely successful because we use this application, because we use this tool, for example. So that brings us to questions. What kind of criteria that we have to use when choosing applications and tools for students' learning? Well, this is just from my experience. I come up with 5 criteria that I set up on my own, but there might be some better criteria out there. It really depends on your purpose, I guess, your goals. So my first criteria is innovation. If an application allows me to provide some kind of innovation, then I will be very likely to use that application. If not, then forget it. The second one, cost. Yeah, we live in an Indonesian setting where internet package is considered something luxurious for a lot of students. I have to come up with this criteria to help my students pick up the applications that are better for them. So cost is definitely a huge consideration for me. If it is not very affordable, then I myself will not use it for my class. But if it is affordable, I will recommend it not just for my students, but for my colleagues as well. And then the next criteria, we have learning curve. Learning curve.
Miss Leah, please.
Yes.
Your time is.
Okay. I only have one slide left. So the learning curve refers to the time that we have to dedicate to learn the use of the application. And then the ease of training, if the application is fairly easy to teach to other students, then I'm going to use it. And the last one is research support. If the application is supported by research, then I will probably use it, as opposed to the ones that are not supported by research. All right, so I have a couple of, I'm just gonna fly. I have a very limited time. These are the tips and tricks that I use to use technology in my classroom. So the 60-second rule, the responsibility rule, the nowhere to hide rule, the MVP rule. I'll be more than happy to provide the slides for anyone who might be interested in knowing what these 4 concepts are. But for now, I'm just gonna close this presentation and give it over to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for Miss Leah Rosdiani MA. And then I think this is the last session and the last speaker for this session. And then I think there is no question.
Oh, Ryan.
Yeah.
If there is a questions, maybe just one question saja ya. Terus our time is.
Yeah, I didn't see the chat for question. Just ask about certificate, just about the time, just like that. There is no question, I think. So we close this session, Miss Eka.
Okay.
Okay, I think
Yeah,
this.
I did not find the question here.
Yeah, I did not find also.
Okay, maybe in YouTube.
YouTube there is.
I don't know yet. I'm really sorry if our friends in YouTube cannot be seen now. Okay, Bu Ryan, maybe lanjut saja.
Okay, I think this is the last presenter for this session, and then should we continue to the next session or we get a rest? Actually, should be my time for presentation after this, and then
Ibu Sri Minda will
Miss
be.
Minda is the moderator.
Okay, wait a moment. I saw the
time.
No.
I think we can use time.
Facebook also in YouTube I also cannot find the question. I'm sorry if okay. Just only for left Jumat. Okay, just come to Ibu Minda. I'm so sorry. The man who do Jumat prayer maybe can leave us for a moment. I'm really sorry that we have two persons again to present the material. Maybe it's just only 10 minutes to present the material.
Oh my God, just 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, yes. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Back to me. Nice to see you virtually in this international conference. My name is Reminda. Let me say mostly thank you for the committee for giving me chance to be one of the moderator in this international seminar today. The Honorable Mr. and Madam presenters and all the participants in this seminar. And first of all, I'd like to welcome you all to this prestigious international conference about revitalizing English and education in new normal era held by English education departments of Tarbiyah and Teachers Training Faculty of State Institute for Islamic Studies Padang Sidempuan. And these occasions, we should have outstanding presentation from the prominent presenters whom I believe shall give us more information for our insights and knowledge regarding to the theme of the seminar. Before we have the presentations, allow me to introduce the speakers today. There are 4 speakers in this sessions. The first is Ibu Rayandriani Fahmi Lubis MAG.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. And the second is Ibu Dr. Lelia Hilda MSc. Are you there, Ibu? Okay. The next is Dr. Haja Asfiati SAG MPD. Okay, I hope she is in. And the last is Ibu Eka Sustri Harida MPD. Okay, good. Yes, let me welcome our first presenters today, Ibu Rayandriani Fahmi Lubis, MAG. She is Chief of Language Department Centers of IAIN Padang Sidempuan, and she is a senior English language lecturer
Wow.
who experts in writing. Everybody, you should know it.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. To be noted, Ibu, you only have 10 minutes to go with the presentations.
Okay, I make it shorter than 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, wow. Okay, Ibu, time's yours.
Okay, thank you so much for beautiful moderator for this
you.
moment. Alright, today, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Okay,
warahmatullahi
honorable,
wabarakatuh.
all the speakers, all the participants, even though from overseas and local participants, and all. Alright, today I wanna present my paper is talk about online class problems in teaching writing during pandemic COVID-19. Right, next miss. Alright, okay, how about my slide? Alright,
Okay, it's visible.
yeah. This one, actually, before pandemic COVID-19, actually, teachers usually teach their students in the class or in out of the class. I teach writing for 4 semester students and also 6 semester students. For 4 semester students, I taught them about how to write paragraph, and then for semester students, I taught them about how to text genre text. Okay, every week we talk about paragraph or kinds of the text. We discuss about it and then do writing task. In this task, would check by their friends. After checking the task, their friends give it to the teacher, and then the teacher check it again and again, like process, revise, and to make the writing text or writing paragraph better and better. But this is the problem. The problem come on March 20 at 2220. Indonesian government forbidden teaching and learning process face to face. We should study online class. All the system in teaching are changed into online. Okay. For this time, Rector IAI and Padang Sidimpuan gave instructions to all of us to do online class. There are many application platforms that should be used for this time, like Google Classroom, WhatsApp.
Ibu Ryan. Iya deh. Itu kenapa diam?
Hello, welcome back everybody. Are you in?
Where is Ibu Ryan? Minda. Dilanjut saja Minda, kalau Bu Ryannya nggak ada dilanjut ke materi berikutnya Minda.
Materi siapa itu?
Hah? Apa?
Materi siapa?
Bu Ryan?
Bulannya mana? Kabur.
Gak tahu, ada di situ. Ibu Minda, maybe you can move to Ibu Asfiati Samad, Ibu Minda, to the next presenter, Ibu Minda atau Ibu Lelia. Iya, Ibu Ryan sepertinya keluar. Ibu Ryan is out from this Zoom, so Ibu Minda, please continue to the next presenter.
Okay, sorry everybody, this is technical errors. I don't know what's happened actually with the connections here. Unfortunately, my connection and also Bu Ryan's connections get lost. I don't know why. And
continue to Ibu to the next presenter.
To the next presenters. Okay, okay.
Yes. Dilanjut nanti.
So to pending Ibu Ryan's Driani presentations. Now we take it over to. Okay. Are you in Ibu Ryan? Yes. Okay. We can meet Ibu Ryan again in this application in Zoom meeting. Okay. Will you continue the presentations again, Ibu?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Good. Now, yes. Go on. Go ahead, Ibu.
Okay. I'm really sorry because I don't know why, and then all of us in this room has loss of internet connection, even though from Wi-Fi or even though from handphone. I like this. For this time where I am, okay. The next ma'am, next. Okay. Well, when using online class, teachers and students found many problems. First is talk about networking. Yeah, networking like have done now. The students, because of COVID-19, most of the students go back to their village, and then there is no internet connection because there is the rural area. So this area, the internet is not accessible. And then also for the next is talk about internet quota, economic problem for students. Difficult to buy internet quota. And then the next self-motivations. Because of this, students find difficulties to manage their motivation. And then changes of learning system. Yeah, changes of learning system in teaching also changes students' motivation. They could not accept the materials directly. They could not discuss with their classmates. They also difficult to practice their writing tasks. All of this make them loss of motivation in studying. Okay, the next one. Okay. Oh no. Before it. And then the fourth is talk about time management. Students find difficulties to manage their time. And then the fifth problem, adapting changes. And then the last, quality of the course. And then for the next, okay. So should we give the solution for the student problems here? For the first, giving motivation to them. And then giving more time to collect assignments. And then adjust material, tasks, and tests with online system. I think that's all my presentation for today. Thank you so much for your kindness, and then thank you so much for your time to join with us today. I think that's all, and then I give it back to the beautiful moderator.
Thank you, Ibu. Can you stop sharing now, Bu?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was nice. presentations from Ibu May. Okay, Lelia.
Okay.
Hi Ibu.
Hi.
Okay, are you ready?
Ready.
Presentations.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our second speaker, Dr. Lelia Hilda MSc. She is the Dean of Tarbiyah and Teachers Training Faculty of IAIN Padang Sedempuan. She is specialized in major of math and science in Tarbiyah and Teachers Training Faculty. Here is come Ibu Lelia Hilda MSc. You only have 10 minutes, Ibu, to go with the presentation. Yes, time's yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
The first
wabarakatuh.
I say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala who has given us guidance, health, and mercy. And salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Okay, thank you to moderator to opportunity to present today. I'm sorry to moderator. I want to talk a few minutes. I want to say thank so much to committee, Mrs. Eka Susri Adida and friends as my beloved students and Mr. Andi Asrifan and Mrs. Mutmaina. I know you have a lot this event. Okay, and especially keynote speaker, there are 11 countries and there are 68 countries to participate. Oh, very, very amazing. And I hope you can come here sometimes. Okay. I continue to presentation about topic assessment and evaluation on online learning. I think very, very important to know assessment and evaluation to aim improving quality online learning next time. Assessment is carried out to determine the extent of student development and learning evaluation to determine whether a learning system is effective or not. And this research I do with my doctor is by Lutfia Sinada. The present and I'll continue. This is Miss Lutfia Sinada. I'm sure, Miss.
Ibu Ananda Lutfia. Okay.
Okay, hello everyone. So now I will present our research and I will tell you all about assessment and evaluation on online learning. So why we take this topic? Because now, as you know, our world is have a pandemic caused by COVID-19, and this is impact in many aspects, not just one aspect, like politics, education, health, economic, and the more terrible is we must do physical distancing. How can we as human destiny to be social being do physical distancing? As much as possible, we do all our activity now is from home, work from home, buy food from home, study from home. Like I said before, this problem is very complex because not just economic to be dealt, but education too. The difference is economic can be dealt within maybe few years, but education is make experience to students, so maybe can impact to outcome for the future because students is part of our new generation. So how the situation right now? This graphic is from World Health Organization. This graphic based on continents. As you can see, this graphic tends to go up until now, and we don't know when this pandemic will be over. So continue this education, we must change offline learning to online learning. But is online learning is effective? So what students do when online learning? These three conditions is become a problem. First they sleep because they don't understand what teachers explain. Maybe they're bored too. Second, they need parents' help because this e-learning is start from primary school, and primary and middle high school don't know what they should learn, what they should read for their study, and they need parents to be a guide. The last is they play a game because they must cope with their boredom like us. We must bored too. We must go outside too. We must hang out too. But we just can't do it from home. And distraction. To access e-learning, the main point is have a network. But in some area, don't have signal like in village. And some people don't, lucky as us, they don't have money to buy quota. They don't have money to buy smartphone. To understand our reset, we must know assessment and e-learning is. Assessment is effort process
There's
to
one
get know
question
and
for
to
you.
know information about student growth, so
There's a question for you from
the teacher can make decision or able to fix process. Example, exam, quiz, giving score, and evaluation. In general, evaluation is the last of the plan, the last of implementation of plan. So this evaluation is to know the effectivity and efficiency, the result of plan, best so they can assess and study the result, progress, and obstacles that they found. Here's the result. As you can see, the value of 5 indicator is still below and not enough to say this is good. Why this happened? Because this condition happened suddenly, and we teacher, student, government don't have preparation to this condition. So we can give the best way to students too. Because and e-learning is not match and come too close to offline learning, so we must find the same activity and efficiency way like offline learning. From the evaluation, we get 95% for of respondent choose direct learning and just 5% choose online learning. Direct learning choose is more higher than online learning. Because like I said before, there are problem and distraction, and this happens suddenly. As teacher, we can use a media that available to like face-to-face, example Zoom, Google Meet, Hangout, and something like that. And maybe divided some student daytime, so the students can go to school directly, but also pay attention to health protocols. I hope this pandemic will be over and we keep healthy and also do a health protocol. Thank you, that's it. Thank you, everyone. Back to moderator.
Okay. Yes, thank you. That was nice, interesting. Thank you. And well, ladies and gentlemen, let us move on to the next presentation presented by Ibu Dr. Hajah Aspiati, SAG MPD. Are you there, Ibu?
Yes, I.
Okay, wow, nice. Okay, Ibu Hajah Aspiati is a Master in Islamic Studies and a lecturer in postgraduate program in IAIN Padang Sidempuan. And as to know, she's now on the way to be a professor soon.
Oh,
wow.
Barakallah.
Amin.
Thanks your
Okay, Bu.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready, Bu, for 10 minutes presentations now?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, good. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Hajah Aspiati. Time's yours.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thanks to moderator, beautiful and clevers, for the chance. And second, the Honorable Rector of IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, the Honorable Dean of English Tarbiyah Program Education, Program Tarbiyah and Teacher Training Faculty IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, is Dr. Lelia Hilda, and last but not least, the Honorable Committee of International Online Conference, Mrs. Eka Sustri Harida. Okay. Please, my PPT, Mr. Ardi.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks all. My topic, COVID pandemic 19 guidings on delivering student to new normal era. This article I didn't say what's problem, but what's the manfaat, what's the new normal, delivering or guidance. Kenapa ini yang muncul?
Lanjut aja Ibu, lanjut Ibu.
Oh,
lagi.
bukan siapa saya. Aduh, oke. Thanks. Okay. COVID pandemic 19 guidance study, student to new normal era. We know the COVID-19 pandemic is standard what that has been included. So, introduction. Students used to conventional college are ready to take advantage of exciting campus of learning online lecture platforms. So, what is the learning platforms? Pandemic COVID-19 use a challenge for innovation in the learning process. So, the student in world in campus Yayan Padang Sidimpuan for innovation in learning process. This learning innovation is the first time that rights for students to do in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic to lead to new life, underline new life. New normal life what students are demand to be safe. So new normal productive student is productive. The pandemic COVID PPT apa slide next Ardi. I'm sorry. We know the COVID pandemic in Al-Quran An-Nahl 16 Allah always creates what you don't know. Semua yang terjadi di dunia ini adalah karena Allah. Jadi come back to history. Come back to history for sahabat Umar bin Khattab. Umar bin Khattab itu says, sit yourself with a sphere about 1 to 1 meter away. Masa Umar bin Khattab juga social distancing is telah terlaksana. So the COVID pandemic new normal life. And then the next, the COVID pandemic, the normal life, we know, kita harus ketahui sesungguhnya if there is a misterm, if it refers to this be fine is manner education when it's come to application. So new normal, next. New normal students, new life, students, a collaboration, technology, Zoom meeting, and can be YouTuber, so student, effective learning technology, and then learning with the system for learning understanding of how students learn and how design effective learning. Teacher and student collaboration and support. World Health Organization health protocol, and in my campus, our campus, their campus environment must be clean. So the next, Asfiati and Ikhwanuddin Pulungan, learning with, learning with, next Adi, learning with the system teaching for learning, understand how students learn and how to design effective learning activities and experience. Students are able to design effective learning activities and experience. The second, whether a producer and consumer of appropriate educational resource, drugs sharing and development, the that student and outcome resort have skill. The third skill is use technology plans, use learning technology in education effective ways. And then the fourth, technology is made effective learning. Yeah, the technology is made effective learning, collaborative sharing, student collaborative in discipline. Jadi new normal, new life, student collaborative in discipline. Student must be aware and have effective appreciation. And then the last, lanjut aja. In the workday normal lecture education activity can be done in various education in network online with an online system. What is online system? All acts of students are involved inward. Open distance lectures, independent study, wide operate, time social, economic are available. Tidak ada batas dan jarak. Selanjutnya, the next revitalizing, okay. The next are the conclusion. Revitalizing English and education on new normal. The first, higher education is obligated to form a team handle COVID-19. In this case, it can be initiated by the student executive council through its ministry. The second calls for provide academic policy and producer in which students report every suspected case of COVID-19, the third not treating positive case as a stigma. 9, okay. The next, health protocol at the lecture sheet to ensure that student lecture and all academics are infected with COVID-19. The entire academic community is obligated to wear a mask since the trip starting from the place of residence and while on campus. If possible, all students are given vitamin C intake programmatically. The campus environment must be clean, especially lecture rooms, libraries, doors and stairs, and lecture equipment that are used together. So, optimizing the circulation of our sunlight into the library and laboratory by clean the AC filter. Provide hand sanitizer with an alcohol concentration of at least 70%. Providing hand washing facility, soap and mineral water, that put of educational poster on how to wash hands properly. Setting the distance between student and lecture at least 1 meter in each lecture activity. The term Umar bin Khattab, sit yourself with a spear about meters away, 1 meter. Okay. Conclusion, normality during and after COVID pandemic 19 for society, namely stay at home, go virtual, empathy society, and guardian of the pyramids. Okay, thanks very much. I hope my article is my presentation used for all, khususnya for diri sendiri. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Damora.
Thank you,
Terima kasih.
Ibu wannabe professor. Your English is not bad. It's great. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
And yes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our last speaker, last but not least speaker, Ibu Eka Sustri Harida, MPD. She's in charge of the Research Development Department in IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, and also she actives in teaching at English Education Department. And fortunately, ladies and gentlemen, she is the boss of this seminar committee who kindly handled this great seminar to become true dream. Okay, Ibu Eka, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, good. Are you ready, Ibu, with
Yes,
10
of course.
minutes
Just
presentation?
the last minute.
Okay, but not the least, okay?
Okay.
Yes, time's yours, Ibu.
Okay, thank you Ibu beautiful moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good day everybody in this Zoom meeting. We have 74 participants in this time, maybe because of some of them have been out for doing Jumat prayer. Okay, the honorable for all of here, for the leaders or maybe the speakers and also the participant and also the committees that have helped to organize this event. Okay, my title is my presentation title is application used in online learning of reading. I mean that what kinds of application or the system that used in online learning in reading comprehensions. Okay, so the framework it will tell you about background, method, description, result, and also conclusion. So next, the background is I will choose because the time, yeah. Background, I have three background here. This is because of the COVID-19. COVID-19 is influence all the process of learning. Yeah. So COVID-19 influence the process of learning in everywhere, including Indonesia. Indonesia from March 2020, it has been influenced. The second is student learning process. Student learning process must be happen, must run, although the teachers or the student or the all of the people work home. So learning process must be done, although it is in pandemic era. Next, the assessment also must be done because the learning process done, the assessment should be done, and it should be done online, of course. Yeah, learning reading, and evaluation must be done online. Okay, the purpose of this is to tell you about the tools and the current application used as a tools for learning English, and learning reading and online learning, and then to explore the effectiveness of or the assessment used in online learning. Next, the method is qualitative. I use document. I use also students, and then also the instrumentation is the researchers key instrument, and then interview from WhatsApp chat and reading test. Analysis data by using reading, coding, grouping, and interpreting. Next, I come to reading comprehension. Reading comprehension is the ability to process the text, to understand the text, to construct the meaning, to integrate what we know and what we read. Next, online learning. Online learning, as said before or yesterday, that online learning is a kind of distance learning. This education in which text part over all the internet process. It is e-learning. It is should be internet-based course. Can be synchronously or asynchronously. Next, come to application and platform in online learning. I have taken from many sources and also from Pak Andi's slide for in last Friday. Okay, there are many applications used in online learning. It can be at Moodle, Periscope, Scholar, Moodle, Versa, Kazana, Feedback, Group Telegram, Facebook, Camtasia, WhatsApp, Coursera, Udemy, FutureLearn, and many things. It is a platform or maybe application that can use in online learning, in virtual learning. It can be Power School, Google Classroom, Google Meet, Google Suite, and many things. Yeah, so it is also Zoom, Google Meet. It is learning management system, and also blended learning. Next. What kind of system or application or platform used in online learning in every kinds of education and everywhere and every lab and every location and every area. I have searched for many kinds. There is the application or the platform used in online learning reading is Facebook. It's by Kamarul 2010, Christopher 2010. It means that before coronavirus, it has been used also. But in the coronavirus, it's from Ivan Lavender 2020 and Pavel 2020. And also Zoom from Misa Abdillah and WhatsApp from Susanti, Anduja, and Eka. From Google Classroom also used in reading online learning. It is from this you can see there that it is 2020. So the application that can use also at Modo, Blocks, Email, CISO, Sway, Class Dojo, and many things. It is from Ima Safika Safitri. Next, the finding. What kind of platform that use in online learning in EIN? This is in general in all of areas, and this is in EIN Padang Sidempuan. Application and platform that use in reading online, in online reading learning. In English department is Zoom application, WhatsApp application, and Google Classroom, and also email or Gmail, Google Meet, and also the Lovers SMS. Next, the application that the student mostly like is WhatsApp because it is easy to use. It does not need much data, not need high internet connection. Next is the application that used to evaluate the student reading. To evaluate the student learning in online learning is Google Form. The Google Form is connected to Google Drive, connected to email also. And then WhatsApp and SMS, it is low-tech platform. And then Google Classroom, connected to email. And then the student result in reading is in enough level by using that platform. Next, I will continue to the conclusion. The pandemic changed the system of learning, working, studying, and learning at home. And then when the normal life, in the normal era, I mean, the learning process may be in blended system, combined e-learning by classroom learning. Next, learning reading is done through online learning through many applications and platforms. In EIN Padang Sidempuan are WA, Google Classroom, Zoom, SMS, and Google Meet. Sorry. Learning assessment used by using Google Form, WhatsApp, Google Classroom, Google Meet, and SMS. And then, but I would like to say that non-application is the best one. They have advantages and disadvantages. It depends on the situation and the condition of the student. Like what our presenters before said, that maybe suggest to me that I need to understand my student about with every condition that they have. Okay, what will happen? The process of teaching and learning must go on. The education cannot be stopped. Okay, so education must run, not only work. Okay, that's it about my presentation. Thank you for the
Okay,
attention.
wow.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Ibu Minda.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, Ibu, you are great with your presentations today. No doubt with that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's take it over to the questions and answering sessions. And this session, I'd like to take 2 or 3 questions only. The first questions will be addressed to Ibu Rayandriani Fahmi from Hari Acharya from Nepal. The question is how to teach online class if parents cannot access internet. Ibu Ryan? Okay. I cannot hear your voice, Ibu. Hello, Ibu. Would you like to? Yeah, unmute.
I still close. Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, do you got the questions, Ibu?
Yes, I got the
Okay.
question. First, thank you so much for Mr. Hari Acharya from Nepal. Nice about your question. Actually, this is a problem in our area. Padang Sidimpuan is located far from town, and then also most of our students not stay at Padang Sidimpuan, but they live or they come from many rural areas, and then when the COVID come, so they said go back to their village, and then for this time if there is no network in their village, they move to another village to find the network connection. But if for sometimes for the poor students, their parents can buy internet to them, and actually for according to the rector decision, uh, they can use Google Classroom, they can use WA group, and then
Bu Ryan, can you speak loudly, please?
can
Bu
use
Ryan?
SMS.
Ah,
Okay,
yeah, the mic is
okay.
right.
Can use SMS. How about this one? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Good.
It's
Sometimes
better.
if they can't connect about internet, so yeah, they use SMS to their teacher. But sometimes also, if their parents can't buy internet, actually there are many teacher or there are many lecturers here. They are very kind and they bought the quota to their students. That always happen in our country, especially in Padang Sidimpuan city. It's happened to us in this country. We hope it will be uh, have the solution from our government. Maybe government will give free quota for students. That's all. I think that's
Okay.
all my answer. And then thank you so much for Mr. Hari. I give it back to beautiful moderator.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. Mr. Hari Archaria, does it answer your question? Okay, no response from Pak Hari. Okay, it's okay. Now
Oh, this is one. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah. He responds by
Thank you so
thanking
much,
you.
Pak Hari.
Yeah, okay, good. Now it means that the answer works well. Now the second question goes to Ibu Lalia Hilda. Ibu Lalia Hilda, okay. The question was given by Gestoni Carpio. He's eager to know what is the differences between evaluation and assessment. Would you like to answer this question, Ibu?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So the difference is assessment the way to get data, valuing of the process and how and the way teachers learn. But evaluation is valuing based on assessment. So can make decision by seeing data in assessment. So from our research, we found that that the value of 5 indicator in assessment is to be low. So and the respondent higher choose open learning. Maybe that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nito Carpio, so evaluation and assessments both are extremely different because assessment is the way you give the test to student, and the evaluation is the results of your analysis to the assessment itself. Okay, thank you. I think one more questions come from Bapak Ali Hardana to Ibu
for Ibu
Asfiati.
Asfiati from Ali Hardana.
Yeah, to Ibu Asfiati. And I think I should cover the questions into only one question only. So Pak Ali Hardana asked you about can you make the examples of learning by using
The parent.
technology, especially for elementary school students? Do you get it? The question, Ibu? Halo, Ibu.
Bu Asfiati.
Ibu Asfiati.
Okay, Sri Minda, I'm sorry.
Okay, do you want me to?
Okay, yes. About question for
okay.
Esal. Okay.
Ali Hardana.
Ali Hardana, Ibu.
Ali
Hardana.
Iya. His question? What? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. For video my sister tadi.
Okay.
there are actually 3 questions here, and I think it's better to cover only one question for you, Ibu, because we only have short time for this session. So can you make examples of learning by using technology, especially
Okay.
for primary school students?
Okay. It's my article, never mind.
Okay, good.
Moderator.
It's okay.
Okay. This is
As
Ryan
long as it can be answered, why not?
I'm study English and Miss Riani Fahmi, my teacher.
Wow.
Teacher meets students now.
Yes. Okay. The technology, my article in the learning with EDI system, teaching for learning and understanding. Oh, sebelumnya there was thanks for Irsal tadi ya.
Dana.
Ali Hardana, thanks
Yeah.
for Ali Hardana. About technology in student are able to design effective learning activities and experience. So technology use learning in educational effective ways. Cara yang pertama itu collaborator sharing and exchange one's own educational approach through collaboration. Teknologi in apa ya? It's mean in about apa itu? Google Zoom, Google Cloud.
Wow.
Dulunya, the first didn't know what is the function the apa namanya itu? Function the computer. Student are often try learning, and then student apa namanya? Student find education in technology, in YouTube, in apa lagi namanya itu? In Google Meet, in Google Cloud, in apa lagi? So my English is
it's okay. It's okay, Bu.
I'm sorry, Eka Sustri Harida.
No problem.
Miss Eka, my hero is English language. So in my books, redesign learning education pendidikan agama Islam. The technology can be the technology in student about kata dia the student menjadikan teknologi itu the center of educators, the center of apa namanya istilahnya, the center of skill and autodidak. Belajar sendiri dia kan. The technology for innovation learning process. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Do you have anything to say anymore, Bu?
Okay.
Okay.
Or the conclusion, the use of technology, media, printer, audio, video, or computer to unite teacher and student, collaborator and teacher and student. The technology way communication and between teacher and student. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. So I think the questions from Pak Ali Hardana is more to be answered more practically because
the question needs some stages in using technology, and I think Pak Hali Hardana, you should meet Ibu Haja Asfiati in another room, and anytime that Ibu Asfiati would like to please you.
Thanks
Okay.
very much, Rivinda Mora.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all the questions. And now we come to the end of the sessions. We would like to thank again for all the participants and the speakers today. We look forward to seeing you at the next second plenary session by keynote speakers. Let's have a break time and see you again at 1:20 p.m. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Salam, bye. Thanks very much. Congratulations. Khusus on Mrs. Eka Susti Harida, International Online Conference.
Okay, back to Ibu Eka, the person in charge for
Okay,
this
thank
seminar.
you. Thank you for all of the moderators. We will continue. We will have a break, but this room will always open. Yeah, because we will not close this room, but we will not be with you for a moment. Bukan berarti not being here. Okay, Allah.
Maybe just the video about EIN pada sini.
Sorry. Dia keluar nggak mau diam dia. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to give, as I said yesterday, that for the person who have filled form for giving the questions, we have given it to the speakers yesterday. I have sent last night about for the question to all of the speakers, class speakers. Now I would like to, silakan, thank you. Yang mau istirahat silakan. Want to get rest. I would like to say, although Anissa is not here, Anissa Berliana Dewi is not here, but I want to read all of the question from Bapak Chris, Zito. Pak Chris Zita. Yesterday, Anissa from University of Muhammadiyah Malang asked about what do you think the best way to eradicate the distance learning gap between students living in household with high-speed internet and a desktop or laptop computer, and those who without these essential resources. Okay, the answer from Mr. Chris is, in our school we had identified the learning modality to be used. We considered the capabilities of the student in terms of availability of learning material, such as laptop, tablet, desktop, computers, mobile phone, and internet connection. As with digital capability, we will provide them. So in Philippines, they provide the students with online materials. Yeah, the online material. That is the answer from Bapak Chris. From Ahmad Bayu Aryawan, it is from Kendari, Southwest Sulawesi. Question: was Mendeley assist to our material to make a teaching book course? It will be spread. It will be spared from plagiarism. Researching, the answer is the researching for material on the internet, will help us to make teaching and learning process meaningful. So we should find material from internet. According to Mendeley is a free reference manager system. You can manage your research and showcase your work, connect and collaborate with over 5 million researchers in the world. In this case, we can be able to get material for using in our teaching and create our own version of a book. So Mr. Chris, kita ask you to create your own book, Bapak Ahmad Bayu Aryawan. Next from, panjang sekali. Next from Bapak Mangoki from Christian University Indonesia. Toraja, how do we choose the best media on virtual learning? Please choose appropriate media. Please choose appropriate media. Then there is no particular or exact media that we considered as the best. As I said before, that there is no particular media as the best. Choosing the best, the appropriate media. And the next is Pak Justoni. Pak Justoni is always with us here. How to prepare your school division of this in terms of flexible learning opportunities. Pak Justoni, Mr. Chris, answer your question. As far as preparedness is concerned, I can say that our school division is very much prepared. There have been series of preparations such as meeting, orientation, consultation, and collaboration. So it will be adapted for each school. Each school has its own learning continuity plan. Kan? Okay. And then it also have self-learning modules and also very updated material from the office. That is the answer from Bapak Chris. And next, I will stop here. Next, before 1:20, I will read again about the answer from that have sent by Ibu Maimunah. Thank you very much. See you at 1:30.
Tuh, makan.
Ibu Ryan, bisa dengar suaranya? Nggak ada suaranya. Di ada dengar profil ini ada dengar suaranya. Ada.
Tapi ada nggak pulsa? Oh. Lima telepeta kak maya do konepo kenduam yang di palat-palat soni naro daci.
Ya, ulang dok kondisi sulmi. Naron goyak ruani sulmi. Apa nih bek ini aduh wow. Ima ulang barbada-bada ita gara-gara ni eteng, gara-gara ni harto, gara-gara ni
Dalam bidang pengembangan dan pembangunan kampus, di IAIN Padang Sidimpuan telah dibangun berbagai fasilitas yang mendukung berbagai kegiatan pendidikan, seperti gedung perkuliahan berlantai 3, asrama putri dan putra untuk program unggulan Ma'had Jamiah, minimarket yang menyediakan berbagai kebutuhan untuk mahasiswa, kantor-kantor pelayanan administrasi mahasiswa dan dosen yang representatif, ruangan untuk para dosen tenaga pengajar, jalan utama kampus untuk kelancaran mobilitas lalu lintas, parkir kendaraan roda 4 dan roda 2 yang luas, masjid kampus untuk berbagai kegiatan keagamaan, taman-taman kampus yang asri, perpustakaan dengan koleksi referensi buku yang lengkap, aula yang siap pakai, dan gedung auditorium dengan kapasitas yang besar. Mahasiswa IAIN Padang Sidimpuan berasal dari berbagai penjuru daerah di Indonesia dan mancanegara. Mereka kuliah di IAIN Padang Sidimpuan dengan penuh semangat dan memiliki minat dan bakat yang berbeda-beda. Dalam rangka menunjang pengembangan karakter dan bakat mahasiswa, kampus ini menyediakan berbagai sarana dan prasarana untuk kemahasiswaan, seperti gedung untuk lembaga kemahasiswaan, lapangan olahraga seperti lapangan futsal, volleyball, dan tenis meja, serta berbagai fasilitas lainnya yang dapat digunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan. Setiap mahasiswa dapat bergabung dalam organisasi kemahasiswaan kampus, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, atau komunitas mahasiswa yang mereka minati. Tercatat bahwa sepanjang 5 tahun terakhir, organisasi kemahasiswaan di IAIN Padang Sidimpuan tumbuh dan berkembang dengan baik. Ada puluhan unit organisasi kemahasiswaan, diantaranya Senat Mahasiswa, Dewan Mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, unit kegiatan khusus dan himpunan mahasiswa, serta berbagai komunitas mahasiswa yang terbentuk sebagai wadah pengembangan karakter, berkreasi, berinovasi, dan menyalurkan bakat minat yang bermanfaat bagi masa depannya. Sebagai perguruan tinggi yang memiliki target menjadi Universitas Islam Negeri, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan terus meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas sumber daya manusia ke depannya. Untuk mencapai itu, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan akan terus membuka beberapa program studi baru seiring dengan perkembangan informasi, dinamika kebutuhan masyarakat, dan stakeholder. Meningkatkan mutu pendidikan dengan meningkatkan status akreditasi program studi dan institusi. Meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas publikasi jurnal terakreditasi, menyediakan sistem informasi akademik berbasis online untuk kebutuhan mahasiswa dan dosen, perpustakaan online untuk akses koleksi referensi, rumah jurnal publikasi karya dosen, repositori sebagai media penyimpanan publikasi karya ilmiah dosen dan mahasiswa, serta website yang menyediakan berbagai media informasi update tentang IAIN Padang Sidimpuan. Sejak beralih status menjadi IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, jumlah dosen tenaga pendidik terus ditingkatkan. Saat ini jumlah tenaga pendidik di IAIN Padang Sidimpuan secara keseluruhan mencapai 340 orang. Tidak hanya dari segi kuantitas, peningkatan kualitas tenaga pendidik menjadi hal penting dalam rangka pengembangan kampus ke depannya. Untuk itu, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan telah memberikan kesempatan yang luas kepada para dosen tenaga pendidik untuk melanjutkan studi ke jenjang strata 3. Meningkatkan kualitas penelitian, pengabdian masyarakat, dan publikasi jurnal bagi dosen yang diselenggarakan oleh Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Masyarakat. Melaksanakan kegiatan dosen berbasis academic recharging dengan kegiatan pelatihan untuk dosen, konsorsium keilmuan, dan workshop tentang pendidikan dalam rangka meningkatkan wawasan keilmuan para dosen. Dalam memberikan pelayanan prima kepada para mahasiswa dan dosen, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan mengedepankan nilai-nilai tata kelola yang efektif, efisien, dan akuntabel. Dengan demikian, penguatan tata kelola administrasi adalah suatu keharusan bagi IAIN Padang Sidimpuan. Secara internal, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan telah melakukan reformasi struktural yang good governance. Saat ini, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan memiliki 166 tenaga kependidikan yang aktif bekerja untuk meningkatkan pelayanan administrasi untuk berbagai kepentingan kampus secara internal maupun eksternal. Ada petugas untuk menata dan meningkatkan kebersihan lingkungan kampus yang lebih baik. Ada juga petugas keamanan yang menjaga aset-aset kampus sesuai dengan standar keamanan. Kemudian ada tenaga ahli bidang IT yang menjaga layanan jaringan dan akses internet. Terdapat juga tenaga administrasi yang ahli dalam memproses berbagai kebutuhan dokumen secara efektif, dan juga tenaga ahli laboratorium yang memiliki semangat bekerja dalam memberikan pelayanan, serta unsur pimpinan dengan segudang ide dan gagasan. Hal ini karena YIN Padang Sedimpuan yakin bahwa dengan terus belajar dan berbenah diri akan mampu memiliki kualitas perguruan tinggi yang baik sehingga melahirkan lulusan yang berkarakter, cerdas, berintegritas. Sebagai lembaga pendidikan Islam terdepan di kawasan Tapanuli bagian selatan, YIN Padang Sedimpuan telah membangun kerjasama di dalam dan di luar negeri. Kerjasama di dalam negeri telah dilakukan MOU dengan pemerintah daerah kawasan Tapanuli bagian selatan, kerjasama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi, kerjasama dengan berbagai instansi pemerintah dan perusahaan. Kerjasama luar negeri di kawasan Asia Tenggara telah dilakukan dengan berbagai lembaga di Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, Singapura, dan Thailand. Keberhasilan kampus YIN Padang Sedimpuan dalam menerapkan pendidikan dapat dilihat dari program unggulan Ma'had Jamiah, sebuah program yang menggabungkan antara konsep pendidikan di pesantren dengan konsep pendidikan di kampus. Konsep pendidikan integratif ini merupakan bentuk pengembangan pendidikan yang kondusif bagi para mahasiswa untuk lebih fokus pada pengembangan karakter, pendidikan Al-Quran, penerapan bahasa Arab, dan bahasa Inggris sebagai basic skill bagi mahasiswa. Para mahasiswa alumni dari Ma'had Jamiah telah terbukti banyak meraih prestasi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Keberhasilan ini terlihat banyaknya mahasiswa yang telah mengikuti event-event bertaraf nasional dan internasional.
Kesan saya bahwa fasilitas yang tersedia di sini sangat menarik, cukup lengkap, khususnya bagi kebutuhan mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang ingin belajar Islam, termasuk mempelajari bahasa Arab maupun bahasa Inggris. Dengan adanya asrama yang sedemikian lengkap ini, asrama putra maupun asrama putri, tampak sekali bahwa mereka, para mahasiswa baru dipersiapkan untuk meningkatkan keilmuan mereka, pengetahuan mereka, dan juga skill bahasa mereka. Fasilitas yang saya lihat di asrama, baik putra maupun asrama putri, fasilitas yang sangat memadai untuk sebuah komunikasi, interaksi yang sangat baik, sehingga meningkatkan kecakapan bahasa mereka, baik bahasa Arab maupun bahasa Inggris. Harapan saya bahwa pola-pola seperti ini dapat diterapkan juga di beberapa YIN lain, sehingga bisa menciptakan sebuah masyarakat akademis di kampus yang siap untuk menghadapi tantangan globalisasi maupun juga ilmu pengetahuan yang semakin kompetitif di masa depan. Ini adalah sebuah terobosan yang sangat memperhitungkan kebutuhan mahasiswa itu menghadapi tantangan bersaing di mancanegara, berhadapan dengan para sarjana, khususnya ketika mereka ingin mencari beasiswa. Beasiswa yang disediakan baik oleh pemerintah Indonesia maupun oleh pemerintah asing, itu semua mula-mula dengan adanya kemampuan bahasa diukur dari situ. Dengan demikian, lulusan dari YIN Sedimpuan ini, saya yakin akan mampu bersaing untuk memperoleh beasiswa, belajar ke luar negeri, sehingga mereka nanti bisa melanjutkan program S2 ataupun lanjut ke doktor di mancanegara, baik di negara-negara berbahasa Inggris maupun negara-negara berbahasa Arab.
YIN Padang Sedimpuan juga menyediakan berbagai kemudahan bagi para mahasiswa, terutama dalam bantuan studi berupa beasiswa. Tercatat lebih dari 1.500 mahasiswa telah menerima beasiswa. Di antaranya, beasiswa untuk anak-anak bangsa yang memiliki prestasi, beasiswa bidik misi dari pemerintah, beasiswa bagi mahasiswa yang hafal Al-Quran, beasiswa program studi khusus, beasiswa bagi yang kurang mampu, dan beasiswa dari Bank Indonesia untuk anak-anak bangsa sebagai pengembangan modal intelektual dan memberikan kontribusi positif dalam proses transformasi masyarakat secara berkelanjutan.
YIN Padang Sedimpuan yang hari ini melaksanakan pendidikan tinggi dengan penguatan berbagai aspek, baik itu aspek SDM-nya, infrastruktur, dan kurikulumnya untuk menyangkuti kemajuan atau merespon hari ini bagaimana perkembangan dunia dari berbagai aspek juga. Maka kita terus bergerak untuk penguatan lembaga ini sehingga dapat menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi yang berupa universitas sehingga dapat melaksanakan pendidikan yang berbasis epistemologi tanpa ada dikotomis antara ilmu-ilmu kewahyuan, ilmu-ilmu kealaman, ilmu sosial dan ilmu terapan. Dengan demikian, nantinya yang perempuan kalau beralih menjadi UIN akan dapat melaksanakan program-program studi yang responsif terhadap tuntutan zaman hari ini yang terus berkembang dan dinamis, sehingga anak-anak kita akan mampu memiliki ilmu-ilmu selain yang sifatnya filosofis, selain yang sifatnya agama, juga ilmu-ilmu terapan yang pada hari ini sangat dibutuhkan. Dari hasil pendidikan tinggi kita ini yang diusung dari paradigma keilmuan integratif geoantropo-ekosentris memunculkan alumni-alumni yang memegang value atau nilai intelektual, kemudian integritas dan humanity atau inklusif.
Rencana kedepannya, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan sebagai institusi pendidikan Islam akan terus berbenah diri menuju Universitas Islam Negeri. Inilah yang menjadi cita-cita IAIN Padang Sidimpuan.
Program-program studi yang responsif terhadap tuntutan zaman hari ini yang terus berkembang dan dinamis, sehingga anak-anak kita akan mampu
telah mengikuti event-event bertaraf nasional dan internasional.
Kesan saya bahwa fasilitas yang tersedia di sini sangat menarik, cukup lengkap, khususnya bagi kebutuhan mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang ingin belajar Islam, termasuk mempelajari bahasa Arab maupun bahasa Inggris. Dengan adanya asrama yang sedemikian lengkap ini, asrama putra maupun asrama putri, tampak sekali bahwa mereka, para mahasiswa baru dipersiapkan untuk meningkatkan keilmuan mereka, pengetahuan mereka, dan juga skill bahasa mereka. Fasilitas yang saya lihat di asrama, baik putra maupun asrama putri, fasilitas yang sangat memadai untuk sebuah komunikasi, interaksi yang sangat baik, sehingga meningkatkan kecakapan bahasa mereka, baik bahasa Arab maupun bahasa Inggris. Harapan saya bahwa pola-pola seperti ini dapat diterapkan juga di beberapa IAIN lain, sehingga bisa menciptakan sebuah masyarakat akademis di kampus yang siap untuk menghadapi tantangan globalisasi maupun juga ilmu pengetahuan yang semakin kompetitif di masa depan. Ini adalah sebuah terobosan yang sangat memperhitungkan kebutuhan mahasiswa itu menghadapi tantangan bersaing di mancanegara, berhadapan dengan para sarjana, khususnya ketika mereka ingin mencari beasiswa. Beasiswa yang disediakan baik oleh pemerintah Indonesia maupun oleh pemerintah asing, itu semua mula-mula dengan adanya kemampuan bahasa diukur dari situ. Dengan demikian, lulusan dari IAIN Sidimpuan ini, saya yakin akan mampu bersaing untuk memperoleh beasiswa, belajar ke luar negeri, sehingga mereka nanti bisa melanjutkan program S2 ataupun lanjut ke doktor di mancanegara, baik di negara-negara berbahasa Inggris maupun negara-negara berbahasa Arab.
IAIN Padang Sidimpuan juga menyediakan berbagai kemudahan bagi para mahasiswa terutama dalam bantuan studi berupa beasiswa. Tercatat lebih dari 1.500 mahasiswa telah menerima beasiswa. Di antaranya, beasiswa untuk anak-anak bangsa yang memiliki prestasi, beasiswa bidik misi dari pemerintah, beasiswa bagi mahasiswa yang hafal Al-Quran, beasiswa program studi khusus, beasiswa bagi yang kurang mampu, dan beasiswa dari Bank Indonesia untuk anak-anak bangsa sebagai pengembangan modal intelektual dan memberikan kontribusi positif dalam proses transformasi masyarakat secara berkelanjutan.
Yen Padang Selimpun yang hari ini melaksanakan pendidikan tinggi dengan penguatan berbagai aspek, baik itu aspek SDM-nya, infrastruktur, dan kurikulumnya untuk menyambuti kemajuan atau merespon hari ini bagaimana perkembangan dunia dari berbagai aspek juga. Maka kita terus bergerak untuk penguatan lembaga ini sehingga dapat menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi yang berupa universitas sehingga dapat melaksanakan pendidikan yang berbasis epistemologi tanpa ada dikotomis antara ilmu-ilmu kewahyuan, ilmu-ilmu kealaman, ilmu sosial, dan ilmu terapan. Dengan demikian, nantinya Yen Padang Selimpun kalau beralih menjadi UIN akan dapat melaksanakan program-program studi yang responsif terhadap tuntutan zaman hari ini yang terus berkembang dan dinamis, sehingga anak-anak kita akan mampu memiliki ilmu-ilmu selain yang sifatnya filosofis, selain yang sifatnya agama, juga ilmu-ilmu terapan yang pada hari ini sangat dibutuhkan. Dari hasil pendidikan tinggi kita ini yang diusung dari paradigma keilmuan integratif teoantropo-ekosentris memunculkan alumni-alumni yang memegang value atau nilai intelektual, kemudian integritas, dan humanity atau inklusif.
Rencana ke depannya, IAIN Padang Selimpun sebagai institusi pendidikan Islam akan terus berbenah diri menuju Universitas Islam Negeri. Inilah yang menjadi cita-cita IAIN Padang Selimpun.
Insania
Mampu menguasai ilmu keislaman dan ilmu umum secara integratif dan interkonektif sebagai modal hidup di dunia dan menjadi bekal di akhirat. Institut Agama Islam Negeri Padang Selimpun hadir sebagai perguruan tinggi Islam negeri yang mengintegrasikan keislaman, keindonesiaan, kemodernan, dan kearifan lokal yang terangkum dalam konsep teoantropo-ekosentris.
Teoantropo-ekosentris yang dalam bahasa Arabnya Rabbaniyah, Insaniyah, Walbi'ah. Ini paradigma keilmuan yang kami turunkan di dalam kurikulum, dan baik itu kurikulum yang tertulis ataupun hidden kurikulum di Padang Selimpun, tujuannya adalah untuk membentuk kognitif dan yang turun menjadi civilization atau peradaban. Paradigma integratif kita yang merupakan teoantropo-ekosentris yang tidak ada disintegrasi di sini membutuhkan yang namanya ilmu-ilmu keilahian atau ulumul wahyi, dan demikian juga ilmu sosial dan natural sciences atau ilmu-ilmu kealaman. Oleh karena itu, ini ingin kita lakukan di dalam membentuk peradaban melalui kampus kita ini yang Padang Selimpun, sehingga anak-anak kita selain menguasai kekuatan intelektualitas, juga mereka memiliki nilai-nilai sosial yang kuat, demikian juga mereka tidak hanya dalam tataran kognitif atau intelektualitas yang kuat, tapi turun menjadi perilaku atau peradaban untuk membentuk masyarakat madani yang berperadaban.
Kampus ini berpusat di Jalan Tengku Rizal Nurdin kilometer 4,5 Sihitang, Padang Sidempuan. Memiliki lokasi yang kondusif dan udara yang sejuk karena dekat dengan perbukitan dan tidak jauh dari pusat kota Padang Sidempuan. Kampus ini berdiri di atas tanah seluas lebih kurang 22 hektar yang tersebar di beberapa lokasi saat ini. Dalam catatan sejarahnya, IAIN Padang Sidempuan dulunya adalah perguruan tinggi Nadatul Ulama yang didirikan pada tahun 1962. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Universitas Nadatul Ulama Sumatera Utara pada tahun 1965. Hingga tahun 1968, dinegrikan menjadi bagian dari Fakultas Tarbiyah IAIN Imam Bonjol, Padang, Sumatera Barat, cabang Padang Sidempuan. Setelah 5 tahun berjalan, berubah menjadi Fakultas Tarbiyah IAIN Sumatera Utara, cabang Padang Sidempuan pada tahun 1973. Pada tahun 1997, berubah status menjadi Stain Padang Sidempuan. Setelah itu, Stain Padang Sidempuan memiliki otoritasnya mengelola dan membuka beberapa program studi. Hingga pada tahun 2014, Menteri Agama meresmikan peralihan status Stain Padang Sidempuan menjadi IAIN Padang Sidempuan. Kemudian mengangkat kembali Profesor Dr. Haji Ibrahim Siregar MCL sebagai rektornya. Dengan bertransformasi menjadi IAIN Padang Sidempuan, kampus ini memiliki posisi penting dalam pengembangan keilmuan yang integratif, interkonektif, dan multidisipliner di kawasan Asia Tenggara, khususnya wilayah Tapanuli bagian selatan. Sebagai salah satu perguruan tinggi Islam negeri, IAIN Padang Sidempuan berkomitmen membentuk insan yang cerdas, berintegritas, melalui program unggulan Ma'had Jamiah untuk melahirkan insan yang berkarakter, intelektual, dan berwawasan keislaman, keindonesiaan, dan kemodernan, juga kearifan lokal. Dalam mewujudkannya, hal ini terlihat dalam visi IAIN Padang Sidempuan, unggul dalam pengembangan keilmuan yang integratif berbasis teo-antropo-ekosentris di kawasan Asia Tenggara tahun 2034. Melalui visi IAIN Padang Sidempuan tersebut, kampus ini memiliki misi dan komitmen untuk mengembangkan pendidikan dan penelitian ilmu-ilmu keislaman, humaniora, sosial, dan alam yang integratif berbasis teo-antropo-ekosentris. Mewujudkan nilai-nilai keislaman, keindonesiaan, kemodernan, dan kearifan lokal untuk pengabdian dan pemberdayaan masyarakat. Membangun sistem manajemen perguruan tinggi dengan tata kelola yang efektif, efisien, transparan, dan akuntabel berbasis teknologi informasi. Mengembangkan jaringan kerjasama dengan lembaga-lembaga pendidikan, penelitian, sosial keagamaan, dan pemangku kepentingan, serta membangun transformasi terencana menuju Universitas Islam Negeri tahun 2024. Sepanjang tahun 2014 hingga tahun 2019, peningkatan mahasiswa IAIN Padang Sidempuan sangat signifikan. Hal ini terbukti jumlah mahasiswa mencapai 8 ribuan mahasiswa aktif untuk program Sarjana Strata 1 dan program Magister. Dengan pencapaian itu, selama 5 tahun terakhir IAIN Padang Sidempuan telah melahirkan ribuan sarjana di bidang hukum, pendidikan, sosial, ekonomi, dan 100 lebih magister pendidikan agama Islam. Ada 4 fakultas dan 1 pasca sarjana program magister di IAIN Padang Sidempuan, Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan dengan 6 program studi pilihan yang terdiri dari Pendidikan Agama Islam, Tadris Bahasa Inggris, Tadris Matematika, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, dan Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini. Fakultas Syariah dan Ilmu Hukum memiliki 5 pilihan program studi pilihan yang terdiri dari Hukum Keluarga, Hukum Ekonomi Syariah, Hukum Tata Negara, Ilmu Al-Quran dan Tafsir, dan Hukum Pidana Islam. Fakultas Dakwah dan Ilmu Komunikasi memiliki 4 program studi pilihan yang terdiri dari Komunikasi Penyiaran Islam, bimbingan konseling Islam, pengembangan masyarakat Islam, dan manajemen dakwah. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam dengan 3 pilihan program studi yang terdiri dari perbankan syariah, ekonomi syariah, serta manajemen zakat dan wakaf. Sedangkan untuk pasca sarjana memiliki program studi magister pendidikan agama Islam. Dalam bidang pengembangan dan pembangunan kampus, di IAIN Padang Sidimpuan telah dibangun berbagai fasilitas yang mendukung berbagai kegiatan pendidikan, seperti gedung perkuliahan berlantai 3, asrama putri dan putra untuk program unggulan Ma'had Jamiah, minimarket yang menyediakan berbagai kebutuhan untuk mahasiswa, kantor-kantor pelayanan administrasi mahasiswa dan dosen yang representatif, ruangan untuk para dosen tenaga pengajar, jalan utama kampus untuk kelancaran mobilitas lalu lintas, parkir kendaraan roda 4 dan roda 2 yang luas, masjid kampus untuk berbagai kegiatan keagamaan, taman-taman kampus yang asri, perpustakaan dengan koleksi referensi buku yang lengkap, aula yang siap pakai, dan gedung auditorium dengan kapasitas yang besar. Mahasiswa IAIN Padang Sidimpuan berasal dari berbagai penjuru daerah di Indonesia dan mancanegara. Mereka kuliah di IAIN Padang Sidimpuan dengan penuh semangat dan memiliki minat dan bakat yang berbeda-beda. Dalam rangka menunjang pengembangan karakter dan bakat mahasiswa, kampus ini menyediakan berbagai sarana dan prasarana untuk kemahasiswaan, seperti gedung untuk lembaga kemahasiswaan, lapangan olahraga seperti lapangan futsal, volleyball, dan tenis meja, serta berbagai fasilitas lainnya yang dapat digunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan. Setiap mahasiswa dapat bergabung dalam organisasi kemahasiswaan kampus, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, atau komunitas mahasiswa yang mereka minati. Tercatat bahwa sepanjang 5 tahun terakhir, organisasi kemahasiswaan di IAIN Padang Sidimpuan tumbuh dan berkembang dengan baik. Ada puluhan unit organisasi kemahasiswaan, diantaranya Senat Mahasiswa, Dewan Mahasiswa, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, unit kegiatan khusus dan himpunan mahasiswa, serta berbagai komunitas mahasiswa yang terbentuk sebagai wadah pengembangan karakter, berkreasi, berinovasi, dan menyalurkan bakat minat yang bermanfaat bagi masa depannya. Sebagai perguruan tinggi yang memiliki target menjadi Universitas Islam Negeri, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan terus meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas sumber daya manusia ke depannya. Untuk mencapai itu, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan akan terus membuka beberapa program studi baru seiring dengan perkembangan informasi, dinamika kebutuhan masyarakat, dan stakeholder. Meningkatkan mutu pendidikan dengan meningkatkan status akreditasi program studi dan institusi. Meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas publikasi jurnal terakreditasi, menyediakan sistem informasi akademik berbasis online untuk kebutuhan mahasiswa dan dosen, perpustakaan online untuk akses koleksi referensi, rumah jurnal publikasi karya dosen, repositori sebagai media penyimpanan publikasi karya ilmiah dosen dan mahasiswa, serta website yang menyediakan berbagai media informasi update tentang IAIN Padang Sidimpuan. Sejak beralih status menjadi IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, jumlah dosen tenaga pendidik terus ditingkatkan. Saat ini jumlah tenaga pendidik di IAIN Padang Sidimpuan secara keseluruhan mencapai 340 orang. Tidak hanya dari segi kuantitas, peningkatan kualitas tenaga pendidik menjadi hal penting dalam rangka pengembangan kampus ke depannya. Untuk itu, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan telah memberikan kesempatan yang luas kepada para dosen tenaga pendidik untuk melanjutkan studi ke jenjang strata 3, meningkatkan kualitas penelitian, pengabdian masyarakat, dan publikasi jurnal bagi dosen yang diselenggarakan oleh Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Masyarakat. Melaksanakan kegiatan dosen berbasis academic recharging dengan kegiatan pelatihan untuk dosen, konsorsium keilmuan, dan workshop tentang pendidikan dalam rangka meningkatkan wawasan keilmuan para dosen. Dalam memberikan pelayanan prima kepada para mahasiswa dan dosen, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan mengedepankan nilai-nilai tata kelola yang efektif, efisien, dan akuntabel. Dengan demikian, penguatan tata kelola administrasi adalah suatu keharusan bagi IAIN Padang Sidimpuan. Secara internal, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan telah melakukan reformasi struktural yang good governance. Saat ini, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan memiliki 166 tenaga kependidikan yang aktif bekerja untuk meningkatkan pelayanan administrasi untuk berbagai kepentingan kampus secara internal maupun eksternal. Ada petugas untuk menata dan meningkatkan kebersihan lingkungan kampus yang lebih baik. Ada juga petugas keamanan yang menjaga aset-aset kampus sesuai dengan standar keamanan. Kemudian ada tenaga ahli bidang IT yang menjaga layanan jaringan dan akses internet. Terdapat juga tenaga administrasi yang ahli dalam memproses berbagai kebutuhan dokumen secara efektif, dan juga tenaga ahli laboratorium yang memiliki semangat bekerja dalam memberikan pelayanan, serta unsur pimpinan dengan segudang ide dan gagasan. Hal ini karena IAIN Padang Sidimpuan yakin bahwa dengan terus belajar dan berbenah diri akan mampu memiliki kualitas perguruan tinggi yang baik sehingga melahirkan lulusan yang berkarakter, cerdas, berintegritas. Sebagai lembaga pendidikan Islam terdepan di kawasan Tapanuli bagian selatan, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan telah membangun kerjasama di dalam dan di luar negeri. Kerjasama di dalam negeri telah dilakukan MOU dengan pemerintah daerah kawasan Tapanuli bagian selatan, kerjasama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi, kerjasama dengan berbagai instansi pemerintah dan perusahaan. Kerjasama luar negeri di kawasan Asia Tenggara telah dilakukan dengan berbagai lembaga di Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, Singapura, dan Thailand. Keberhasilan kampus IAIN Padang Sidimpuan dalam menerapkan pendidikan dapat dilihat dari program unggulan Ma'had Jamiah, sebuah program yang menggabungkan antara konsep pendidikan di pesantren dengan konsep pendidikan di kampus. Konsep pendidikan integratif ini merupakan bentuk pengembangan pendidikan yang kondusif bagi para mahasiswa untuk lebih fokus pada pengembangan karakter, pendidikan Al-Quran, penerapan bahasa Arab, dan bahasa Inggris sebagai basic skill bagi mahasiswa. Para mahasiswa alumni dari Ma'had Jamiah telah terbukti banyak meraih prestasi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Keberhasilan ini terlihat banyaknya mahasiswa yang telah mengikuti event-event bertaraf nasional dan internasional.
Kesan saya bahwa fasilitas yang tersedia di sini sangat menarik, cukup lengkap, khususnya bagi kebutuhan mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang ingin belajar Islam, termasuk mempelajari bahasa Arab maupun bahasa Inggris. Dengan adanya asrama yang sedemikian lengkap ini, asrama putra maupun asrama putri, tampak sekali bahwa mereka, para mahasiswa baru dipersiapkan untuk meningkatkan keilmuan mereka, pengetahuan mereka, dan juga skill bahasa mereka. Fasilitas yang saya lihat di asrama, baik putra maupun asrama putri, fasilitas yang sangat memadai untuk sebuah komunikasi, interaksi yang sangat baik, sehingga meningkatkan kecakapan bahasa mereka, baik bahasa Arab maupun bahasa Inggris. Harapan saya bahwa pola-pola seperti ini dapat diterapkan juga di beberapa IAIN lain, sehingga bisa menciptakan sebuah masyarakat akademis di kampus yang siap untuk menghadapi tantangan globalisasi maupun juga ilmu pengetahuan yang semakin kompetitif di masa depan. Ini adalah sebuah terobosan yang sangat memperhitungkan kebutuhan mahasiswa itu menghadapi tantangan bersaing di mancanegara, berhadapan dengan para sarjana, khususnya ketika mereka ingin mencari beasiswa. Beasiswa yang disediakan baik oleh pemerintah Indonesia maupun oleh pemerintah asing, itu semua mula-mula dengan adanya kemampuan bahasa diukur dari situ. Dengan demikian, lulusan dari IAIN Sidimpuan ini, saya yakin akan mampu bersaing untuk memperoleh beasiswa, belajar ke luar negeri, sehingga mereka nanti bisa melanjutkan program S2 ataupun lanjut ke doktor di mancanegara, baik di negara-negara berbahasa Inggris maupun negara-negara berbahasa Arab.
IAIN Padang Sidimpuan juga menyediakan berbagai kemudahan bagi para mahasiswa, terutama dalam bantuan studi berupa beasiswa. Tercatat lebih dari 1.500 mahasiswa telah menerima beasiswa. Di antaranya, beasiswa untuk anak-anak bangsa yang memiliki prestasi, beasiswa bidik misi dari pemerintah, beasiswa bagi mahasiswa yang hafal Al-Quran, beasiswa program studi khusus, beasiswa bagi yang kurang mampu, dan beasiswa dari Bank Indonesia untuk anak-anak bangsa sebagai pengembangan modal intelektual dan memberikan kontribusi positif dalam proses transformasi masyarakat secara berkelanjutan.
Hello everybody. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now is 1:21 and you will be with our beautiful moderator, Leah. Leah, are you here? Leah. Hello. Hello, can you listen me? Okay, Leah. Halo.
Hello, you listen my voice? Oh, alhamdulillah. Okay, Ibu Lia Rosdiani, are you here? Okay, Ibu Lia has been with us here. Bapak Jestoni, we will with Pak Jestoni, Ibu Asma, Pak Kamal, and Bapak Abdul Qadir. Yes, so Lia. Halo, Ibu Lia.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Halo, Bapak. Iya, oke. Bu Lia, silakan disapa para speaker kita, Lia. Thank you. Lia. Halo, Lia. Miss Lia. Okay, now with Bu Lia suaranya. The voice is we cannot listen your voice because it's still mute. Okay, Ibu Mutna has been with us here. Hello, Bu Mutna, how are you? Oh yeah, Ibu Mutmainna ya. Wait, I will make you as co-host.
Yeah, okay, fine. Udah bisa. What about all of the keynote guests, Tony here?
Tony has been here.
Hello, Dr. Mutmain. I'm here.
Hi, nice to meet you. Open camera.
Yes, great.
Ah. Well, Dr. Abdul Qadir. Asma, Miss Asma is here. Oh, not yet. Wait.
Pak Jestoni is being here from the morning, Ibu Mutma.
Oh.
Okay.
Iya,
Can
Pak
everybody
Jestoni
hear
with us. Iya, Ibu Lia.
Thank you, Mr. Justoni. You're very
Welcome.
amazing.
Iya.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So Ibu Asma is not here yet, Ibu Mutma.
Wait, I must check him. Must check her.
And Bapak Kamal and Bapak Abdul Qadir. But the first is Mr. Jestoni.
Yeah. So are we ready? Selamat siang Bu Mutma. Saya Lia.
Siang, selamat siang Ibu.
Kita mulai saja Ibu Eka, gimana?
Boleh dimulai aja mungkin ya Bu Mutma ya.
Ya, boleh.
Dari Pak Jestoni kan ya? Ya.
Ya.
Nanti koordinasinya dengan Ibu Mutma ya Lia ya.
Ya,
Oke.
silakan.
Oke,
Koordinasinya dengan Ibu Mutma ya.
Siap Bu, siap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alright. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the continuation of the previous program, the second plenary session by keynote speakers in the second day of webinars by the Teachers Training Faculty of EIN Padang Sidimpuan. This afternoon, we're going to have 6 speakers, if I'm not mistaken, right, Bu Mutma? And then I'm going to start with the first 3, starting from Mr. Jestoni P. Carpio from the University of Caloocan. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Mrs. Asma Mustafa from Palestine, and Dr. Kamal Galal Kamal Nasser from Egypt. And then I'd like to perform a housekeeping check before starting the session. Each speaker has 20 minutes to deliver their materials, followed by 5-minute Q&A session right afterwards. And then since Pak Jestoni has been here since, the very first session in the morning, we would like to start from him. Pak Jestoni, are you ready?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. So I'll give it over to Pak Jestoni. Go ahead.
All right. So, Assalamualaikum to my fellow English language and literature educators and fellow scholars of English language and literature, and also to our organizers of this international conference. Likewise to our moderators. I would like also to acknowledge the ones who invited me, my friends, educator friends such as Professor Dr. Andy Asrifan and also Professor Dr. Mutmaina. Likewise, assalamualaikum to my fellow presenters and also to our attendees for this international conference. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. So allow me to share my screen.
Sure. Go ahead.
All right, so to continue further, I am Dr. Jasoni P. Carpio, an English language, literature, communication arts, and research educator. To formally continue with my presentation, allow me to share with you some information about me. So basically, I am an alumnus of the National Teachers College since my college days and also until my postgraduate degree. And also, these are some of my awards and achievements. Also indicated here are the workplaces and positions I handled in such particular workplaces. So again, I'm an English language, literature, and communication arts and research educator. Now, I'm here with you to share something about doing an empirical research on English language pedagogy, andragogy, and mutagogy, challenges and opportunities in pandemic and post-pandemic era. Now, if you're going to take a look at the title I have here, originally my focus should only be about its impact in the pandemic era or the impact of pandemic in the pedagogy, andragogy, and also mutagogy of English language. But I included also post-pandemic. Now, to formally continue, it is important on my part to share with you the focus of my discussion. Number one, revisit the significant concepts in doing language research. We'll also encounter discussion on challenges and opportunities in doing language research, both in pandemic and post-pandemic era. And number three, we'll be able to identify possible timely topics that could help us. Actually, some of these were shared just this morning for research on English language teaching and learning. Let's continue further. Let's talk about types of research. Now, whenever somebody encounters the words types of research, the first things that comes into their minds are the two approaches, such as qualitative research and also quantitative research. But definitely, this do not refer to the types. For when you speak of such qualitative and quantitative research, we're talking about approaches in research. So let's clear the term. These are approaches, quantitative and qualitative. Actually, there's an additional one. When we combine the two, we are dealing with another approach, which is the mixed methods research approach. And talking about the two types of research activities that we do as scholars and educators, it includes number one, library research. So the paradigm shift in here is that we begin from knowing the topic to reading academic texts and to simple academic writing, specifically writing academic essay. Now, when do we perform this one? We typically perform this as we try to accomplish example assignment given to us, and also as we work on report and project. So this one is the easiest research activity or type of research activity. We call it as library research. And if you take a look at it further, this is something that would also help us as we work on our literature review, which is essential in research writing. The second one is what we call empirical research. So the paradigm shift in here is that we start from knowing the topic to reading academic texts, followed by methodological or scientific actions, down to rigorous academic writing. So if you could see in here, this is what is required to us before we could finish a certain degree or even graduate in a particular college or university. And some examples of this include pure research, which is the chapter paper, the typical requirement for us to finish a degree or graduate in a college or university, and also applied research, which is otherwise known as an action research. Let's continue further. And also important for us to talk about, since we're dealing with research on language teaching, is that it's important for us to discuss certain characteristics of empirical research in language research. So according to Barot and Sipasio 2016, there are three basic characteristics of an empirical research. It underscores the following. Number one, we have purposive. We say purposive, from the very beginning, the researcher must be able to determine his or her intent. Why is he or she trying to deal with such topic? So we're talking about the aim or the goal of the researcher. And this is essential because this is something that will guide the researcher throughout the process, even until the end of writing the paper. So purposive. Number two, scientific, in a sense that whatever we do, whatever we include in our paper, in the writing, or in the process of research writing, everything should be factual or truthful. That is why it is highly encouraged that as much as possible, we must be having our lots of citations, for it makes our work scholarly and credible. Likewise, when you say scientific or factual or truthful, it means that we are targeting one of the ethics in research, which is you should not be manipulating the data. So whatever results you have, then be it. You are not allowed to manipulate it. Scientific. Number three, systematic, in a sense that we follow methods or steps. It's very evident as we work on writing our paper. Just like we begin from chapter one, this is a typical step. We begin from chapter one and so on and so forth. Likewise, systematic, in a sense that we have to begin with step one before dealing with step two. For example, it's very impossible for one to gather data without even being able to identify his or her problem or objective. So you begin first with identifying the problem and then followed by other steps. So systematic as one of the characteristics. Again, purposive, scientific, and systematic. Likewise, since we mentioned that one of the characteristics of empirical research is that it's systematic, we have to talk about the basic or generic steps on how we perform language research. So number one, the first step or the general step is that we have to conceptualize the topic. Now, what do we have to consider in conceptualizing the topic? Number one, it should be something that is significant and also challenging, likewise, feasible. Important and challenging in a sense that if it's not important on the part of the writer and reader, then chances are the researcher might be ending up not finishing the paper. Likewise, on the part of the readers of our paper, it must be important and challenging so that they will be encouraged to appreciate or read our work, or they may use it in their future researches. And then the other one is that it must be feasible. It must be anchored on the researcher's capability. It must be anchored on or he or she must consider the resources and also the time when he or she will be able to finish the paper. And since we're talking about conceptualizing the topic as a first step, so this is the scenario in the university or college. We tend to have our advisor or our teacher in research approve our topic, right? That's the first step. And some of the timely topics, actually these ones are not really new topics, but these ones are very timely. So much on working on the relationship between language and culture, these topics that I'll be sharing with you are timely topics, but are not new ones. So for the pandemic era, speaking of English language teaching and learning, we may work on the following, just like the effects of pandemic 2, or the preparedness of, for example, the educators or even the students in terms of English language curriculum. So let's talk about number one, English language curriculum. You know, for the fact that this one has been affected by this scenario or the pandemic. The pandemic. For example, in the Philippines, the Department of Education in the Philippines found the necessity to revise our curriculum. That's why we have the so-called MELQ, or the most essential learning competencies, in a sense that they removed other competencies, and the people in the Department of Education just included the ones that are essential to be learned by the students, considering the time framework for our academic year. Actually, it has been moved just this morning. Originally, it is supposed to be started this August 25, but then our government decided to have it started on October 5. So that's one thing that is affected. And then another one, if there is a change or modification in the curriculum, definitely it will affect the other one, English language learning resources. So the resources, either have been revised or have been changed totally because of the change in the content of curriculum guide, the performance standards, and also the content standards. So we anchored it on the curriculum. Likewise, English language learning delivery. So we encounter here terms like asynchronous, synchronous, online distance learning. We have modular distance learning, and even blended learning. These
Mr.
are things that
Justani,
yes.
excuse me, you have 3 minutes more to go.
Okay. And then English language assessment. And then we also have, as another topic, technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge and expertise of both English language educators and learners. Let's proceed further. Pandemic or post-pandemic era, we can work on effectiveness of modified or newly made following. So it can be topics for pandemic or post-pandemic researches on English language teaching and learning. Likewise, this one. So if you would notice, I have here question mark. What does it mean? It means one thing, that everything is uncertain. We don't know whether after the pandemic we are going back to the traditional things that we've been doing, or we are going to deal with new things now. That is why it's question mark. Let's continue further. And then reading references as the next one. So after our professors or our advisor approved our topic, it's expected that we deal on reading references. It has something to do with literature review. And in doing such, let me remind you that you have to be able to evaluate the materials that you will be reading so that you will not be wasting time reading such. You have to deal with the following criteria. I won't be dealing with this ones further. I have to proceed. So these are some suggested literature sources and recommended materials for you to use this one. Now, why is it online journals? Because believe it or not, the only way as to how we could get materials that we will be using for our literature review or even in our chapter 4 are online sources or online materials, because we are not allowed to go to the physical library. That is why we'll be relying much on online sources of information. Let's continue further. Also important for you to consider are the style guides. Now, in general case, we deal on American Psychological Association. But if you are working on literature research, the highly suggested style guide is Modern Language Association. Let's continue. And then identifying the problem and asking questions. So it has something to do with, after reading, you are now able to compare and contrast ideas or works of one researcher to another researcher. That is why you were able to see the gaps in their works. So here comes the construction of questions. And then followed by identifying, constructing, validating, and testing research instruments. Now, why is it I included here identifying? For in some cases, there are existing or readily available research instruments or data collection instrument, but if there is no available, you as a researcher are obliged to come up with your own, given the fact that it will undergo validation and pilot testing so that it will still exhibit validity and reliability. Let's continue. And then gathering of data. Now, what do I have to remind you here? Just remember the ethics, two of the basic research ethics, such as maintaining anonymity and confidentiality of data. Whatever approach you are dealing with, be it qualitative or quantitative research. So be it survey, questionnaire, interview, observation, or experiment, you have to maintain anonymity and confidentiality of data. Let's proceed. And then presentation, analysis, and interpretation of data. You have to be aware here of the different visuals that you will use, such as tables, graphs, charts, and even other types of visuals like diagrams. Now, another thing that I wish to remind you here, so 6/8 processes is that when you are dealing with interpretation, this is what I noticed with the ones presented this morning. You have to utilize the literature review you have, maximize it. It's not intended to make the paper thick, but it is something that would support your discussion of results of data. It would make the study scholarly. Likewise, it would be a way as to how you could do triangulation of data. When we say triangulation of data, you do not just present the data, but you are trying to triangulate or compare and contrast it the with the previous studies. Then let's proceed further.
All right.
Number 7 out of 8, writing the research report. We're now talking about here of completing the paper itself, be it chapter paper or IMRAD format. And then sharing the research is another thing. When you share your research, you're actually hitting the purposes of doing the research. So what are the ways as to how we could share research? One, through having the oral defense. Two, just like this one, by having the conference, you are sharing your output. And then the other one is by publishing your work. And then along the way, you have to do proofreading and editing of the research paper. Now, before I end my presentation, let me just have this one as a last. Purposes of empirical research. One, to solve the problems. This is the primary reason why we are doing the conducting research. For example, in the language teaching, if you see that there are students who are lacking with skills in terms of language competence, then you have to do something probably by thinking of solution like using certain strategy that would improve their performance. I'll just go over the others. Most importantly, we do language research to improve the quality of life. So to end my discussion, because my time is almost over, let me leave you this one. Before, during, and even after these trials, opportunities were, are, and will be around. Just like in our case, we should not be considering this one as a hindrance for us to continue. For us scholars, the challenges we face could be our topics or subject matter for the research we'll be conducting. With this, thank you, fellow English language and literature educators.
Thank you so much, Mr. Justoni, for the presentation. Now we're moving on to Q&A session. I got one from WhatsApp here. It says, I'm often very skeptical about how much the research on language can actually, change the policies in a country. So in the case of the Philippines, how much do you think it changes policies, the research on language? How much do you think to what extent it can change the policies of the...
Actually, recommendations of the research will not really change the policy, but it could be considered by the ones in the position for doing something about the situation, especially in terms of English language teaching and learning.
Mhm.
So the recommendations are
Right.
very essential. Although it could not change totally the situation, it could be their basis for doing something about the situation. For example, improvement of curriculum, and the ones that I presented a while ago.
Right. Well, thank you so much. Oh, we have one more actually from Bueka, if that's okay. In research, we have discussion. What can we write in the discussion part of the research?
In the discussion part, you will be writing something about the analysis and interpretation of data. So it is in here where you are trying to link the revealed result with the previous studies.
Okay, does that answer your question, Bueka? We hope so. All right, so thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Justoni, thank you so much for your presentation. We hope to see you again in our next event, hopefully.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you. I
now
look
we're-
forward to.
Yeah, we're looking forward to working with you as well. Now we are moving on to the next speaker, Mrs. Asma or Mustafa from Palestine. Are you here, Mrs. Asma? Is she here, Bu Mutmainnah?
Sepertinya ada masalah elektrik.
Oh, okay.
Windy saja ke Abdul Qadir atau Prof. Gada. Prof. Gada sudah ada di dalam.
Abdul Qadir, Prof. Gada juga sudah ada.
Ya, oke. Langsung ke Abdul Qadir dulu. Ya.
Abdul Qadir ya, oke. So, Mr. Abdul Qadir, are you ready? Are you here?
Kalau belum, Prof. Gada saja dulu.
Prof. Gada ya, Prof. Gada. Dr. Gada, are you here? I don't get response.
Pak Abdul Qadir ada kok.
Ada, boleh.
Ya.
Really? Mr. Abdul Qadir, are you here? Can you hear us? Yeah, I see his name here, but no response. He's probably busy doing preparing stuff. Let's move on to Kamal Nasser. Are you here, sir?
He is nothing here.
He's not here? Oh, okay.
Oh, Dr. Gada di unmute dulu sayang.
Oh, di unmute.
Bentar, Ibu.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Gada, sorry. Dr. Gada. So for some reasons, the admin of the webinar, unmuted everyone. So sometimes it becomes problematic.
Prof. Gada can unmute by
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. It's afternoon in Indonesia.
Can you hear me?
Welcome to Indonesia, Dr. Gada. Are you ready with your presentation? Hello?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, okay. So now over to Dr.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
I'm
can hear
ready.
you. To present her materials on e-learning platform for teaching in new normal era. So go ahead, Dr. Gada. Time is yours.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay. I speak today about e-learning platform for teaching in new normal era. What about the new normal? One of the largest sectors impacted by COVID-19 is the education sector. For the first time ever, students at all levels are being taught virtually for an entire school term. Teachers have also had to embrace the technological change brought about the e-learning. All schools and universities are living out this new normal of virtual learning. But how are teachers and students coping? From my point of view, it has been a challenge, but an exciting one. In every crisis, there is an opportunity. This COVID-19 situation has caused unexpected productivity gains and positive outstanding benefits for both teachers and students via e-learning platforms. So teachers are now upgraded the skill, they are so many different platforms. And the COVID-19 threat will soon be a memory. When it is, we should not simply return to our teaching and learning practices prior to the virus. Positive sides of online learning. There are many benefits of learning online. You can be a student in school or university or trying to upgrade your skills while chasing a career, or maybe even diving back into the academic world. Even without the quarantine restrictions of such trying times, these benefits remain as true as ever. Online learning gives you the freedom to learn anything from anywhere beyond geographical boundaries. The internet provides you with a wide access to never-before knowledge sources. Online learning platform beats the traditional ventures hands down with the flexibility and easy operations. All digital learning content is created keeping user experience a primary focus. Another benefit of online course is the lower financial stress associated with them. Apart from affordable course fees, you need to spend almost nothing for just studying online. For online challenges, in order to settle into this new normal, you need these. First, logistical arrangement for online learning, steady network connectivity, a smart device, etc. Then complete dedication and determination to see it through. Last, discipline and self-motivation to engage and actively take part in the course. What about effective online education? Online education, including online teaching and learning, has been studied for decades. Many research studies, series, models, standards, and evaluation criteria focused on quality online learning, online teaching, and online course design. What we know from research is that effective online learning results from careful instructional design and planning using a systematic model for design and development. The design process and the careful consideration of different design decisions have an impact on the quality of the instruction. So, it is this careful design process that will be absent in most cases in these emergency shifts. One of the most inclusive summaries of research on online learning comes from the book, Learning Online: What Research Tells Us About Whether, When, and How. The authors identify 9 dimensions, each of which has many options, highlighting the complexity of the design and decision-making process. The 9 dimensions are modality, pacing, student instruction ratio, tutoring, instructor role online, student role online, online communication, synchrony, role of online assessment, and source of feedback. Within each of these dimensions, there are options. Complicated matters, not all the options are equally effective. For example, decision around class size will greatly concentrate what strategies you can use. Practice and feedback, for example, are well established in the literature, but it isn't harder to implement this as class size grows, eventually reaching a point where it is not possible for an instructor to provide quality feedback. In the case of synchrony, what you choose will really depend on your learner's characteristics and what best meets their needs. For example, adult learners require more flexibility. Thus, careful planning for online learning includes not just identifying the content to cover, but also carefully tending to how you are going to support different types of interaction that are important to the learning process. This approach recognizes learning as both a social and a cognition process, not merely a matter of information transmission. Those who have built online programs over the years will provide that effective online learning aims to be a learning community and supports learners not just instructionally, but with co-curricular engagement and other social support sources. Face-to-face education isn't successful because lecturing is good. Lectures are one instructional aspect of an overall system, especially designed to support learners with formal, informal, and social resources. Let's face it, many of the online learning experiences that instructors will be able to offer their students will not be fully featured or necessarily well planned. And there is a high probability for suboptimal implementation. We need to recognize that everyone will be doing the best they can. Thus, the distinction is important between the normal, everyday type of effective online instruction and that which we are doing in a hurry with bare minimum resources and limited time, which mean emergency remote teaching. Let's speak about emergency remote teaching. In contrast to experiences that are planned from the beginning and designed to be online, emergency remote teaching is a temporary shift of instructional delivery to an alternative delivery mode due to crisis circumstances. It involves the use of fully remote teaching solution for instruction or education that would otherwise be delivered face-to-face, and that will return to the format once the crisis or emergency has ended. The primary objective in these circumstances is not to recreate a strong educational system, but rather to provide temporary access to instruction and instructional supports in a manner that is quick to set up and steadfastly available during an emergency or crisis.
Excuse me, Dr.
Online.
Gada. Dr. Gada, you have 5 more minutes left.
Okay.
All right.
Online courses created in this way should not be mistaken for long-term solution, but accepted as a temporary solution to an immediate problem. A post-COVID-19 educational scenario. It will most likely need to take into consideration the threats and realities brought about by the virus. With this in mind, the following principles are ways to help both the teacher and student deal with the new normal in education landscape. First, connection and compassion. Depending on the resources and tools to use is a key step toward this transitions to an online or blended mode of learning. As educators, the instructional techniques in face-to-face classroom settings may not be fully replicated in the online space, but this can be recompensed now with a wide range of tools and applications available that can aid the teaching learning process. Apart from choosing the suitable teaching aid, teachers must also determine the ways in which they can communicate with their students, whether it's via email, SMS, group messages, apps, or dedicated virtual learning platforms. Teacher must ensure that all students are able to connect to any of the available platforms and resources. Also, internet and mobile phones connectivity and capacity may vary within the same areas or country and especially across countries. And this needs to be carefully considered when deciding on design the online delivery of the course. As a student and teacher need to stay at home most of the time, it is vital to also strike a balance between attending to the needs of the family and being a student and a teacher. We can't expect the same time and resources to be allocated for learning alone. Devices and internet connection and data resources may have to be shared with other family members who may also need to study or work. So careful consideration of the physical and mental state of the learner must also be noted. Some students may find it hard to transition to a virtual environment, or others may face certain limitations in terms of various resources, physical or otherwise. Also, teacher can help other teachers who are starting or adjusting to the virtual learning environment. Team teaching, mentoring, and coaching can be done so the colleagues will be able to adapt faster. Compassion with our student can also take on many forms. It can be listening to their concern and provide advice or endorsing them to the school guidance personnel who can hopefully do online counseling. Also extending deadlines for assessment or allowing multiple attempts or late submissions will ease the anxiety of students who will have to struggle with several requirements with other subject teachers. Accessibility and adaptability. Teachers need to know if students have particular accessibility issues and concerns with the platform that will be used to continue the teaching and learning process. Some students may be worried about the sudden shift. Those with present learning issues need to be assessed as well. It can range from those who sit with certain physical conditions, such as the visual or hearing impaired, or those with identified learning conditions, such as color blindness. It is the best to level expectation and to let a student come forward with a specific learning problems that they need to overcome. There are tools available that can facilitate this. Also, teacher can keep a scenario by arranging on a schedule with their student. Virtual class sessions, consultation, or other activities can be calendared. Teacher may need to adjust lesson plans, assessment, and competences. Also, having multiple modes of lesson delivery and interaction can also be considered. Lessons may be emailed or shared via the cloud or other data sharing platform. Also, lessons can be pre-recorded and sent to students for them to access for a given period of time. We can't just have one teaching plan. As teacher, we need to expect the unexpected and have a backup plan or even plans. Relevance and responsiveness. Learning becomes interesting for students if they see that is relevant to their lives and situation. This is where the integration of course concept and the principle to real-world scenarios and situations is important. So, teacher must understand the areas of interest and concern of their students. There has to be mutual understanding of what may be important for the teacher and what interests students. The middle ground will be the area of shared relevance. So teacher must also be, yeah?
How many more slides do you have? Because we still have a question to answer.
Okay, this is the last item, educational and entertaining.
All right.
I want to say for this that learning is meaningful if it is both educational and entertaining. So teacher can use games or can gamify the learning experience. It could be simple for pictures, one-word types, word clues, or puzzles. Templates are available if one wants to make tests look like popular games shows, like the Wheel of Fortune, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So, thank you.
No problem.
I hope it can be beneficial for you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We are actually hoping to see your video. Is that okay if you turn on the video?
Okay. Please wait a minute.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I stop it.
No, we wanted to see you in a video. Can you turn on your video?
To see me? Okay, of course. I forget to open the camera.
Oh, you forgot. Hi, there you go. All right, so.
Hi. so happy to see you.
Hello from Indonesia. You're in Indonesia right now.
Thank
So,
you.
so the question is, Dr. Gada, how do you address the gap between low achieving and high achieving students in a online classroom setting? At least in your experience.
It can be done through many techniques. We can make competitions. First, of course, for me as a teacher, I can put a rubrics to know the low achiever and the high achiever. But I want to improve the low achiever, so maybe I can motivate them through competitions, rewards, maybe e-certificates. All students love to have certificates. It's too encouraging for them.
Oh, really? Okay. So do you find the online teaching more challenging than the traditional teaching methods? How do you find the
Of
difference?
course.
Oh, okay. Which one is more difficult?
You can. Yeah, it is more difficult for some teachers and for most of the students. But you can provide materials easily. You can connect the student in many times as you want or your student desire. So it depends on our free time. I can agree with them to meet them at in the evening, not obligated to meet them in the morning as in schools or university. So we can meet anytime and we can share anything we want. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, of course, all with their own benefits and red flags, right? All right, thank you so much,
it is the
Dr.
future.
Yeah. Do you have anything more to address before we move on to the next presenter?
Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Gada. It's great to hear your experiences teaching your classrooms in this pandemic. We're all on this together, and it's not just hard for Indonesian teachers, but also for Egyptian teacher like you, who I believe has been very, saving experiences a lot of years. All right, so thank you so much again, Dr. Gada. We're going to move on to Dr. Abdul Qadir, who has been waiting. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Can
What
you
time
hear
is
me?
it now in Algeria, Dr.
Can you
Abdul
hear me?
Qadir?
Yeah, I'm from Algeria.
What time is it now in Algeria?
Just to thank you. Yeah, I'm from Algeria. I'd like to ask you to help me in displaying my presentation, since I'm facing kind of technical problem. Okay.
There seems to be a bit of problem with
about
your
the problem.
voice.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so you can start your
It's up to you to show
presentation.
my presentation. Yes. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Well, Bismillah ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah, Assalamu ala Rasulillah. Well, this is Dr. Abdul Qadir Makhlouf from Algeria. And I'm very happy. I'm greatly excited to participate in this very important online international conference on revitalizing English and education in new normal era, organized by your prestigious Indonesian university. Well, as you see, my team is in some stages in research process. Okay. Now the idea with work, as the title suggests, is to give much importance to some stages in research process. That's because there are some stages that people, researchers, and more importantly, in graduate students don't know how to prioritize their research. So before this slide, I would like to spend some moments trying just to highlight some point. Okay. Well, in fact, my idea with my present work is to help to assist the researchers in general and the undergraduate students in particular with some clues just to overcome some problem that might be faced when dealing with the research. And
Excuse me, Dr.
just
Abdul
to
Qadir.
show them how to prioritize, I mean, to give much importance to some stages. All of them, they are important, okay?
Excuse
But I
me,
believe that
Dr. Abdul Qadir.
it's
Hello.
yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah,
Can you make
I'm
it full
still
screen?
within the first slide, or yeah.
That's okay, but can you make it full screen so that
Mhm.
everyone can see it
What
clearly?
shall I do?
Your slide, can you make it in full screen mode? Your slides?
I share that. Ibu
Like
Aya.
this?
Oh, you share that, Bu Eka. Can you make it in full
Like this?
screen mode then?
Okay, is it?
I don't know how to make it.
Sorry, I don't
Is it
realize that you
possible
actually
like
share
that?
your slides with Bu Eka. So Bu Eka, can you make it full screen?
F5
Okay, I just try.
di F5 saja Bu. Ya.
Yeah. And sometimes there are disturbing
All right, that's it.
interventions.
That's better.
I mean,
Thank you.
I see some other people they want to attend, so sometimes it's disturbed. Yeah, I don't know how to hide. Okay. So follow lights. Yes, please.
You can continue. You can continue.
No, no.
Thank you.
Okay. So before this, so I was telling, yeah,
This?
yeah. Okay. So before this slide, I would like to mention the fact that the most important, normally the most important step within the research process is the discussion, because it is most challenging one. And that because it's, I mean, the discussion step would step to other steps and components within the research structure. For example, research question, review of literature, research findings, and intended conclusions and suggestions for future research. Well, as you see in this slide, it shows the 7 main stages of the cycle through which the research process develops. As he at the center is theory. Before that, normally it starts from a problem, which leads to a hypothesis, as you see, then which is normally the basis of the research design, then which is followed by measurement, recollection, data analysis, conclusions, and probably generalization. And this also may lead also to another problem, which leads to another hypothesis, and so on. As you see, it's cyclical, kind of a cycle. So at each stage, the process interacts with and is interdependent upon a theory that is located at the research process. Yeah, go ahead, please. The second slide, the other slide, please. Yeah.
This?
Yeah, this is another, I mean, the hourglass, which shows how the research in general proceeds. We start with an introduction, the review of literature, methodology, and this kind, etc. As you see, the normally, I mean, the introduction begins broadly, then it becomes specific. Then we have the review of literature, which is the neck of the hourglass, which is most specific. Then we have results and methodology. Then more importantly, which is the heart of my talk discussion, begins with implications and stated aim. Okay, am I following, please? The following slide. Yeah, the one.
Is it so? This? No?
Yeah, this one. Okay, so as you see, the discussion and the conclusions taken the central part with the research structure. As you see, it is at the very substantial position with the heart, as the cake shows. Sorry, as the cake shows, which is the central part. It is the same thing for the discussion with the research. Go ahead, please. So here, the discussion section is very important now to have some moment explaining this. As you see, the discussion section, you can visualize it as a trumpet, the musical instrument, and which is as a trumpet, okay, tells the reader that you have achieved. In your introduction, normally it's the opposite. You started broadly and narrowed down to your aims, but your discussions totally the opposite. You start thoroughly broken out. You begin to relate your aims, telling your aims at the first beginning, then consider your methodology and results. Go on to build a wide picture of how your result fits into the context of your field of research. So normally your research when planning points for discussion should be the opposite that when planning the introduction. Okay, so as the figure shows, for example, you start with the experimental aspects of your results finding and consider how your results have addressed the aim. Then gradually broaden out to show the relevance to the general field of research and state the conclusion that can be drive your work. Yeah. The other slide, please. Yeah. And normally when we tend to analyze discussion, we have certain stages. For example, the beginning, your own paragraph should start by introducing your aim. The aim that was stated clearly in your introduction, you need just to start it in your beginning or discussion. For example, the aim of this project was to determine if the increased incidence of dysfunctional reproductive behavior among landfish in the Milton Keynes area is caused by, say, radiation from domestic television sets. Okay, so that's another way to show your aim. The other one is the following. Yeah, the following slide. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, now this is the middle. After restating your aim, you need to add some points of discussion of individual results to build up a body of information that to address your aim. You remind your reader why you carried out each experiment calculation. Then next, you relate your results to the field of your research, citing, for example, the specific references which cover the area you are considering. And if possible, your results should be discussed in the order in which they presented your results section to make your whole argument easier to follow. Then gradually, you need just to move to other things like making speculations, if you but only they are only based on your research and are clearly distinguished as speculations after birth than statement. Thank you. You move to the following. Yeah. The following one, please. Yeah, at the end of your discussion, there is a statement as to whether or not the original aim has been addressed. You need just to refresh your readers, trying just to recall back your aim, and you make sure that what you have addressed your aim or not, so that your reader can be convinced. And it can be also followed by suggestions of future work to your work in article, dissertation, or thesis. And you can also end up your conclusion with positive notes. You can move, please, the following slide. as far as the purpose and the objective and the content of your discussion section, there should be three essential points. The first is explanation of your results, okay? References to previous research and deduction. When you, for the first part, when trying to explain results, you need just to link your finding that you have found in your research with the previous studies, and you on the results were exact for each set of things. You go to greater depth to explain findings were unexpected or especially found. Okay. So that is to say, you need to make your discussion different from results. In your results, you just describe findings. In your discussion, you need to explain what do findings mean. And the second point, which he referenced research, it's very essential also to compare your results with the findings from other studies. You back up, you support your findings with the past, let's say, studies and previous studies to support your claim. And the final one, which is deduction, it's claim how the results can be applied more generally. You need just to show your reader, whether the researchers or reviews or students, how can your results be applied more generally. For example, describing lessons learned, proposing recommendations, they can help improve a solution, etc. Yeah, please, the other. Yeah. The following slide.
Okay.
The following one, please. Yeah. Now the structure of your discussion should, okay, we can this one. Now it's very important to with a practical example on how to write the discussion sections so that things can be clearer enough. So we have this tool of article. Okay, it's already in the internet. You can check it. Okay. Now it's note on the effect of auditory stimulation on the behavior and welfare of two-house gorillas, the big gorillas, as you know. You can check it in the internet. The phone, please. Yeah, the phone one. Now is this the phone? Yeah, the phone, please. Yeah. Now we want just to apply those points we talked before. It's like this. We have just to stay vain. Okay. So start of discussion, as you see in the right side, yes, in the right side. The finding from the study says that captive gorillas, like humans and other primates, may be influenced by their auditory environment. It's simply a statement of your aim that you already in your intervention. Go ahead, yes, the next slide. Yes. The next one, please.
The next one.
Yeah. Now it's very important to enact your results. So in the next paragraph, after restating your aim in your discussion, you need just to summarize your results. For example, you can say, it's not describing your results, but summarizing your results, okay? There was no evidence of statistically significant effect of auditory stimulation on anti-gorilla behaviors. So since saying it, summarizing your results in very second paragraph that follows the aim. Go ahead, please, the next one. The next point. The following slide, please. Now, it's after connecting or summarizing your results, it's very important in the next paragraph of talk to show or to display your interpretation and meaning of results. So not only sessions online, but you make it more clear so that your reader can understand the meaning or the interpretations of your result. Okay. So as you see in the left side with the blue color, you have your results. You already did it before in your results section, but now it's the moment to interpret them. Okay, so you need to have some clues and techniques on how to interpret your result. Okay, then the following please. The following
Excuse me,
slide.
Dr. Abdul Qadir, you have 1 minute left.
Yeah, go please. Yeah, the other one. Yeah, this one, very important. Now is a setup are a few details how this kind works. As you see, are circle, passive search, your results, and rotation. Now, in your results, you discuss what users mean as set. Then, as far as past research is concerned, you need just to in light of your previous research, you need to say whether your results are consistent or not with the past work. Then concerning the limitation is very important also in the third circle limitation. You briefly describe the limitations of your C to show reviewers and readers that you have considered your research weaknesses. So there is no harm to show your weaknesses or your work and your limitations of your work. The next one, please. Yeah, the one, please, before conclude. Yes. Now, this is briefly within the same practical example of the correct. You have those steps in your conclusion. It's very important to now the time moment to finish up your paper. So you review the main point. This is the first thing. Then the second point, why this research is important. Then the third one, the limitations of a study. For example, in that the sample of my study was very limited, very small. Okay. Then the fourth one, as you see in the final part, it's kind of suggestions for future research. You should address your limitation. That can be okay. This is the perfect norm to address your limitations, but you need just be more specific, saying why. For example, the sample is small, or why you were obliged to accomplish your research in a very limited time. And maybe the final one, this is my recommendations. Please give that before the last, after that. No, the first slide, please. The following slide. The next. Yeah. The next slide, please.
Bu Eka. The next slide, please, Bu Eka.
Before, after this slide. Yeah, this one. These are recommendations of teachers, students, and researchers in general. No, before the recommendation. My recommendation.
The recommendation, please, Bu Eka. Recommendation.
Yeah, before.
No, sebelumnya, sebelum yang tadi.
No, before. Before.
This one.
Yeah, this one. So these are my own recommendations for teachers, researchers, and students in general. Teachers should train students more how to write and the discussion section, as that. And also better give students practical examples on how to conduct their research paper through professional articles, because it's not enough to deal with theory. Example and articles, practical articles are very helpful. The final slide, please, which is my conclusion. Yes. The last slide, this one. So in conclusion, the very last point, I would just to mention that the discuss section really should be discussion of your project and not simply a list of conclusions or a description of results. It should be very different from your section. This is the need to that this kind of focus should be how to help the reader understand the study, and that the highlight should be on the study data. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you for
presentation, Dr. Abdul Qadir of Algeria. We have a couple of questions here.
Thank you.
Number one is, Dr. Abdul Qadir, how do you identify the research gap and novelty, of the research in your practice? Thank you.
How
do you
again, please?
identify the research gap and novelty in your research practice?
Yeah, well, as we talk for, normally it's a whole process. We need just to have a very inclusive vision about our research, and in order to identify your gap within your research, you need to have on the previous very relative accurate, let's say, researches that are strikingly related to your own research. So you can't just in 1 minute or in 1 day or night recognize a gap, but it's a whole, say, process that depends on your readings, depending on previous researches, that basically depending on the review of literature, so that you can really recognize the gap.
So for you personally, what is the most challenging part
Which is
of
somehow different,
conducting?
from our talk. So, yes, we are dealing with that. Yeah.
Totally. So for you personally, which one do you think is the most challenging part of, conducting a language research?
Yeah, the most challenging, I can say that it's discussion. We just give more important discussion, because as far as my experience is concerned, especially with students, if you check their own projects, let's say the master or even the doctorate, they don't know how to discuss their results. Simply, either they repeat their results, is at times consuming, and it's not really meaningful. They describe the results. So it's very important to know how to describe, how to explain, how to interpret your findings. And yeah, that's the point.
All right. So with that, that wraps up Dr. Abdul Qadir's presentation. Let's just hope everyone who is struggling with language research right now can finish their, whatever they're doing, inshallah, as soon as possible. Thank you so much. We hope, it looks like it's in the evening in Algeria, so we hope we don't really bother your bedtime. Thank you so much again. We're moving on to the next presenters.
No, it's not evening, it's morning.
Oh, it's morning. All right. So we're moving on to Mrs. Asma Mustafa from Palestine, Kamal Galal Kamal Nasser from Egypt, and Pak Sojuangon Rambe from Australia, who will be led by another moderator, Bu Sri Minda.
Yeah, Bu Minda, Ibu Asma, and Prof. Asma, Ibu Asma, and then Ibu Rasha first.
Yeah,
Ibu Asma first, and then continue to Ibu Rasha.
Mrs. Asma, are you here?
Yeah, Bu Asma and Bu Rasha has been here.
Mrs.
Yes,
Asma, is
good
everything
morning
okay?
from Palestine. Yes, everything is okay. Thank you very much.
Bu Asma,
can you hear me?
Me to share your slide, or you will share?
Do you need to share your slides, Mrs. Asma?
Yeah.
Do you need to share some slides?
Yes, of course. I'd like to share the slides from the cell phone because my laptop battery is empty. And sorry, there is no electricity. It's cut for 18, sometimes 16 hours, sometimes 15 hours a day, every day in Palestine since 2008, 2005.
Oh no.
So
we are very
it's a
sorry to
political
hear that.
problem. It's
Right.
okay. We are
And thank you
already
so much
adapted with
for
this.
putting so much effort, for being part of our webinar.
Thank you.
We really appreciate
Thank
it.
you
Thank
for the
so
great
much.
invitation by those who are leading the conference. And thank you for all Indonesian universities and colleges, institutes. Those people really are, I admire very much because they are thinking of developing the system of education in universities by holding some educational conferences to exchange knowledge and information with experts from all around the world. And thank you for electing me from Palestine. I'm so glad and honored to be among of you. Thank you.
Yeah, we're happy to have you in our webinar as well. Now over to Bu Sri Minda. Go ahead, Bu Sri Minda. It's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to share my
Bu Minda,
screen.
let's moderate Ibu Asma and Bu Rasha. Bu Minda.
Okay. Dr. Rasha and Ibu Asma. Is it Bu Eka?
No, I believe it's Mrs. Asma, Dr. Kamal, and Pak Sojuangan Rambe.
Pak Soju, Asma, and
Dr. Kamal Galal Kamal Nasser from Egypt.
Bu Asma first, and then Ibu Rasha has been here. Itu duluan, didulukan aja yang ada itu. Pak Soju belum masuk.
Sama Bu
Mrs. Asma.
Okay.
Ibu Asma, would you? Oh.
Okay.
Yes,
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Okay.
She's opening her slides.
Can you see my screen?
Right. Yes, we can see your screen.
Yep. Thank you, Ibu.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Now you can go with your presentation, Asma. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I'm with you. Okay. Inshallah, I'm going to discuss the creative, innovative teaching. This is Mrs. Asma Mustafa from the Ministry of Education and Higher Education in Palestine, cooperating with Dr. Asma Abu Musa, the researcher of this study, and which has been applied in Palestine in all schools in Palestine, which is called the fun learning. In the light of the rapid global celebration in the various fields of knowledge and technical development that is making great strides towards pioneers all fields, education has a cornerstone in the university creativity, adapting in the development to be building blocks of the future to develop and renew until it breaks all the restriction that prevents learners from freely practicing learning and enjoying the learning experience. Thus led us the idea, creating the idea of enjoyable learning, or what is called fun learning. Fun learning is the holistic approach to education with a global of, I'm sorry for the noise here.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay, just go on.
Fun learning is the holistic approach to education with a goal of passing for learning and continuous development throughout life. Fun Academy developed the fun learning approach based on accomplishing combination with the best education practices around the world. It drives motivation, flow, passion, and engagement by using fun and innovative ways of learning. Its objective is to promote the overall well-being of students and educators. However, the fun learning philosophy is just too relevant in the workplace as it is in any classroom. The theoretical framework upon which fun learning is based on indicated in the educational studies. The first one is experience economy. The second is a flow experience. The third is emotional affect. The fourth is curiosity. And the last one is the motivation. This gives a kind of innovative teaching inside of a classrooms. So this led us to ask a question, how to make fun learning. If children have interest, education happens. However, this phenomenon is not just limited to children. The most efficient from engagement areas from instruct motivation, flow, and passion. Firstly, how and what we learn must satisfy our own psychological challenging, but not exhausting or intimidating. Finally, learning must strike a balance between the learner's strength, what you are good at, and passion, what you like to do. Fun learning is uniquely designed to combine, fuel, and harness flow.
Hello.
Yeah, go on.
Is there any problem?
Is the screen still shared? No?
Okay. What's your problem, Asma? May I know?
Yes, there is
Okay.
a problem. I think.
Yeah, we will share it for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We will share it for
Ibu will help you. Anyway.
I'm going to share the screen once
Let us share it for you.
again.
Okay, let us share. Okay.
Okay, now you are going to share. Dr. Mutmainna. Okay, okay, thank you.
What page?
That's better.
Ardi.
Thank you.
Halaman bawah, ah? Coba.
Okay.
Dikasih full screen.
5. In slide number 5.
F5.
Screen, Bu. Full screen.
F5, Ardi.
Yes, number 5, please. Yeah, I was saying.
Is it this slide, Ibu Asma?
Yeah, it is opening. I have poor connection. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Okay.
It's okay. We said what to learn. We said what you are good at and what you like to do are uniquely designed to combine, fuel, and harness those 3 components to make learning as an extraordinary experience. The next slide, please.
The next. This is Ibu Asma.
Yes, the next slide.
The next.
Okay. Okay. Learning is fun when you are doing those following steps. The first one, you love what you do. When you are inspired or passionate about something, learning feels fun, rewarding, and easy to go the extra mile to learn more. Number 2, you need also to do, you feel safe. A supportive and safe environment makes us feel free to explore and set new goals. You also need to feel it's fun to fail. It's okay to fail. I mean, the learners. Making mistakes is allowed within a safe atmosphere to foster creativity and innovative. Also, the environment is inspiring. You need to provide your students with an inspiring environment. Our physical and digital environments must be designed to support all learners. They should spark inspiration and support different learning strategies. You are appreciated for who you are. Positive learning grows from an atmosphere of respect and appreciation among fellow learners we got. And you also can't choose how to learn. Learning strategies are subjective and based on our individual strength. Understanding this, we can choose the most efficient way, the most suitable way to tackle a problem and learn something new. It becomes a healthy addiction for the learners. If they are adapted and engaged in lifelong learning, we can achieve this when we feel fruitful, capable, and inspired to achieve the goals. There are 10 ways to make learning fun for the students. The first way, you can create simple science experiments, a very simple one or a very simple game. There are so many faces and shapes of active learning, and you can start with the simple ones. Number 2, allow students to work together. Cooperative learning, cooperative work, group work, teamwork, maybe competition, electronic competition inside the classrooms. You can divide a classroom into 2 groups, 3, 4, 5, or even in couples per work. This would help students more and more to cooperate together in order to learn by themselves. Number 3, incorporate hand-on activities. You can depend on a variety of activities like short stories, songs, etc. For example, in teaching English, and in other subjects, you can vary between your activities so that it could be enjoyable and not boring for those learners, so that they could be involved in and engaged for all activities. They may not feel the time as if they have not started yet in the classroom. So avoiding boring classrooms should be done by incorporate hands-on activities. Number 4, give students a brain break. You can give them a brain break. For example, you can tell jokes, scientific jokes. You can sing a song. You can do any other activity, but not depending on tiring those learners with very hard activities for brain or keeping their brains keep thinking all the time. Number 5, go on a field trip, just like what is happening in the picture. So many teachers can take their students in a very funny and amazing learning trips so that they could learn by fun. It's not a matter of giving information and standing up on front of all the learners, just feeding their minds. They need sometimes to be taken away out of the classrooms so that they could learn by practice or discovering this word. Number 6, make review time fun. If you want to make assessment or evaluation, you can make review time fun by making many different activities like games or the hot chair. There are so many strategies could be fun in closing up your lessons. Number 7, and incorporate technology into lessons, just like activating the best ways and tools of digital learning inside the classrooms, so that the learners could learn very simply and easily. They don't need much effort, by the way, to learn if you activate technology. And by the way, involving students in activating technology inside a classroom is a very, very important point. Number 8, create fun learning centers. You can you can be creative, you can be funny, you can be a friendly teacher to your students inside and outside the classrooms, so that they could take the piece of information so easily, and they will have a very friendly classroom with us. Number 8, teach on students' ability, not depending on the perfect level of students. Just look into your students' eyes while you are explaining or doing an activity, or even distributing the rules among them. You can feel if they are satisfied or not. So you have to depend on their abilities so that you could achieve your goals. The low achievers could be middle achievers, and the middle achievers could be high achievers. The high achievers could touch the sky. And the last point, limit your class rules. I don't prefer making too many activities in one classroom. Just give your students the opportunity to think, to act out, to speak, to make role play, even to make some drama, and don't give them too many rules, because if you want a fun learning, you want to achieve the fun learning, you just treat with the students friendly. The last point I would like to speak about is the fun learning strategies. There are so many strategies, and those strategies are being developed every day by experts all over the world. Those strategies, if have been achieved very clearly and very well, they will provide students with fun learning, a real fun learning. Scientific jokes stands up on the top of the column. Scientific plays, learning with poems and stories, puzzle, learning with puzzles, role play, learning by playing educational stories, cooperative learning, and this is a very, very wide idiom. Cooperative learning depends on the team works, pair works, or even individual inside the classroom, so that they could learn from each other. Learning by doing, by practice, thinking maps, cartoon, infographic, and effective teaching. Thank you very much till here. I'd like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you. And many thanks for my colleague, Dr. Asma Abu Musa from the Ministry of Education, for helping in this paper of research. That's all what I have.
Okay, thank you, Asma. That was a very nice talk. Okay, by the way, maybe you're experiencing in teaching English in your classes. It's not really different with my experiencing here. You know that I also teach English, okay, for intensive language learning here. And I see that your class is very creative and I like it so much. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, good.
Yes.
So yeah. So during this pandemic, so what about the online classroom atmosphere? Do you still use fun learning in your online classes?
Yeah, it could be achieved very, very easily and smoothly by a very important, significant strategy called gamification. Gamification strategy depends on applying technology in gaming. And I used so many programs with my students. At the very beginning, I was the one who is producing the content. But by the time my students have learned how to use the Toontastic program, for example, or how to make a short story in English. And we have launched a remote learning project, a global one actually, called the 100 letters from Gaza to the whole world. My students composed the 100 letters, and through holding sessions, cooperative sessions with so many countries like Mexico, Japan, United States of America, and so many other countries, they they read their messages, which they have typed. And this is a very important skill they have learned during COVID-19, which is typing, not handwriting. This is something new for them, for most of my students actually. And they have found it very, very funny and enjoyable by default. They don't even need to do much effort, and even the teacher, to achieve the fun learning. Technology by default has this feature.
Okay, good. Wow, very good presentations. And then you really opened my mind now that online learning is not as difficult as I think, because I face many problems, critical problems regarding to the online learning, especially in this pandemic. Thank you, Asma.
Of course, because it's very it had been admitted by the whole world very recently, and it's still new, and it's still in the very beginning. So we as experts and educators need to do more experiments, more exercise, more experience with our students, so that we could put the bases together.
Yeah, there is a warm appreciation given by participant to you, Asma, namely Anissa Berliana. Just really appreciate to your presentation in this afternoon. Thank you, Asma.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good.
Bye-bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to our next speaker, next presenters.
Ibu Mutma.
Ibu Mutmainah, are you ready, Ibu?
Wait, Ibu Mutma.
Yeah.
Ibu Mutma, will we give it to Ibu Rasha first?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Ibu Rasha. Ya, Ibu Rasha dulu, Indah. Nanti setelah Ibu Rasha baru lanjut ke
Ibu Mutmainah. Okay, good. Hi, hello, Ibu. Hi, Rasha. Are you in? Ibu Rasha, are you in?
Dr. Rasha.
Dr. Rasha?
She is here.
Dr. Rasha, come on. Next one is you.
Mungkin mau di-unmute barangkali.
Beliau sudah co-host, Ibu.
Oh.
Beliau sudah co-host, bisa meng-unmute sendiri. Dr. Rasha. Can you listen us, Dr. Rasha?
Dr. Rasha, are you there? Are you with me?
Dia ada.
Ada, beliau ada di dalam kok, Bu.
Ada. Oh, ini. Oh, sedikit. Dia akan masuk dulu.
Iya.
Bu Eka, can you show me the profile slides? The profile. Ibu Rasha. Dr. Rasha.
Mana kemarinnya? Aduh.
Oh, it's okay if you don't have. It's okay if you don't have, because I have the paper here. Okay. I can just read this.
Miss Eka.
Iya, Bu.
Prepare the hard copy to Miss Mimi.
Apa, Ibu?
We have prepared about all the curriculum PT of the speakers here.
Iya.
We have prepared. So even though
Okay, by the way, Dr. Rasha, where are you, Dr. Rasha?
Dia menjawab ini di chat. Saya chat dia.
Oh iya.
Wait, sabar.
Beliau co-host kok, Ibu. Beliau co-host.
Iya.
Iya, beliau co-host.
Kenapa ya dia belum?
Suaranya
Harusnya
masih
bisa,
ini deh, masih di unmute.
Harusnya bisa unmute sendiri. Ibu Rasha nggak bisa mute sendiri, Ardi.
Atau di unmute kan ya?
Minta tolong di unmute kan, Ardi.
Udah, oke.
Sudah, Ibu.
Okay, good afternoon, Dr. Rasha. Good afternoon, Dr. Rasha.
Morning in Egypt.
Oh yeah, sorry. Good morning, Dr. Rasha. How are you? Mana ya, Bu?
Ya, dia ada. Itu sudah unmute dia.
Halo, Ibu.
Kalau terlalu lama biar saya ambil adik saja dulu ya.
Okay.
Ya, lanjut aja Ibu Mutma aja dulu.
Okay, right. Because there is some technical errors with Dr. Rasha, so we continue to the next presenter by Dr. Mutmainah SPDMI, SPDI MPD. Dr. Mutmainah is an education expert at Education Faculty of Al-Ansyariah Mandar University, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. Her undergraduate, master, and doctoral in English education. She's expert of research and development of ELT materials and literature. Her doctoral degree is in English language teaching through developing literature or songs, film, novel, short story, poem, fable, and drama into the materials in the classroom. Okay, there are so many books that already produced by Dr. Mutmainah, and the books works based on literary manual instruction for English lecturer in higher education. Are you ready, Ibu Mutmainah, Dr. Mutmainah? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Now you can have your time to present your paper. Please, time's yours.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet, Ibu.
Still trying to. Okay. We can see.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's clear. Okay.
Yes, really clear.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you to Rector of State Islamic Institute Padang Sipuang, the organizing committee, all of the keynote speaker from yesterday till today, and then all of the participants who attending this amazing conference, international conference webinar. So my name is Dr. Mutmainah. I am a lecturer at Al-Azhar Mandar University. I'm teaching in the higher education. So this is my identity, my scopus, my orchid, and some of the member ID, my organization here. Okay, my topic today, I will talk about, or we can discuss about the next normal scenario in education before COVID-19, during the COVID-19, and what about our education transformation in the next normal condition after COVID-19. So this is our menu today. We will discuss and cover about educational innovation, pedagogical trend, designing course material in teaching. So let's check one by one. This is about educational innovation. Actually, during the pandemic, this is the global effect and the global challenge in learning and teaching process. When we are transformation our learning and teaching from face-to-face into the virtual, or we are remote learning and teaching by using a synchronous or asynchronous strategy. So this is actually not only in Indonesia have challenge how to remote our teaching and learning process, but this is we are in the global challenge condition. Let's have a look at the data. This is based on the British Council survey from all around the world educator. The main finding, you know, that most of the teacher in the in this world, they are new to remote teaching. This is something new, how to integrate it and how to adapt with the new culture today when we are remote our learning and teaching integrated with the technology, because we are practice about the social distancing and physical distancing. So all of our educational transition, or we are transformation the environment, our class from face to face into the virtual classroom. So the next data, let's have a look here. There are there are article here. One, the first article talk about the condition in Indonesia today, but not only in Indonesia have the problem or face the challenge when remote our learning and teaching process during the pandemic, or maybe this is the next scenario in education after the pandemic situation. Well, this is the article talk about the policy of our Ministry Education and Indonesia about the Merdeka Belajar and how to remote our learning and teaching with a distant learning category. And well, this is the next information from the newspaper in Jakarta Post. You find here that during the pandemic, or when we are apply the Merdeka Belajar or independent learning in Indonesia, we must have to design or remodification our curriculum. And well, the big problem, you can see here that most of the teacher in Indonesia, they are lack or less how to use and how to teach and how to train the student by using technology or skill or competent in teaching and learning process. This is the education transformation model. Actually, today we are in the digital era, so we must prepare our student to becoming a digital learner or digital student. How? This is there are some of the transformation model. The core point here, the highlight instructional here, how to facilitate our student or prepare our citizen for the 21st century skill. And then the next, this is how to integrate the student to face the challenge in the global challenge with the digital skill. And then the same with our ministry launching the policy last month about the independent study, or here our leading sector of the ministry about the Merdeka Belajar. So what is actually the Merdeka Belajar and how to apply in learning and teaching process? For the first, we must we must have a look here about the intersection between pedagogy and technology. This is the pedagogy and the technology and how the system change right now. We are in the global, in the digital competitive right now. So we must prepare ourselves, and as educators, we must upgrade ourselves, ourselves to becoming a digital teacher and digital facilitator. So when we are talking about educational transformation or educational innovation, there is one theory supporting this condition, namely pedagogy and technology. This is the mixing between pedagogy and technology, the cybergogy theory based on Wang and Kang. This theory integrated technology or some platform in the classroom when you are remote learning and teaching by online or offline. And well, the cybergogy actually engage learning increase the level of present, which is covered with the cognitive, social, and emotion or emotive. In the cognitive area, this is in pedagogy factor how to engage students learning environment by online is covered with the pedagogy and pedagogy. Pedagogy actually, this is the art of teaching or the science of teaching. And then include with the pedagogy how we are motivated or how to increase our student self-determined in learning. Well, in the social factor or aspect, we need to improve our student mean here in the pedagogy category. Pedagogy category, this is collaborative or cooperative learning. Well, in emotion or emotive, this covered with the andragogy when to motivate our student to help self motivation, inner motivation or intrinsic motivation in learning. And then the next, we are talking about the pedagogical trend. What is actually the pedagogical trend right now? This is how to apply innovative pedagogical practice. So Indonesia, we have so many problems how to practice this is a pedagogical innovation today, how to integrate it, the technology, because as you know that Indonesia, this is the big country and 50% of Indonesia area, we are in the blank spot area. Blank spot area mean here there is no connection. And the next challenge, our student in Indonesia, 48% they are live in the rural area. Rural area mean here there is no connection, and then they don't have facilitate themselves with the smartphone or the laptop. So actually we need some of the component or element to practical innovation or pedagogical innovation. Infrastructure, this is the big problem in Indonesia. We need to be our leading sector, our ministry and Ministry Education and Culture in Indonesia, Ministry of Religious and Affairs in Indonesia, and then the Ministry of Telecommunication, Information here need to collaborate to facilitate the area of Indonesia with this one, the key point, the infrastructure. Everything cannot be going to be pedagogical innovation if this one still missing in this element. Well, actually, it's not about the application, but this is about the pedagogy. The pedagogy, now pedagogy transformation from the conventional pedagogy becoming to a digital pedagogy. So what is actually a digital pedagogy? Digital pedagogy, this is when you are apply your learning and teaching process into online, hybrid or face-to-face environment. So not only about the how to teach online, you can use the application or the technology or the platform, but actually in face-to-face learning, you can integrate it, the technology or some of the platform or application in your classroom. So the next, this is the competence when you are becoming a digital teacher. This is some of the element of the competence in digital pedagogy. The digital pedagogy covered with 3 competence here: pedagogical, digital, and ethic competence. So we need to be focused about the ethical competence here, how to emphasize our student, our learning, our resources into the digital literacy. This is to collaborate all of them. Well, to supporting today challenge and how to support our ministry policy today, independent study or Merdeka Belajar, we must be becoming a digital teacher. What is actually digital teacher? Digital teacher when you can use, you can teach, and you can train your student with the technology skill. So not only, so this is some of the indicator when you wanna becoming a digital teacher. There are some of indicator, but the core one is the highlight. This is use social media for professional development and basic information, communication, and technology skill. As you know that most of us educators, we have social media, and you can use your social media for your professional development and the basic ICT skill, and using software to support critical thinking. And then you have ability, you have competence, you have a skill, effective in communicative and information. So not only the teacher must be becoming a digital teacher, but actually we must support and motivate our students to becoming a digital student or digital learner. What is the indicator of the student right now? You must identify our student typical, our student learning style, and then you can design your material right now. Actually, our students now, they are in the generation C or Gen Z. They have a typical, quickly understand and multitasking. So they can doing some activities in one action. Now, not only we are educator must becoming a digital educator or digital teacher, but and the student becoming a support and motivate our student to becoming digital student or digital learner. But the material, we must design now our materials and then adapt with the digital material to supporting and resources in learning, our learning and teaching process. What is actually digital material? This is the digital material. This is, for example, digital or e-book, e-journal, or e-news paper. Well, not only all of them. So as you know that in our learning and teaching process, we have a learning outcome. Learning outcome related to the Bloom taxonomy. So this is Bloom taxonomy actually upgrade or transformation into the Bloom digital taxonomy. You can see here the Bloom taxonomy or the digital Bloom taxonomy, and you can use some of all of this application to achieve your learning outcome. You can design to collaborate some of the application in your material. And well, this is about some of the platform. Then when you are the activity, and then the platform when you want to ask your student to recall. For example, this is recall, understanding and remembering level of the Bloom taxonomy, recall, skill concept, strategic thinking, and extended thinking. Well, how to designing course material in teaching? Actually, you know that digital content type, this is ebook or published courseware, and how it's worked by option for digital expansion. This is the transformation from digital course and course by digital artificial intelligence, and this is support with campus or the environment with digital, and you can use in the model of your teaching by hybrid or normally synchronous or asynchronous strategy right now, hybrid or blended. Well, to design the material, the e-learning material, this is there is one of methodology, namely assure. This is deliberate design, and when we are designing to the developing our material, actually we designing not only the material or resources in learning, but we design the some interaction in the classroom. So one of the interactional design I choose, this is namely Gagne 9-event interactional design. So in Assure, Mr. Randy have explained yesterday about a needs analysis, how to know the student like and how to know our student want. And this is the Assure model when you want to redesign, to modification, to developing your material. There are 6 phases, namely analyze student. You can analyze your student based on, for example, your student condition, your student level, and your student degree. Analyze your student. This is, for example, when you wanna to learning and teaching process by using some of the platform of the technology, you might deal or know your student condition, and you can identify what is the technology, the familiar technology between you and your student. And then step the objective, select the method, media, technology, and the material, utilize a media, material, and technology in learning and teaching process, and require learner participation. And the last, evaluate and revise or reflection your learning and teaching, maybe for 1 semester or middle semester. And the last, when everything done, your product will be ready into the something like that, syllabus, lesson plan, prototype, and module. It will be covered in one ebook or digital material. So let me show one of the example based on my experience when I have developing my material and then the select material and the method. For example, let me show you here by using constructivism. This is one of constructivism theory. This is the learning center approach. And then this is the 9-event interactional design by Gagne and the Bloom taxonomy. This is the matrix. You can see here, for example, in you choose or you use one of the learning center approach. For example, project-based learning. This is there are 2 phases discuss and share. In the context on the project-based learning, this is the one of the pre-interactional design by using Gagne and event interaction. You can see here, and then to achieve the student learning outcome related to the Bloom taxonomy, and then what is the digital tool that is going to be used to cover all of this activity for each. And then this is the activity in the interactional design. For example, gaining attention, you can ask your student with the new information or quiz, and then you can tell your student about the goal or the specific competence or skill in language teaching. You can ask or tell your student about the skill language skill for each meeting. Maybe integrated skill, and then we call them previous knowledge. Well, in the interactional phase, this is when you are learning and teaching process. You can ask your student to discuss. This is presenting stimulus or the material, and then provide a learning guidance. For example, you can ask your student to give explanation with the example, or make your student active with the discussion. You give some of case study. So the last in the pre-interactional phase, to elicit in the performance, you can you can ask your student to practice their skill or recall simulation or problem solving or making the decision based on your concept. And the last, post-interactional design phase, this is after you are learning and teaching, before you're closing your material. You need to be providing feedback, assessing the performance, and enhancing retention and transfer knowledge. But this is the example when you wanted to design material. This is based on my survey. I give for the student online questionnaire. And there are 173 countries answer this questionnaire, and this is the highlight result of the questionnaire. Most of the students, as you know that our students today, they are in the digital student. And then this is the example I want to share to you how to design the material, e-learning, material based on the student need. You might have look here, most of the answer of the questionnaire by using film and song. Film, why use film? Film or movie, this is the literary model, or this is the literature, one of the literature. This is the visual and literary model. This is the contemporary movement.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
Dr. Mukmaina, can you
Yeah,
make
this
it
is
faster, please?
Yeah. This is can collaborate. This is can integrate it or can upgrade our student a 21 century skill. And this is the example of my e-learning material. You can download in the Google Play Store. This is the example by using film. As you know that our students today, they are multitasking, so they can watching the film and then answer the question based on the film. When they are watching the film, our students arrange the picture. And then there is another activity here, not only arrange the film, but the student watch the film and write the dialogue and then identify what the background says in each picture. This is all based on the film. And this is my classroom before COVID-19. And this is by using a song. This is the activity when you want to apply a song in the classroom. The student listen to the song and choose the right answer from the box. This is the song, the lyric training, and this is the answer. And then the next, how to design the material. Because we are in the English language teaching, this is for example, all of the activity breakdown from the Ghanaian event interactional design, and then learning center approach by using controversism theory. This is breakdown into 5 activities, simple activity and simple interaction. And then this is another activity. This is my student activity before COVID. I use namely quizzes, and then this is my student in outdoor. Sometimes I ask my student, they want to
Dr. Mutmaina,
study in the classroom or outdoor, inside, outdoor.
Okay,
you can see what is their expression.
Okay,
And,
thank
yeah.
you. Sorry for this.
Okay, wait a moment. This is during the COVID-19, and then some of the platform that you can integrate it in your classroom. This is, I talk about the language, English language. This is artificial intelligence. Yesterday, Prof. Serif have explained about the artificial intelligence.
Okay, good.
Created, and this is most of, and well, my closing statement today about the pedagogy is the driver, the technology is the accelerator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Your final statement. Thank you, Dr. Mutmaina. Yeah, that was very nice talk. And I do agree with you saying that the technology is an important part in our education now. And we must, and lecturers must have a good technology literacy, unless they will fail the online classes. Okay, good. Actually, there's no question for you, Bu Maina, from the participant. It means that the
because all participants understand what
they want to say actually. Okay, good. So can we just take it over to the next presenter, Ibu Eka?
Yeah.
There are two presenters. Ibu, Bapak Galal nggak bisa hadir ya, Bu Mutmaina?
Kamal Galal tidak bisa, jadi langsung Rasha.
Yeah, okay. So will be two presenters more. This is from Australia and from Egypt. Ibu Rasha, hello Ibu Rasha.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, and Pak Soju, please, Riminda. There are two presenters more. Bapak Sojuangan Rambe dan Ibu Rasa. Firstly given to Ibu Rasa maybe. Silakan Minda, maybe you can change with Finde or Bayu Alsa.
Okay, thank you for the two powerful presentation in this afternoon. And my duty on the moderator now is already over, and I'll give it back to next moderator, Kak Finde. Kak Finde, are you in? Yes, okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, voice Pak Finde, voice-nya, the voice you are still mute. Mute. Ibu Finde, please mute.
Bu Eka, would you like to unmute? Would you like to manage from there? Yeah. Okay.
Sudah.
Hello?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So we have the next presenters, the next speakers, which is Dr. Rasha Yusuf and also Bapak Sujuang Rambe.
Hello.
I'm here. Yep, hello.
Hello,
Yep,
good morning.
Good morning. I
Good
will open
morning.
first, Mrs. Rasha.
Ya,
Okay.
Pak Soju will be the end ya, Pak Soju ya.
Oh, no problem.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Rasa.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Mutmainna, and sorry for a misunderstanding. I know that my time will be the last one, and sorry for that.
No problem, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am so pleasure to be with you today, really. I'm so pleasure.
Yeah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, again with me, my name is Sofira Linda Genderam, the MPD, and right now I'm becoming your last moderator for the last two speakers. Number one, she is Dr. Rasa Yusuf, and the second is Bapak Sojuangan Rambe. And again, thank you for giving me time, Ibu, the committee. Can you hear me, to be honest?
Yes, I am with you. I am with you. Okay, I shall start.
Okay, I will read your profile first.
Okay, I'm with you.
Dr. Rasa Yusuf comes with more than 18 years of teaching experience as a lecturer at a number of Egyptian universities. So she is from Egypt, by the way, and she is now a project manager for Upper Egypt sector in New Horizon Egypt. And as a project manager for Upper Egypt sector in New Horizon Egypt, Rasha developed and built her career through teaching English and soft skills to students. I think that's enough for your profile, Dr. Rasha. You can continue with your discussion. Morning, Rasha.
Yes. Hello. Is it okay?
Yeah, time. Yeah. Go on.
It's okay.
It's okay. Okay. I am so pleasure. First, I'm so pleasure to be with you today. And thanks, Dr. Mutmainna, for giving me the chance to be with you today. Okay, my topic today will be about presentation skills. All of the professor today is talking about how to teach a student, how to teach or how to be good at classes. But now I will talk about presentation skills, how to make a presentation, how to make students make a good presentation at classes or anywhere. Okay, let's start presentation skills. What is a presentation? The first question will be, what is a presentation? Presentation is a speaking in front of other people. And each presentation has a stages to make a good presentation. The first stages, preparation stages. This will be planning or preparing for the presentation, gathering data, slide design, and structure our presentation. Next one, or second one, delivery stages. Delivery of presentation. Through the presentation, we should know what to do before the presentation, during the presentation, and after the present or delivering the presentation. Let's talk about stage number one, planning and structuring. To make a good presentation, we should choose a suitable topic, and we should also gather data and consider our slide design, how to make a good PowerPoint slide design. Next one, structure our data or our presentation will be through opening, body, and conclusion. And I think this is like an essay. To write an essay or to write a good essay, we should have introduction, body, and conclusion. Next one, stage number 1, how to make or how to plan and the structure for the presentation. As I told you before that, we should gather data and structure, organize our presentation into body, opening, body, and conclusion. A structure or opening or introduction for our presentation should start with, we should start our presentation with an attention grabber in order to grab other people's attention. This will be through attractive title or to ask a question or whether a quotation or a shocking fact about the topic which I'll talk about, or I can say a joke, a story, a video, or a picture related to the topic. Then after that, we should give an outline about what I have said before. As an example, we can say after I finished my opening structure or introduction, let me give you an overview of what I'm gonna to talk about. After that, structure or body of our presentation or our essay as well. This body should consist of main idea, supplementary idea, supporting idea. After that, conclusion will be, we should summarize our main ideas or main points again. Use the following. We can use this following sentences. In conclusion, let me summarize the points we were talking about today. This is the end of the presentation stages. So we can summarize what I have said before that. In presentation, presentation is speaking in front of other people. And to talk a good presentation or to make a good presentation, we should gather information first and introduce our presentation or categorize our presentation into opening or introduction, body, and conclusion. Stage number 2, how to deliver the presentation to other people. Number 1, what to do before delivering the presentation. Number 2, what to do during the presentation. And number 3, what to do after delivering the presentation. Let's see this quotation. What is the most human fears? The most human fears. Number 5, we have 5th human fears, by the way. Number 5, I'm sorry, death. Number 4, sickness. Number 3, elevators. Number 2, heights. And number 1, public speaking. So public speaking is number 1. Presentation is number 1. How to improve self-confidence? Sorry.
No problem.
To make a good presentation and to gain a self-confidence and to improve our self-confidence, number 1, we should don't compare yourself to anybody else. Trust yourself first. Number 2, we should focus on what you can do, not what you cannot do. Number 3, think of the positive qualities in your personality. Each one of us has a good qualities, and we should polish the dust and gain a good qualities. Keep thinking of your achievements in life. Number 5, associate yourself with positive people. The most important thing in presentation is to speak clearly. Number 7, try to be cheerful. Number 8, it's not what you are that holds you back. Never, ever look at your past. It is what you think you are not. Number 9, make exercises which can strengthen your body. Number 10, stop procrastinating. And number 11, catch yourself while you are doing negative self-talk. After that, what to do before delivering the presentation. This is what we will do before giving the presentation. What to do to avoid fear and gain self-confidence. Number 1, do some relaxation exercises. 2, practice, practice, practice. Practice makes you perfect, by the way. Number 3, hope for the best and don't expect the worst. We have a quotation or a slogan. We should tell ourselves that if the worst come to the worst, so what? Don't fear. In our life, always take up new challenges. And sex, if you are afraid that you might forget one point, don't worry. Go to the next one or skip it. Next one, what to do before delivering the presentation? Before giving the presentation, you should go early to the place of the presentation. And this is why to check the place, to check the seating, to check the equipment of our presentation, to be, number 3, be well prepared with your tools and any handouts. 4, rehearse and practice as many times as possible. And as I told you before, that practice makes perfect. 5, dress formal and comfortable clothes. Number 6, groom your hair and shine your shoes to gain a self-confidence, by the way. After that, what to do during the presentation? As soon as you start making the presentation and you have a lot of people or a crowded people, you should, before you start the presentation, we should try to socialize with early attendees of our audience to promote friendliness and rapport. So gently ask the audience to put mobile phone to the silent mode. And this is very important, by the way. The most important thing also to keep a smile in our face all the time. 5, don't give handouts at the beginning. If we have a brochure or if I have a handout, we shouldn't give this handout at the beginning. What to do during the presentation? Number 5, we should use a positive body language. By the way, in the soft skills, body language is the most important thing. Body language, face expression, this is very important in our presentation. Number 6, don't read from or plug the screen. Don't plug the screen. Number 7, watch the attention span. Keep an eye contact. Eye contact is very important also with all our audience, not with only one person. Number 9, involve our audience or involve the attendees. Number 10, we should have a sense of humor in presentation. Okay, next one, what to do during the presentation? As soon as I join the presentation and I'll make a presentation now, what I'm gonna to do at the presentation. Number 11, pause before and after key points. Don't hurry up. Number 11, consider the social and physical needs of our audience. We all different. Number 13, watch out for the body language of our audience. Body language, as I told you before, that is very important. Number 14, give examples from our life experience, humanize our presentation. And this is very important, by the way, to give an examples from our human life. Next one, we should use simple language that is relevant to the culture of the audience. And the most important one is to speak clearly, to know when you are gonna to stop and we will talk. During the presentation, we have some forbidden things we shouldn't do. Avoid discussing such taboos such as sex, religion, politics, and sport. This is forbidden to talk about sex, religion, politics, or sports. Don't ever allow your audience to drag you into an argument or confrontation. Next one, don't allow 2 or more of our audience to have an argument, to talk aside. After the presentation, we should give a summary of the presentation, and we should encourage the audience to ask and to give a detailed handout. When you go home after your presentation, or when you finish your presentation in class or anything else, we should ask yourself the following question. Do I need to add or delete some slides? Do I need to add or delete some visual aids? What problems did I have and how to avoid such problems in the future? And did I need more or less time for my future presentation? Do I need to respond to any unanswered questions, whether by mail or by phone? We should remember that. How to assess a good presentation, how to evaluate a good presentation, how to criticize the presentation that this presentation is good, by asking ourselves the content is informative or not, well organized or not, and addresses the audience needs. Number 2, the presenter is dynamic and confident. We should be dynamic and confident. Number 3, the slides are well designed with clear and relevant visual aids and relevant to the needs of the audience. Reminder also, how make a good presentation, how to make a good presentation. And by the way, PowerPoint is very important. Number 1, from raw data, we should structure a presentation into opening, body, and conclusion, introduction, body, and conclusion. Number 2, in the opening, we should start with attention grabber, then mention the topic, then give the outline. Number 3, in the body, give details and support your ideas with graph, pictures, tables, etc. Number 4, in the conclusion, give summary or outline again. Remember again, okay, okay, I have finished. If you have any question.
Yeah,
I have finished my okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Rasha. Very interesting presentation.
Thanks.
It seems that very interesting topic. It seems that new for us. Since,
yes.
Yesterday until now, the topic is related to education. But
yes, I'm sorry for that.
This is related to how to present the material interestingly. Yep.
Yes.
You have one question from Dr. Abdul Qadir Makhlouf.
Okay.
According to your experience, who are between male or female do better in presentation, according to your experiences?
This is a tricky question, by the way, but I think women can deliver a presentation better than men.
Oh, really?
This is my opinion. Yes.
Maybe because women have great appearances.
A good body language for women.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is according to your experience, doctor.
Yes, doctor. How are you?
Dr. Abdul Qadir, well, you may talk directly to Ms. Rasha.
Your topic is really very interesting. It helps students to improve their presentation, especially in their studies. It's really important.
Thanks a lot, doctor, and I'm so happy to be with all of us today, all of you today. Thanks a lot. And this is my first time as
I enjoyed your presentation.
Yes, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abdul Qadir. Again, according to your experience, Mrs. Rasha, how far the appearances influence or affect our presentation? Is it which one is higher in influencing, whether it's appearances or quality? So which one do you think is more important? Appearance, good looking, or good voice, or materials?
By the way, we have a quotation also, or a slogan, first impression is the last impression. By the way, we should dress well. Yes, we should dress well and talk well, but quality is very important also.
Yeah. So quality is more important than appearance.
More important, that's right, more important. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. And I think there is one more question from Ika Ardiani to Mem Rasha. What must
Yes.
one do to someone the material in making a presentation? Do you have to memorize all the presentation or just read your presentation?
No, if you forget anything from the presentation, you can skip it. You cannot save your presentation by heart because the audience doesn't know what I'm gonna to talk about. So if you forget something, you can skip it.
Okay, I'm sure that
Yeah.
you are expert enough in presenting your materials.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, I think that's enough with Mrs. Rasha.
Thanks. Yes,
Very
thanks a
great
lot.
discussion for us this afternoon in Indonesia and of course morning in Egypt, right? Okay. I hope that you will be invited again for any events in
Sure.
the Institute for Islamic Studies in Yayan Padang Sidimpuan,
It
Mrs.
will be
Rasha.
pleasure. Yes, it will be pleasure
Yeah.
for me to be with you again and again.
Okay. Thank you very much. See you then.
Thanks. Yeah,
Goodbye.
thanks a lot. Goodbye. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and participants, also speakers. The last speaker will be Bapak, the candidate of PhD, Bapak Sejuangan Rambe. Are you with us, Bapak?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you see me?
Oh yeah, you are here. My brother, to be honest. Okay, is it still afternoon or morning in Australia?
I have done my Maghrib prayer already.
Oh, it's almost 9.
It's now 6:59. 3 hours exactly from in Padang Sidimpuan.
Oh, yeah, evening, right? So, I have to say good evening, Mr. Sejuangan Rambe. It's so nice
So
to see
no,
you
no.
on this
Good, it
conference.
is good, yeah, good evening. Yeah, you're correct.
Okay, are you ready, sir?
Oh, no problem.
Oh yeah, Pak Sejuangan is one of the English lecturers in English Education Department in State for Islamic Studies Padang Sidimpuan, and he is very expert in teaching English as a second language, or we call it TEFL here. And he's been teaching English, I think it's over more than 10 years here. And right now he's taking his doctoral program, PhD program, sorry, in one of the universities in Australia. And we hope that he will be successful in going on his study. Okay, the time is yours, Pak.
Okay, I will directly share screen. Can I?
Yeah, you can share it, Pak.
Where is it? The moment.
Udah dimasukkan tadi yang Darwin tadi dari kayaknya. Gak apa-apa atau kayak mana biar aja. Oh biar aja lah ternyata masih bisa ada yang masuk ke penutupannya.
Kalau dikunci kurang terus nggak ada lagi tambahan.
Pak Soju,
Yeah.
are you okay?
Yeah.
He's preparing. We're waiting, Pak Soju. Don't worry.
Oh, you're not. Wait a moment. Then.
No problem.
What's up? What's the problem? Oh my God. Mm. Wait a moment. Do you see my presentation?
Not yet, Pak.
Not yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
This is a video.
yeah, it was a video, but if you cannot access that, I will
We
see the
cannot. Yeah, we cannot see.
Yeah.
You can see the video?
No.
No,
Okay,
sir.
I'll try the original. Oh yeah. It must be this. Okay. Can you see this now?
Well, I do suggest, well, this is Dr. I do suggest my colleague, better maybe to send your presentation to the committee, to the organizers, so that they can themselves share it.
Oh.
It's the same thing that I did.
Oh, this is the video cannot send.
Oh, do you see my presentation right away now?
We see.
Dibuka dulu Pak Soju. Pak Soju.
Bisa dilihat Pak, coba di open Pak.
Close dulu share screen-nya. Close dulu share screen-nya.
Okay.
Iya.
I think.
Oke, close dulu share screen-nya, baru buka video di laptopnya, baru close dulu share screen.
Wait a moment.
Close dulu Ardi, bantu close dulu Ardi. Nah ya, baru buka and then open the video in your laptop.
Okay.
And then baru share screen again.
Open the video.
Open dulu tadi maunya.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Open dulu di sana sudah.
Open first and then you connect to share screen, Pak.
Okay. Wait a moment. Okay. Share screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see that now?
Yes. Good.
Clear.
Go on, Bapak. Your time is yours.
Good, Bapak. We can.
Okay. If this is a video, so the video will talk.
Oh. We cannot hear the voice.
Can you see the video?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And how many am I?
You can start your discussion, sir. You can see your slide very clear.
Nggak dengar suaranya. Pak Suju mungkin dikeraskan suara.
Nggak dengar.
Nggak dengar.
I believe it.
As long as we
Assalamualaikum.
to you, sir, you can talk right away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be invited to this seminar. I wish a warm welcome to all participants today, especially to our rector, dean, chairperson of English department, and chief of committee of today's conference. The topic of my presentation is Revitalizing Education in Modular. Now, I want to start with the background to the topic of my talk. First of all, I believe that all of us agree that the current education system and practices are not designed for distance learning. But we have to experience this because of the global pandemic of COVID-19. So, how to cope with this situation? The answer to this, I believe that we have to dig up and elaborate more from educational paradigm, technology, and social perspective of education. Accordingly, I review 4 factors including revitalization of learning strategies, modules and modular learning, application of information and communication technology or ICT, and then participation from parents and society. Let's start with the first topic, revitalizing learning strategies. How do we define it? Learning strategies are generally perceived as planned, systematic actions that students can practice in order to build up knowledge and skills in a certain area. They can range in a variety of disciplines, from natural science, social science, and linguistic science. For example, in the field of language teaching, we have a subject which is known as English language learning strategies. This subject particularly contains a huge battery of strategies that students can use for learning language, language skills, and English proficiency tests such as TOEFL and IELTS. How students need learning strategies? Through the use of the strategies, students are hopefully able to acquire knowledge and skills from the relation independently in the absence of their teachers. And this new normal era has been the main situation. Accordingly, teachers need to teach learning strategies. It can be conducted in some ways, including introduction of learning strategies along with the instructional materials, investment of more time and effort on the teaching of learning strategies, and then setting instructional goals. Yet at the same time, teacher gives freedom to the students on how to accomplish the projects. Now we turn to the second topic, modules and modular learning. What is a module? A module is a unit of work in a course of instruction that is virtually self-contained with method of learning, which is based on building up skills and knowledge in discrete units. The exercises comprise all indicators that students have to obtain as a result of learning in every unit of the course. Through the use of the modules, students learn interconnected materials, which every new material is built up on the respect of the previous one. Stratification of materials and activities is developed with the real to abstract and simple to complex approach. Measurable distinctive results of learning and clear criteria of achievement are its important features. In implementing this theme, students need to be given self-independent learning through a pipeline. However, teachers also need to supervise students' progress in providing feedback if the students are stuck in their learning. Now let's continue to the third topic, applying information and communication technology or ICT in education. In simple definition, it refers to the use of digital devices in the process of teaching, learning, assessment, and evaluation. Today, we have been familiar with the term dematerialization, which refers to how ICT automate and replace physical objects and activities, including processes and infrastructures of education. The current education system has been altered through digitalization. Now students can attend virtual classes, listening to books other than reading them, watching educational videos provided by experts, and reading ebooks through smart devices with higher flexibility of times and locations. Educators and students must also learn and be familiar with exploration, compilation, submission, and discussion of educational projects through online channels. We can use online databases, references, modules, and academic communication. Even seminars that we are now doing also belong to this category. Finally, we come to the last topic, parental and social participation. As we all know, most learning is no longer taking place at schools but homes. Families should participate as active agents of learning. They need to facilitate, guide, assist students in their learning. In addition to this, participation of society is also potential and crucial. They can establish learning groups and consultation, which in a certain extent strongly replaces the school learning. At the other hand, parents also need to manage timing and to apply parental control application to smart devices that students use for online learning. We all know that many negatives are available in the internet. Anyone can access them through smart devices, including pornography, violence, hoax, phishing, and scams. Last but not least, COVID-19 pandemic has caused an unplanned long holiday. It has been so long that video has also been very boring. But children are especially the most vulnerable to bad things during this situation. So, parents and society need to supervise their doings to avoid them from negative and dangerous activities. Well, that's all my brief talk for the seminar. Thank you for your kind attention. If you have questions, you can ask them to the moderator. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, Pak Sojuangon, so far in
Yeah, hello.
that list, we don't have any questions for you, sir, but let me ask you a little about how big or how far parents or social participation is really needed in learning environment during this pandemic. So do you think that parents' supervision is bigger than school in this case?
For today, of course, the teacher participation is absolute. Because as we know that today, as we see the general of my presentation, there are actually three points there. The first is learning strategies. Learning strategies, we need to teach learning strategies to enable to enable students independently learning. And as a matter of fact, it is the weakness of our education today that we are only teaching the students about materials without teaching the students about how to learn the material.
Oh, yeah.
That's been a weakness of education today. And the second, our, say, books or materials that we give to the students are not provided with the how to learn the book. If we see the use of module like in Open University or Indonesian Universitas Terbuka, if we see their books actually, we can learn independently. And that kind of student, that kind of book is not available for the schools.
Yeah.
So now it changed. Yeah. The responsibility of teachers has been transferred to the parents somehow and to the society. I actually have heard some news about the participation of maybe our students in the university or other students from Medan or from Padang. They established consultation, as I have mentioned in the presentation. They help students in their learning. They can ask questions if any materials that they have taken from the school they don't understand, and they come to the students, to the university students. That's been very helpful. Participation the society actually I see absolute, because not every parents are master the students lessons.
Yeah.
That's problem. You know that even if I am the parents, say if my son or my kids are in senior high school or junior high school, they are given a mathematic task. How can I face that if I have to? Do I have to teach them mathematics then? That's impossible. So participation of society is absolute now. We have to see this. Maybe this pandemic will not only be for a few months, maybe
How the
years.
society can help, sir? Since the parents don't understand, let's say, the math lesson, and you say social participation is really needed.
Social participation is really needed. How does society solve it? That's the
What
society's
example?
problem. That's the society's problem. We see, like, for example, my wife actually do the consultation for the students, but only in elementary schools.
Yeah.
That's from her. And then it's the problem of the society. Society have to solve this problem. I cannot explain this. The society have to do this and do this and do this. But this is the problem that our society have to face now. And then I believe that uh, attempt to change the way of writing our book have to be more closely to module rather than a reference book. All we see that the books in university are written like reference book where students can only see that for knowledge, for referencing, not to build up skills. That's the problem. In the long term, after the say, if this COVID-19 pandemic happens in the long term, we cannot bear this. There must be another attempt to modify the books to enable students learn the books independently.
Independently, yeah.
Yeah. Say, after this COVID-19 pandemic finish, say, over, it's done. In the next 2 or 3 years or 5 years, there can be another pandemic. So, yeah, there must be a new approach for us in this education, not only from society, we also educators and experts have to think about this. Yeah, because the situation, this kind of situation can happen time by time or again and again. We have to be ready for this.
So you mean that the next book writer should prepare how to teach students to be independent, right, sir? Not only teaching the students with the lesson, but teach them how to learn independently with the book.
Yeah, that's true
I do
actually.
agree with you, sir.
That's true actually. Teach students how to learn.
Yeah.
And then teach book that is able to be learned independently.
Okay.
Because I believe that society say cannot bear this. Yeah.
Yes.
Only for example, my web I have told you because the students that came to here are elementary schools students. Yeah, she just can serve them. What about the junior high schools, the senior high schools with mathematics, chemistry, and physics? That's impossible.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. So it's very great discussion, to be honest. So you are describing the reality what happened in our society right now. So you also give suggestion for the next book writers or teachers to provide our learners to become autonomous or independent in learning. Maybe that's more important than teaching them the lesson itself. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you
especially
very
for
much,
this kind
sir.
of pandemic. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very
Yeah.
much, sir.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
one other thing, we have to make
one other thing.
students able to long life learning.
Oh,
Education should not be stopped after graduating from school. Education must not be stopped. Yeah, without ability to learn, that's impossible. They will forget everything they learned from school.
Oh, yeah. For parents especially, sir.
Yep.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. We hope that you will be successful in passing your study, and we hope that the PhD will be in your hand sooner. And we are waiting for your coming in Yayan Padang Sidimbuan. Yeah. Thank you, Pak. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Well, the committee, are the two speakers enough? How about Bapak Kamal Gala? Ibu Eka, your microphone, please.
Pak Gama, is not with us.
Oh, yeah. So we finish with Pak Sejuangon is as the last speaker this afternoon. Okay, so thank you very much for being with us in this lovely conference. And this terms or this session, I will give it back to the committee, in this case, Ibu Eka. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, we will come to the next session for the closing ceremony. I would like to say thank you for all participants, all great speakers. Ibu Mutma, thank you so much. Bapak, siapa yang masih di sini?
Bilangin aja soal.
Hah? Thank you so much for all the speakers. Bapak Professor Fadjes from India, Dr. Obedullah from Bangladesh, Bapak Galal Muhammad from Qatar, Mr. Yasin Al-Hendawi from Saudi Arabia, Mr. Chris Zita from Philippines, Mr. Professor Sarif Muhammad Ismail from Egypt, Mr. Bibas Tapa from Nepal, Ibu Dr. Fahriani from UIN Syarif Jakarta, Bapak Dr. Andi Asrifan from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidanren Rapang Indonesia, Sulawesi Selatan, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Darusdal Sopang MEG from IAIN Padang Sidempuan, Bapak Justoni Carpio from Philippines, Ibu Asma Mustafa from Palestine, Bapak Kamal Galal from Egypt, Bapak Abdul Qadir Makhluf from Algeria, Prof. Gada Tafsan from Egypt, Bapak Sojuangon Rambe from Singapore, from Australia, sorry, and Ibu Rasa Yusuf from Egypt, and the last for today, Ibu Dr. Mutmainah. Thank you so much for all nice speakers, all nice presentation, for giving us information, for giving us new knowledge. Yesterday, the one participant said to me that maybe he followed every session in international seminar.
Our event, yeah.
Yeah, and then she said, kalau bisa materinya jangan itu saja, berarti he followed, yeah, all of, yeah. Okay, Bu Mutmainah, I would like to thanks. No, Pak Andi Asrifan is not with us, but
Yeah,
Ibu
he is
Mutma is
have meeting.
Yeah, with us here.
Yeah.
Thank you for Ibu Lelia Hilda, the Dean of Faculty Training, Teacher Training Faculty, as a keynote speaker, and Lutfia, and Ibu Dr. Haja Asfiati, who has given us nice presentation. Thank you also for Ibu Lia Rosdiani, Ibu Fitri Rayani as the leader of the English Faculty, English Department, I mean. And then thank you for Ibu Rayandriani, the English lecturer. Thank you also for me, Ibu Eka Sustiarida. Thank you for Pak Zainuddin. And for Ibu Sokira Linda Finderambe. Thank you so much, Ibu Sriminda also. For all presenters, and also Pak Irsal Amin, one from Arabic. And also the great thank you, the beautiful thank you, or anything that I would like to say to our students, our alumnus, Iwal Hidayat Siregar, Widiandra, Walida Sofian Siregar, Anggia Putra, Rahmat Gunawan, Fitri Hasanah, Lefriana Daulae, Ernida Hasibuan, and Afriani Rangkuti. Thank you for participating in this conference. And also, I would like to say thanks for all the committees. I am the chair of the committees.
Terima kasih.
Ya, makasih untuk semuanya. Kita akan masuk kepada sesi penutupan. Mr. Riandri Fadilah, are you here? Mr. Riandri Fadila, are you in this room? I cannot hear your voice, Bapak Riandri. Bapak Riandri Fadila, please get it. Oh, maybe you can use my... As the master ceremony today, actually we will ask our beautiful MC, but she's about that. Okay, silakan Riandri Fadilah to be the MC of this.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you everyone for still staying with us here on online virtual conference. And this is the end of the session for today. And we're going to have a closing speech. The closing speech will be delivered by the head of Language Development Center of State Institute for Islamic Studies Padang Sidimpuan. So ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to Ibu Rayandriani Fahmi Lubis MAG. Okay, can you hear me, ma'am? Okay. Kok nggak kedengaran suaranya?
Wait, hello. Okay, Riandri, please, Riandri.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. We have two agendas here. The first is doa, and the second is closing speech by the leader of the Language and Development Center.
So try first, ya.
Ibu Ryan, maybe you can. Ibu Ryan, suaranya masih belum ini. Suara Ibu Ryan masih.
Matikan dulu videonya.
Siapa yang
Assalamualaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much pada detik.
Udah semua.
Di situ.
Bukan.
Bisa mulai masuk katanya.
Bukan.
Ya. Sorry for the technical meeting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wa wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. First and foremost, let's convey our deepest gratitude to God because of His blessing, so we can still following this super great international online conference without any obstacles. And also, do not forget peace and salutation to our Prophet Muhammad SAW, who has brought us from the darkness to brightness, from the broken man to the good man, and will have his greetings at the end of the earth, and also for his families, companions, and all the believers who believes on him until the end of the time. The Honorable Director of State Institute for Islamic Studies Padang Sidimpuan, all the vices of rectors, the keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and all the participants who are still attending this great event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of our international online conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda, pray, that will be led by Ikhwal Hidayat. We welcome to Ikhwal Hidayat. Mana sih? Suara. Ketik.
Well, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وحده والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه رسول الله أجمعين. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد في الأولين والآخرين وصل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد في النبيين والمرسلين وصل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد في الملأ الأعلى إلى يوم الدين. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا ولجدنا ولجداتنا ولمشايخنا ولأساتذتنا ولجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. اللهم ادفع عنا الغلاء والبلاء والوباء والفحشاء والمنكر والسيوفة والمختلفة والسلائل والميحان ما جهر منها وما بطن من بلدنا هذا خاصة ومن بلدان المسلمين عامة إنك على كل شيء قدير. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين بفضلك سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Ikhwal Hidayat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now let's listen together the closing speech that will be delivered by the head of English Language Development Center of State Institute for Islamic Studies, Padang Seribuan. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to Ibu Rayendriani Fahmi Lubis MAG. So, please, ma'am.
Thank you so much for handsome master of ceremony. Alright, today I will deliver my speech because this should be another from our rector, but our rector delivered it to me. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain amma ba'du. Let's say Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin to Allah Subhanahu wa taala that given us time and opportunity to join this seminar for 2 days. I think it's a long time, but all of us still stay here. And then salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Right, the Honorable Rector IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, the Honorable Vice Rectors IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, Honorable Deans from the faculties of IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, also the Honorable all of the keynote speakers here, and then the Honorables, lovely participants, and then the Honorables all the committee, especially for the head of the committee, Mrs. Eka Sastri Harida MPD, and then for especially for our brother and then our sister, Bapak Andi Arifan, and also Ibu Mutmainah. I think both of you are like an angel to us, sent by Allah to help us to do this seminar. Okay. Actually, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan is very concerned about language, especially about Arabic and also about English. IAIN Padang Sidimpuan give 5 days a week for students study about English and Arabic in the first and second semester. And then this language is done in the class. After that, they continued into Ma'had Al-Jami'ah. All of the students for the first and second semester should stay at Ma'had and Jami'ah. After knowing the language in the class, they continued to practicing in Ma'had Al-Jami'ah. So the students of IAIN Padang Sidimpuan, especially for the first and second semester, should use English and Arabic in their daily activity. And then if they don't use it, it means that they will, something like you should use like this, you should like this, like that. And then after that, for this to enlarge or to develop the how to teach English and then how to teach Arabic, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan join with IARF Bali, and then we give the that workshop or like practicing to all the teacher about micro teaching, how to teach English in fun, like Rasha or Pasha, as explained before. And then here, they use games, and then the student is very happy in joining the class. And then for this time, we hope this program will improve our students' ability or language skills students will improve. And then for this seminar, actually we saw some students of us about their English ability here. And then even though like that, we still want to continue, we still want our student continue their study to abroad. So for this time, IAIN Padang Sidimpuan prepare English TOEFL program class. And then for this class have handled by Miss Leah, and then it is for 2 years. And then after now, we still want to send our students, our alum to go abroad. And then we hope whoever here, even though it is speakers, even though it is a participant, we want you to help us to send our student, to send our alum go abroad, because we are here in the far from country, and then we want to show that we can do it, and then we want to go abroad, and then we want we want to make something different from last year into this year. And then we need your help. We need help from the speakers, and then we need help from the participant, whoever stay here, please. And then for this time, we want to continue the MOU that we have signed. And then also, this is not the last meeting for us. I hope this is just the first step for us to meeting, and then we should continue for the next meeting, and then we make another collaboration to improve our ability. And then we need all help from another speakers here, because for these 2 days, we saw that most of the speakers here is very fantastic. I can say it in very fantastic. All of the speakers give many information, give many knowledge to us here. And then for all of this, we say thanks to all of you for the speakers and also the four participants. Even though it is 2 days, but all the participants still stay here for until now. Okay, and then for this time also, yeah. Maybe in this celebrate about the seminar, we have something, yeah, like technique, yeah, like technique, and then uh, we need apologize for any inconvenience that happened during the conference, and then hopefully we can all stand together as educators, as policy makers, to establish an education with quality. That's all my speaker. I hope you enjoy it. And then we invite you to come to Padang Sidimpuan. This is the nice area, cool and yeah, nice area. Please come here to help us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Closingnya Ibu. Ibu Ryan. Yes. I think that's all from me.
Yeah, ma'am. Directly close this. Directly, please.
Oh yeah, I should close it. Okay. Let's say Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, and then we close this seminar by saying kafaratul majalis. Allah. Okay. That's all. See you. I hope Allah, ya, Allah will always with us here. I think that's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to the head of English Language Development Center of State Institute for Islamic Studies Padang Sidimpuan for the awesome speech. And by the end of those speech, so this all our agenda for these 2 days. Okay, I'm as your master of ceremony. I ask merciful to God and please apologize me if there are many mistakes I have made during this super great online conference. So ladies and gentlemen, see you in the next international online conference on English and education, inshallah, amin. And we are waiting you in Padang Sidimpuan. And finally, I say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So for the next sessions, I will give this back to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Rian. Okay, I would like to say.
I would like to say that please open your video, please. Hello, open your camera, please.
Please.
I wanna take your nice picture.
Oh yeah.
Bapak Ardi, Ibu Minda, Bapak Anggia, Putri, oke, Ibu Tata, Bapak Siswoyo. Oke, Bapak Direktur Pasca Sarjana, thank you so much for your coming. 1, 2, 3. Ibu Siti Umara belum terbuka itu. Siti Umara Ahmad Bahtiar, Bapak Siswoyo with us in from morning. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. It is still the first slide. Now I continue to the second slide. Hello everyone in the second slide. Please open Bapak Seno, Ibu Rosali, Bapak Wendy, Bapak Hermansah, Ibu Linda, Ibu Cynthia, Ibu Santosi, Nur Hajar Akbar, Ade Irma Ramadhani, Bayani. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I would like to say the last slide, the third slide. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much for your coming to this conference. We are really sorry for everything that we problem that maybe make you uncomfortable with us in this conference. Thank you so much, everyone. Please unmute unmute your mic by your own self. Iya, silakan kita berkomunikasi. Let's communicate.
Halo, ini.
Thank you so much, everybody. Ibu
so much, everybody.
Thank you. Kak Arif, iya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yain Padang Sidupuan.
Ya, sama-sama.
Thank you very much. Jazakallah khair.
Ya.
Syukron.
Bapak Fatahudin, thank you so much. Bapak Era. Thank you for being with us from yesterday until today.
Of extinction to the I love extension cause this webinar and we then for Yain webinar before.
Pak Bayu, what do you want to say? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Teachers, Marci Abi ya, Bu ya. Thank you.
Iya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak.
Ibu dia pun di sana, apa sudah dari kemarin? Tahu kan?
Ibu Santosi Trikate. How to read it? I don't know. Ibu ya. Thank you, Nalia Rostiani, Gloria Lestari, Mr. Rabaa Jafar. Thank you so much. Marvin Dalangit, I can Pak Krishna,